reading your book, but in the best possible way, I would say. So let's talk about the new right, if you don't mind. I'd like to dive right into that. So I said in the intro that it was reminiscent to me of the new journalism of the 1960s. When I first read The Electric Kool-Aid Acid Test, which I would recommend to everyone as a brilliant journalistic anthropological investigation into what became the psychedelic culture in the early 1960s. It's a brilliant book. And I got the sense that in the new right, you were doing much of the same thing for whatever it was that was happening from the time of maybe 2013 to 2016, something like that. Something that actually seems like history already, interestingly enough. And you talk about, from an insider's perspective in some sense, because you were an insider and an outsider at the same time in these groups, but you talk a lot about 4chan and memes and all these subcultures that exist online that are major forces and social domains in their own right, but that are, if not ignored completely by the mainstream media, so to speak, consistently misunderstood. And so, but then by the same, so I'd like to ask you about that. We could start with 4chan maybe, and maybe you could walk us through first what it is, and then what it was, and then what it is now, if it's anything, because I did get the sense as well that this happened already. Something else is happening now, and I don't know what it is, but whatever it was you were writing about, that's 5 years ago, which is a long time in internet terms.
Sure. I think right now, first of all, discussing 4chan publicly in a context like this, in some kind of studious or serious context, violates the ethos of 4chan. One of the big rules about 4chan is, normies get out, So by talking about it automatically, I'm kind of positing myself as someone who's an outsider. I'm not, on 4chan all the time. But 4chan is kind of emblematic of a broader section of the internet, which wasn't literally only 4chan, but was driven by irreverency, was driven by this idea of that which is presented to us with earnestness should not be taken at face value, that this earnestness is often used as a cudgel and as a mechanism of affecting social control. Certainly you've been the subject of many memes, I'm sure you're familiar with.
Yes.
But, the point that they figured out, there's an expression that they say meme magic is real. The premise being, before the new right, the idea was you'd have these organizations putting forth some kind of claim or idea, often absurd on its face, and the argument would be like, well, that's not accurate, that's not fair. And the new approach was, why are we taking this agitprop at face value instead of mocking it, clowning it, and basically rendering the tool impotent? So that was kind of 4chan's poll board. You had the Donald subreddit on Reddit. So there is this, but you say that it's misunderstood by the mainstream press. I always use the term corporate press because I don't really regard it as mainstream. But I don't know that it's misunderstood so much as misrepresented.
Well, I think it's probably both, because it's not easy. First of all, there's an immense divide between people who don't use the internet as a social mechanism or as their primary source of information, and people who do. There's an unbelievable divide, and maybe if you're older than 50, you're in the world of 1970, and if you're younger than 40, you're in the world of 2010. And those are really different worlds. I mean, you talk about the corporate press, and I've been thinking a lot about the technological impact of YouTube and podcasts. So, and this is why I'd like to dig into the misunderstood part first before we go to the misrepresented part. What I saw popping up in your book continually was two things happening in 4chan. There's troublemaking that in some sense is there for its own sake, and I'd like to talk to you about that. There's a political movement, but then there's also this exploration of what is actually a technological revolution. So you think about legacy media. So I've noticed that when I've gone to TV stations and been interviewed by a journalist, I'll have a discussion with the journalist in the green room, and I'm talking to a person then. But as soon as the cameras go on, I'm not talking to a person anymore. I'm talking to someone who's an adept mouthpiece for a massive corporate organization, But
Yes.
but that was actually a necessity because the bandwidth for television was so expensive that it wasn't possible to grant any individual untrammeled access to it. And so it was inevitable that a corporation was never going to allow, except in exceptional cases, any journalist to have what would truly be an individual opinion, and certainly wasn't going to let them explore ideas in real time. Too expensive, too risky. But then now we're in this weird situation, and the 4chan guys were playing with this to some degree, where it isn't obvious that the corporate media platforms have any advantage whatsoever over anyone who's technologically able. I mean, the fact that we can have this discussion, for example. So
They do have one.
Go ahead.
I would say they have one very big advantage, which you've seen yourself, which is the concept of legitimacy. So your previous book, the New York Times refused to basically acknowledge it as being printed in America. So you can't say it's a New York Times bestseller, even though the number it sold is just, a huge amount, is hugely successful, right? So the Dear Reader, the book I did about North Korea, which we'll talk about later, I did that with Kickstarter. As a result of that, on Amazon, it looks the same. It's going to have a page listing like another page listing. But the New York Times, all these other elements, they're in a position. I got an hour on C-SPAN's Book TV, so that is changing in that regard. But it gives them an opportunity to pretend that this book doesn't exist. So unless a book is being published by certain outlets that have legitimacy, basically it's just like, I don't know if you watched wrestling growing up, I certainly did. The WWF, when I was a kid, there were rival organizations, and they literally acted as if these rival organizations didn't exist. And if a wrestler came over from the NWA to the WWF, they acted like he was this new discovery, that he had no history to him. It was very odd because all you had to do was change the channel, and they're acting in certain other mechanisms. So that is a big advantage, because if you go to talk to mom and you say, "Where'd you hear this? I heard this on CBS. Where'd you hear this? I heard this on 4chan." It's very clear which one mom is going to choose.
No, I agree. But part of what the 4chan guys were doing, by your own account, to some degree, was testing these new technological platforms to see how much power they actually had. So these trolling games that you described, so you describe trolling as something that's actually quite specific in its intent, when it isn't just being, say, adolescent foolishness. It's something like, can we create a narrative and string along legacy media types? And some of that's a joke, but some of it's also a test. Is like, does this new technological platform have enough power to bend and twist what has been the standard means of delivering the cultural narrative for decades? And the answer to that frequently was yes. And, and increasingly, the legacy media outlets are suffering from delegitimization. They lose money, they lose their ability to fact check, and because they don't have this technological advantage anymore, they have the remnants of their brand. It's something like that.
Yeah, and there's also there's a very big asymmetry between honesty and dishonesty, right? If you and I are good friends and I tell you one major lie, well, that's one statement out of tens of thousands. That one statement is still going to do much more damage than one honest statement, because I've lost, there's an amount of trust lost. So their brand has been, and they say this explicitly, CNN had ads not that long ago saying, "This is an Apple, we only report facts." If I'm coming at you and saying that I am only reporting facts, as soon as I'm caught in one misrepresentation, even if it's innocent, which I don't think it is in most cases, right away, that just kind of collapses the souffle, because I trusted you, I relied on you, and now you're giving misinformation. But most importantly, and this is where I differ from more mainstream conservatives who think things have become corrupted. You made mistakes, I've made mistakes, everyone makes mistakes all the time. It's going to be inevitable. It's simply from a lack of knowledge. What steps have you taken once these mistakes have been made to make amends, and also put yourself in a position that you won't make the same mistake again? And if you see with corporate media, oftentimes they'll do things that are disingenuous, but let's give them the benefit of the doubt. Let's just say they were sloppy. But no one gets fired. there's no mea culpa, like, you know what, like Tylenol is a great counterexample. Back in the early 80s, I believe it was, Tylenol got, someone was poisoning Tylenol bottles. People, I think, were dying, or at the very least were getting very sick. So Tylenol had this huge ad campaign that said, this is the steps we've taken. You know, you got the childproof calf, you got the seal, you got the cotton, whatever it was. This is how you know that we are safe. You can rely on Tylenol. You don't see that with CNN or Fox or ABC. Whenever they do these egregious things, they just pretend that they never happened all along, or say that this is some kind of, you know, you can't listen to the conspiracy theories on the internet. So this is why there's this kind of another loss of trust, because there seems to be very little effort to maintain and foster that trusting relationship between the channels and the audience, and make amends when things have gotten wrong.
So, I want to continue with 4chan for a bit. Can you walk me through exactly, like you said that one of the mistakes that CNN did.
I'm good, man. How are you? Yo, I'm good, buddy. Thanks, man.
Campaign was treating 4chan like it was actually a person, and as if there was someone who could represent it and speak. Can you lay out exactly what it is and how it works? And then maybe we can talk about the meme culture that's associated with it.
Sure. So 4chan, and there's others. There's 8chan, there's the Reddit, and other such. They're message boards. So basically, 4chan, I don't remember how many boards they have. Some are completely innocuous. So fitness is their fitness and health board. FA is their fashion board. Guys can ask, do these pants look good on me? You know, what kind of hat would look good with my hair? You know, innocuous stuff. Poll, POL, is their politics board. So basically, it's anonymous, and it's not, I believe, after there's 15 pages, and after there's no updates on a thread, the threads vanish into the netherworld, wherever. You can't see them anymore.
Right, so
you
it's
can
got an impermanence.
Correct. You can identify yourself with the flag if you want when you log in, but there's no usernames. It's not like Facebook. So basically, you know, the Hillary Clinton campaign in 2015, 2016 were positing about these sites and like, how is it that this is allowed to happen? But it's not the kind of thing where it's like Facebook and you call Mark Zuckerberg and he bans certain users. The users are ephemeral. You don't know who they are. It's the posts are ephemeral. You know, they just vanish off the board. So this claim that, you know, the comparison I had, I believe in the book, was kind of the more Al-Qaeda. It's very decentralized. You know, you can't really take out one person and then the whole thing falls apart, other than you having to try to take out the site, which they tried to do earlier this year and in late 2020. But it's an entirely different model. And I think people who have that bureaucratic mindset, people who have that elitist in the sense that you have this managerial elite running things, they can't even conceive of an organization or a location or a website which is decentralized and there's no like you know, big bad vampire to kill once you take out this vampire.
Yeah, well, I mean, but that is part of what I thought was, in some sense, you're documenting something that's so revolutionary that even the people using it don't know how revolutionary it is. You know, and so because we have these massive communication technologies now, and they all have slightly different rules, and just by tweaking the rules a tiny bit, you can create a whole new organization, like TikTok, let's say, which has videos of a certain length, and at least to begin with, almost no other. It's all of a sudden that's a huge social network doing all sorts of things that no one has ever done before. So the rules for 4chan are really crucially important to understanding it. So it's anonymous, decentralized, and evanescent. And
yes,
that's
and
something.
Also, yeah, and they have the two rules are no child pornography, and if there's pornography, it has to be stick to the pornography board. But so it's pretty much the Wild West when it comes to free speech.
Right, and the fact that it's not permanent also, so it's anonymized and impermanent, which means you'd think, at least in part, that it would encourage a lot more risk-taking, because one of the things that would mitigate risk is the fact that it could be attributed to you, but also that it would be permanent.
Yeah, I mean, that's the comparison of 4chan and, let's say, Twitter, where, you know, someone's old tweets will be there. At the very least, they're going to be archived somewhere. You're going to have a consistent username. So even if it's not Jordan Peterson, if you're just going to be like Jack Smith, 37, they'll be able to track Jack Smith 37's posts over time. You can't really do that on a site like 4chan or 8chan. But there's other sites like this. I mean, what they have figured out is, you know, the corporate press might decide 4chan's the devil, 4chan's the devil, 4chan's the devil. You take down 4chan, well, they'll just go to Discord, or they'll go to all these other sites. So technology is what allows people, is designed in contemporary terms for people to communicate.
So
if
brutal.
you're going to kind of
Oh my God,
take
that was
out
so
one
bad.
location
That
where
was
they're
so bad.
gathering and trying to communicate, it's going to take minutes to find a new location. Now, there's going to be a cost because you have to get the word out through other means about this is where we all are now. But it's very, very hard when people are basically effectively teleporting, right? For me to go from one location to another physically, I have to get in a plane, a car, or a train, whatever. But for go to one website to another,
man.
I have to type in a web address. So if you just ban one address, the amount of effort it takes to shift to another one could not be more minimal.
So, okay, so you documented, so no one's in charge of this, but something happens, and it's a communication network, and it attracts people who, It attracts people who are communicating in a like-minded way across time. Why did it become a place that was dominated, at least by your observations, by the thought that was associated with the new right? Why did it converge
Sure.
on that?
Because 4chan historically has been a site for great irreverence. So they had campaigns to troll, and by trolling, let me say specifically what I mean. Trolling it's not just you have a Twitter account and I say @Jordan Peterson, you're a jerk, F off. That's not trolling. That's just being obnoxious. Trolling, I regard the first troll as Andy Kaufman, the comedian, where by your performance, you're turning a third party by exploiting their weaknesses into an unwitting performer on their own. For example, there was a great wrestler, to bring it back to wrestling, called the Honky Tonk Man from the 80s. And his shtick was he was an Elvis impersonator, right? And when they interviewed him, he would say, "Oh no, Elvis stole my act." Now, Elvis had been dead for 15 years at that time. It makes no sense whatsoever, but this would get the audience really enraged and they'd flip out. So when you are calmly causing someone else to have an extreme reaction, and in this case, and good trolling, he's exploiting their innocence and naivete. I mean, they're taking what he's saying at face value, even though it's a complete absurdity, and what follows suit, on some case can be put in their lap. So they used to, what 4chan would be known for is, for example, you had a Mountain Dew, right? And they had named the next flavor of Mountain Dew. It's just a corporate mechanism. I talk about this in the book. It's a corporate mechanism to sell, your sugary soft drink. What name should we call it? And they basically got enough people together, and this is kind of like rent-seeking, right? If you have an organized goal-seeking minority as opposed to an indifferent majority, that organized goal-seeking minority is going to be able to punch very much above its weight in terms of getting the achievements it wants. How many people are caring about this Mountain Dew poll? Very, very few, other than the trolls. So they got the number one result to be Hitler did nothing wrong, right? Now, they're not Nazis. They don't think the Holocaust is something that didn't happen or is bad. They're putting now this Mountain Dew, who's trying to use this fun to sell you this poisonous, sugary garbage. Now the corporation is in position. Are they going to follow through with this poll, or are they going to pull it? Whatever they choose, they have been forced into making a choice that they themselves would not have wanted, because you have someone in a meeting trying to, hey, this is going to be fun for the kids. And they ended up pulling the poll because they're like, okay, the internet won. So to go from that and this kind of extreme distrust, if not contempt, for corporate irreverence and corporate humor and corporate fun, to have basically, can I curse on this?
You can do whatever you want.
Okay, well, not everything. So to have someone who was basically a shit poster on Twitter running for president, who was just there in these debates, insulting these politicians to their face in often very below the belt terms, that was that ethos brought to life, because no one could have imagined in decades that you would have a presidential contender who's looking at a sitting senator in the face, who's doing well in the polls, and telling that senator, I've never made fun of your looks, and there's plenty of material there, believe me, that much I can tell you. This is something that was completely unprecedented and new, and we've been taught for decades that politics should be about respect. These are tough choices, these are people's lives. That's all very true, but there's this very new left from the late 60s perspective idea that these kind of powerful entities use respect and decorum and decency as a mechanism to stifle dissent and to basically make their victory a fait accompli. And if you kind of mess that up and force them to show their hand that these are not kind, caring people who care about your grandma in your neighborhood, these are power-hungry sociopaths who will smile at your face and do whatever they need to when the lights are off, that I think was something that was very useful in terms of exposing our politics for what they are.
So it struck me over the last decade or so that the alignment of comedic satire with right-wing philosophy or political philosophy or views was something that was completely unprecedented. I thought, well, all of a sudden the right wing are the jesters, or at least among the right wing are these jesters. And I really didn't know what to make of that. I mean, you seem to regard it in your book, The New Right, you seem to regard it as a kind of right-wing anarchic rebellion against, but it's strange what they're against, because on the one hand there's the corporate voice, let's say, that characterizes the media, and on the other hand there's the left-wing progressives, and you can't really put them in the same camp all that easily.
Well, hopefully we will be putting them in the same camp. But they are in the same camp because one of my quotes is conservatism is progressivism driving the speed limit. So much of conservatism, Buckley got his start, William F. Buckley, who's I think the big villain of the book, got his start complaining how terrible things are and how mistreated he was at Yale. The New Right perspective isn't complaining about how things are at Yale. It's let's send tanks to Harvard Yard and raze it to the ground. So these are two different approaches. And much of conservatism for decades, besides being inherently humorless, which is a personality thing, which is perfectly fine if that's your thing, it has been about a reaction. So the left would have some idea of the moment, we need to do this and that. The right would just dig in their heels, get dragged along, and it's a ratchet effect constantly moving us toward a more and more progressive society. The National Review's slogan was standing athwart history, yelling stop. And then at a certain point, people realized, how about instead of yelling, we actually stop it? How about we actually try to put a wrench into these gears? How about we try to, metaphorically tar and feather some of these people instead of just complaining that it's not fair? Let's be aggressive and let's take the fight to them.
Okay, and you clearly see an analog between the tricks that Trump used, let's say the humorous tricks that he used, and the manner in which he appealed to the public, and whatever was going on in places like 4chan and on Reddit, and with memes as well. And you spend a lot of time in your book talking about Pepe, for example. So what is it that you see as the connection? I mean, look, I saw this T-shirt in Florida last year that I thought was really apropos. It said, Trump 2020 because fuck you twice.
Yeah.
And I thought, yes, there's something about that that's really interesting. And I've talked to my progressive friends about this a lot, and because I'm trying to figure out exactly what's going on, and being appalled, at least to some degree, at the shenanigans of the Democrats, among others, especially the identity politics types. Because, look, I'll tell you what I see in relationship to my books, for example. So, hypothetically, this is the standard legacy media critique of my books, I would say, is that I'm peddling nonsense that, if not trite, is outright dangerous, and which is kind of a strange combination, to ne'er-do-wells who are so far beneath contempt that any attempt to help them is to be met with suspicion. And that's something that really puzzles me, because when I meet the people that I'm communicating with, when I walk around or when I go to my lectures, I see individuals, because I look at individuals, I see individuals who are trying to get their houses in order, who are often in desperate straits, and they come up to me and tell me, some step they've taken towards improvement, sort of shamefacedly, but also happy about it, and I'm very happy that that's happening, and tell them that, and that's my experience. But then I see in the response to my hypothetical audience, which is a misrepresentation to begin with, a contempt that's so deep that the contempt is even there for the attempt to help. And then I think, well, you progressive types, at least in principle, you're all for the downtrodden. But I don't know what it is. Maybe if they stay in their place and act like they're supposed to, there's this contempt among the helping class, let's say, for those they're hypothetically helping, that's so deep that, and I think it destroyed Hillary Clinton's campaign, that contempt. Her comments about the basket of deplorables and the Democrat abandonment of the working class. And Trump tapped into that somehow, and you draw connections, and so I'd like you to elaborate on that a little bit, if you would.
Sure, and whenever I try to talk about people, I always try to steelman their arguments and present them in the most strong position possible. When the left is at its best, it's as you mentioned, it is about concerning about marginalized people who are forgotten. The far left, historically would care about prisoners' rights and how bad it is that this prisoner is treated. For most people, it's kind of like lock him up, throw away the key, and that's kind of a left-wing idea that like this guy's been forgotten. Let's make sure he has food. He's not being assaulted on a daily basis, things like that. So they understand also in other contexts that when you have young males who have nothing to lose, who are completely marginalized, who are spat on and called every name in the book, in other contexts, whether the Middle East, in inner city, they realize you keep pushing someone at the bottom and keep telling him you're nothing, you deserve to have nothing, that young male is going to, at the very least, try to get some kind of modicum of respect, try to get some modicum of status. And this often has literally very violent consequences, because if I have nothing to lose, but I can make a name for myself, or I could for 5 minutes have a sense of power, some people are going to do that arithmetic, and it's a very, very bad thing. And this is, broadly speaking,
everyone
understood.
will do that arithmetic virtually as unfair equality multiplies. Unfair inequality multiplies. That just becomes more and more likely, that response. So,
but to your point is, so in other contexts they understand this, but now we're talking about your audience, right? These are young men who aren't doing so hot, and now they're being told they don't have a girlfriend, they desperately want to have a girlfriend, and now they're told you're a loser for not having a girlfriend. It's like, well, I'm trying to get out of that situation. I'm not trying to be some kind of date rapist. I'm not trying to be some sexual predator. I just want to be normal. I just want to have Maslow's hierarchy of needs met. But because they have been assigned to be, you're supposed to be here at the bottom, you've had your turn, you're the whipping boy of the moment, on an individual level, this is going to have very deleterious consequences. And because you are telling them, listen, you don't have to be even if you're going to be at the bottom, you could still be a better person tomorrow than you are today. Well, now you're kind of going to their house and rearranging their furniture and messing up their schemes. So of course they're going to react in very aggressive ways towards your teachings, I think.
Well, it's funny too, because that notion of my audience is a caricature to begin with, but I don't care about that in some sense. I'm interested that the caricaturing is occurring. It's like there's a reason for it. Why they're all male, they're all angry, they're all white. It's like, no, that's not right. And even if they do skew male, that's at least in part a legacy hangover from the fact that most of the people who watch YouTube are male. But anyways, nonetheless, that's the categorization. But then there's the emergence of that contempt. And I think, well, that is driving, just as you pointed out there, that insistence upon the despicableness of that status is driving. I could see that in the 4chan and the writing about 4chan that you were doing. That there's a testing and a pushing back that's going on there, and some of it is clowning, and some of it is like pointless troublemaking, as far as I'm concerned. But there's more going on in there than that, and that's for sure. So, and then it coalesces around these more right-wing ideas, which I also find somewhat surprising. And so what do you make of that exactly? Is it because those ideas are the ones that are most specifically forbidden, or and the satirical, comic, rebellious types just glom onto them for that, or what do you think it is?
I think you hit the nail on the head. It's that if you tell someone who's got nothing going on, and you say, if you push this button right here, it's going to have some really hilarious consequences for some people who think they're better than you and have no problem telling you to your face they're better than you, a lot of people are going to push that button, especially when the results are often hilarious. So it is going to give them that sense of power. And I don't know that they're making the wrong choice. I don't think it's very useful to tell someone who's not really being particularly aggressive that, you suck and you're terrible. And that, you know what it is? Like, I don't make fun of people for being overweight. Like, I go after people for a lot of things. I don't go after people who are going overweight. I had a friend who passed away because he had morbid obesity. I had another friend who had a gastric bypass. Because when you make fun of someone who's overweight, you're making fun of all your friends who are overweight. They're seeing it as well. And here's the thing. That person knows they're overweight. They know they're going to be treated differently. They know they're going to be, looked down on and all these other things. They're painfully aware. And it's the same thing here. If someone is marginalized, and you're calling him a loser, he knows he's a loser. At that point, it just becomes a bit of cruelty and bullying. And also, anytime you try to tell someone, especially in America or in the West at least, to sit down and shut up, it's like, who are you to tell me to sit down and shut up? Because now you don't have the power to tell me to sit down and shut up. You had that power in school, you have that power in the office, maybe you had that power when there were 3 networks. Now that there's infinite networks, if you look at the internet, you can't silence me, so I am gonna talk. And if I see that it's upsetting you and you hate me even though you don't know me, yeah, it's gonna be of value for me to upset you because I do think you're a bad actor, I think is the mindset. And I don't think that mindset's at all irrational.
So let's dig into that a little bit. I mean, I got memed like mad when I first rose to whatever prominence I've risen to, or notoriety, or whatever. There were memes, and I think that's probably still the case. There were memes being generated in the hundreds, like weekly. It was crazy. And I was watching them, and I thought, if I behave myself properly, those won't get unbearably cruel.
Okay.
I thought, if I can take a joke, then they're going to tilt in a manner that's more positive rather than more negative. Because I could see that there was a testing going on there. You know,
Sure.
that these jokes were being pushed at me, and I suppose to some degree pushed at whoever was listening to me. And
Right.
and had I responded negatively to that in any... I remember when I worked on working crews, you know, that one of the things that almost always happened was that when someone new joined a crew, there'd be a test period where, you know, various forms of insults and
Sure.
would be hurled at them, and it was an attempt to see how they responded. And if they responded with good humor and accepted their stupid nickname with some good grace and could laugh about it, and maybe could say something funny in return, then, you know, after a week or two, if they did their job, then everybody accepted them and away they went. But if they got all uptight about it and angry, then it just got meaner and meaner until they were driven off. And I could see that happening with the memes. And, you know, I was compared to Kermit the Frog, for example, and that sort of morphed into a peppy thing. And I was watching that and hopefully was able to take a joke when one emerged. And at least one of the consequences of that seemed to be that it never got truly toxic. And so I'm struggling with the morality of the 4chan approach, you know, because there's a part of me that thinks, Jesus Christ, don't you have anything better to do? But there's also a part of me that thinks, well, wait a second, there's something really complicated going on here that has to do with the redistribution of power, and also
Yes.
the acquisition of a voice by people who are individuals and not part of a corporate group, let's say, but who have access to tremendous technological power, and they're serving the function of gestures, and they're serving the function of comedians. And like, I think comedians in particular are the canaries in the coal mine for a free culture. As soon as the comedians are threatened, you know something's. As soon as the comedians are nervous, you know something's up, because you should be allowed to make fun.
The biggest meme of yours that I use this meme of yours constantly on Twitter is the Kathy Newman meme. And one of those examples is, you know, that famous interview you had, for people who don't know, where you were saying things that were pretty straightforward, or maybe people disagreed with you, and she would just ask you a question that seemed to be a complete non sequitur to what you had just said, and this kept going on for the whole time. The one that comes to mind is a picture of you saying, I had bacon and eggs for breakfast, and her reply is, so you're saying kill all vegans. So oftentimes if you have something on Twitter and someone responds with a non sequitur approach, you just reply with a picture of her, and people right away know, oh, so what you're saying is that it has nothing to do with what it is you're actually saying. I think what you are saying, to be the opposite of Kathy Newman in this context, is accurate, in that a lot of powerful people are there through inertia, are there through nepotism, are there through, you know, corporate memes because they play the game. If I'm not part of the game, why should I be playing the game? And here's the other thing where I think these people are heroes, is the thing that they're best at is when it comes to the thing that is the worst, which is war. We are constantly proselytized in corporate media that war is great, we need to have people overseas, we need to have more troops, more whatever. If you have a president who is regarded as contemptible, if you look at Trump versus Barack Obama, it's a lot harder for that president who isn't venerated to send young men and women to die. Because if there's a skepticism about his pedestal that he's on, right away, you really have to make sure you're selling this war, or otherwise there's going to be this, it's just easy to clown you because the arguments used for these wars are often so ridiculous on their face.
So what was the conclusion that you've drawn now? It's been a couple of years since you wrote The New Right. So, and what are your later thoughts on boards such as 4chan, and what's happening in 4chan now? It doesn't seem to... Go
yeah,
ahead.
I think 4chan has to some extent fallen away as a cultural force. I mean, they were trying to meme Trump into the presidency, and that happened successfully in 2016. The Donald, which was the board on Reddit, was banned during the election. I think they respawned as the Donald.win. And these other, and again, with these decentralized things, if you try to figure out where everyone's going, then you're going to have subgroups. People define themselves by opposition, not by unity. So anyone who has any kind of ideology will tell you that people they argue with the most are the ones who are basically 1 degree of separation away from them within that ideology. So I think right now there is kind of a what happens next now that there's a Biden presidency, but the focus has shifted. And I think this is extremely healthy for those of us who value liberty. It has shifted from Washington, and this has always been kind of the background, to corporate media. And understanding that Nancy Pelosi and Joe Biden and Mitch McConnell and Ted Cruz will never despise you and will never have as much contempt for you as the editorial board of the New York Times or the people at the New Yorker. They're much, or let alone many academics. So having the trolling and the memes be much more focused on what Mencius Moldbug calls the cathedral.
Do you think that's true, and why do you think that's true? Because that's quite a radical statement, I would say, but I think it does speak to this T-shirt that I mentioned earlier.
Yeah.
So your sense, what you just told me, was that there is this elite contempt. And to some degree, it was associated with the political class, but on further analysis, it's not the political class, right. It's the chattering literati, the chattering educated literati. And I actually happen to think that that's the case, that's actually true. So why do you believe that?
Sure, I'll give you a couple examples. First, the arch villains, and I'm not trying to troll you, are the university professors. That's where the poisoning really, really starts. But let me give you an example to demonstrate which is wagging the dog, whether it's because used to be the argument was about Washington. Andrew Breitbart, who certainly falls into this New Right kind of context, made the quote about politics being downstream of culture. And the idea was, wait a minute, if we're fighting in Washington, by that time it's already 4th down and we're down how many points? It's the consequence of what led up to this. Let's suppose I was a Democratic congresswoman or congressman, and I thought President Trump was a Nazi, Klansman, horrible, Hitler, every name in the book. At the same time, I did not think that there was any kind of collusion with Russia or any kind of something wrong with that phone call. Maybe he's a jerk, but I certainly don't think he should be impeached or removed from office. All my constituents have been hearing for months from the televangelists of the left, Don Lemon, Rachel Maddow, Trump Russia, Trump Russia, Trump Russia. How could I, as a Democratic congressman, go back to my constituents and say, guys, I agree with you. This guy's the worst president in history, and he's a despicable human being, but you don't impeach someone over this. This is, ratcheting up and nonsensical. As a congressperson, I would not be in the position to make that claim. And I think that is a good demonstration of who is in charge of whom. There's a clip online, I'm sure people can find, where Don Lemon from CNN had John Kasich on, former, House Budget Committee Chairman, Governor of Ohio. He was a major presidential contender in 2016. And he's yelling at him, John, John, John. And you're sitting there, and it's very clear who regards themselves as the authority and who is regarded as the subject in that relationship.
So what if I said, maybe we should just stop caring about that too, because the technological playing field for communication has been leveled so drastically that the New York Times and the legacy media types are basically dead in the water, and that's just going to play out inevitably over the next 3 or 4 years. And let me give you just a quick example.
Can I just say one thing?
Yes, please.
If they were dead in the water, the lockdowns couldn't have happened.
I don't think they're dead in the water now, but I think the writing's on the wall.
I agree. Oh,
So-
that's why I'm going to write a book called The White Pill, because I'm so optimistic. I think they're on borrowed time. Completely
Okay.
agree.
So then we can also talk about what happens next, and we can talk
Yeah.
about the difference between podcasts and legacy media too, which I think I'm trying to think through right now, and because I think the YouTube podcast long form structure is revolutionary in all sorts of ways that we are just starting to understand. I was talking to Russell Brand a week ago, and he talked about voiceless people and how we're increasingly becoming voiceless. And I thought, well, wait a second, that's true in one sense, perhaps, but it's very untrue in another sense that might be more important, because now everyone's a TV station if they want to be, and everyone's a radio station if they want to be, and everyone's a publishing house if they want to be. It's right there at their fingertips.
Sure.
And there's no, apart from impediments that get thrown up now and then, like YouTube banning people and so on, it's if you want to have a voice, all you have to do is buy a $100 microphone and use your laptop, and bang, you have whatever audience you can draw in.
Yeah.
And so, and that is playing itself out in our culture extraordinarily rapidly. And so maybe that's just like the 4chan discussion that's drawn from your book, The New Right. The culture's moved past that. That's already history. It might be the case that the continued dominance of the main narrative by the legacy media types, that's already done. We're just mopping up the ashes.
That's exactly my perspective, and this is why it's often so frustrating with me on social media, because I think it's inevitable. I don't see how, if I'm the New York Times, or if I ask myself this question fairly often. I said, if I'm CNN, what could I do to regain the trust of this young population? Like, what steps would I take? And they're really in a bad, it's like Marlboro. Like, one of my quotes is, I said, the battle is won when the average American regards a corporate journalist exactly as they regard a tobacco executive. You are never going to have the guy who runs Marlboro be someone that you trust and think is like an unmitigated good person. You understand his job. You might say, look, these have to be legal. It's a horrible habit of, and so on and so forth. And I get how he's getting a paycheck, and I get how it could be used in moderation. But regardless, there's better ways to improve humanity than selling tobacco.
Well, I look at the BBC, for example, tried to formulate a channel for young people, and they did exactly what you'd expect, appeal to progressive causes. And the truth of that didn't work at all. And why didn't it work? It's because for young people, broadcast TV is so dead that they don't even notice the corpse.
Yeah.
Like, right. It's just not there. It's just not an issue, and no wonder, because the technological advantage of on-demand video, both production and consumption, is so. The advantage of that is so great that those old forms are they're terminally dead. And so when I go and have an interview with a TV person, it feels like I'm going back into the 70s, and I'm not doing them anymore. And I can get into that in a little while. But what happens is, the person that you're talking to isn't a person, and whatever it is that you're having isn't a conversation. We're having a conversation when we're doing this right. I'm sure we bring our flaws to this, and our arbitrary preconceptions and our biases and all that. But my sense is that when a podcast goes well, I can tell because I'm interested in the conversation. And the reason I'm interested in the conversation isn't because I've got some viewpoints that I'm hammering forward that you have to attend to, but that I've got some ideas that I can throw at you, and then I can see what you do with the ideas and take them apart and add what you can to them, and then I can have different ideas, and we can do that collaboratively over the course of the dialogue, and we can include all the people that are watching this in the process. And it's like this long form allows for the truth being something like an investigation into the truth instead of the truth. And
right,
we don't want to underestimate how much of that is purely a consequence of the technological revolution. Because now there's time, right? We can make mistakes, and it doesn't matter because the bandwidth is unlimited.
Yeah, if I'm a roulette player, and I mentioned this in the book as well, all my money is on technology being what saves us. I do not. I think politics literally only causes problems, and it's not a place for any kind of solution. You cannot look to Washington for solutions. What's funny is when you listen to corporate media, a lot of times they will acknowledge something's a problem, but then when that problem is solved exterior to it, they start to panic. We have heard, you and I are both old enough to remember, that there was a lot of hand-wringing correctly, that we live in a soundbite culture, that it's not reasonable that a politician who might have a new innovative way to solve for poverty, to solve for the environment, to solve for, out of wedlock births, they have some program, but they have to wrap it up in 10 seconds. It's very hard to make that point, and as a result, this rewards glib people or people who have good one-liners, but someone who's inarticulate, who has great ideas, that person is going to be dead in the water, and that's going to create results that we don't necessarily like. So then people are like, you know what, this is true. Like, you have people talking past each other, the Republican versus Democrat, broadly what they're going to say. It's fun when they get a zinger in, but I'm not going to have the needle moved. I'm rooting for my team, and it's kind of a sports phenomenon. Podcasts come along. We're going to have a long conversation where both of us are listening to each other. I might disagree with you. I don't have a political party behind me, neither do I.
Well, hopefully you'll disagree with me. Hopefully that you'll do
Hold
it.
on.
Not only will you disagree, but more importantly, that you'll do it in an interesting way that's interesting also to me, because if you disagree with me, there is some possibility that you know something I don't. And if you disagree, I could learn something from you.
Yeah, the smartest person is ignorant of 99.99% of knowledge. This is the mistake that these kind of overeducated people think. They think just because I'm smart, I know everything. You're still going to be profoundly ignorant. You're just going to be knowledgeable about certain things very specifically. But getting back to the point I was saying earlier, now that we have these long conversations and people can really delve into ideas, then people listening to us might think we're both full of crap, but now they're at least challenging their own views and being like, why do I disagree with both of them? You don't have that space on CNN by nature of its organization. And now what CNN and other outlets had correctly posited as a problem has been resolved, but it's been resolved at their expense. So now the hue and cry is there's misinformation, people are being told dangerous ideas. Yeah, it's dangerous to your hegemony. It's dangerous to your prominence. CNN, Brian Stelter, had a whole segment, I don't think he named Tim Pool by name, by saying, how is it that these YouTube shows, news shows, have orders of magnitude bigger than us? What do we do about this? It's like, this is literally every market. Like, I'm a publisher or I make apples. Someone comes along, their apples are, people like those apples better. You don't call in the state. You don't regard this as some kind of, abomination against the natural order of things. You're like, okay, crap. What nerve is Tim striking that I can learn from? But they're never interested in that because they're not interested in learning. They're interested in teaching, or more specifically, training their audiences what to think and believe. And you see this in social media. I made this joke over the weekend. In the same way that Christians regard the Trinity as one God in three person, you have these entire populations which is one mind in many, many persons, because the people will watch John Oliver or they'll watch, some other show on the right, and the next day, not only will they be repeating these views, but they're repeating them verbatim. And that is when you realize, oh, there's no mind there. We're trained since we're kids correctly that it's important for us to be informed on current events. So what these shows do very perniciously is they will bring up an issue that the person hadn't heard about before, which is important for us to understand, sure, but immediately will train them on how to look at this issue and what their correct emotional response is. And people are hungry for that because they want to present themselves as informed, but they don't have the time or the capacity to undertake the critical or independent thought to do that. So it comes prepackaged for them. So it's kind of the TV dinner of the mind.
Well,
that's a good metaphor.
But the network format, all of it, the whole technological apparatus, including the corporate funding as a consequence of the expensive bandwidth, absolutely demands that.
Yes.
I never feel more like content than when I go to a TV station. And everyone in there is in some sense held hostage to the limitations and advantages of that particular technology. And as Marshall McLuhan said, the medium is the message. A lot of what looks like even corporate think or corporate malfeasance is merely a consequence of that strange technological limitation. the networks have to assume that everybody watching has no memory and no education and no attention span, because the bandwidth requirements demand that, and now that's all gone. So let me ask you about this. So now all of a sudden, the network, everyone's a TV station. Okay, so now one thing that the dominance, let's say, of the three major TV stations from, say, 1950 or thereabouts till 1995, maybe something like that, there was the imposition of something like a coherent national narrative. And now you can object to that, and you should, because in some sense it's imposed. But you know, it's a collaborative imposition between these technologically powerful companies and the government. The journalists couldn't be too corrupt if they chased after the politicians, because then they wouldn't get access, and the politicians couldn't be too corrupt because the media would, you know, disrobe them. But there was this sense of unity, and now you get this immense multiplicity. And so, I mean, you're more anarchically oriented, I would say, temperamentally than I am, but...
Oh, I am an anarchist, yes.
Right, but you know, there is a danger in fragmentation. That's diversity is fragmentation, but you know, enough fragmentation, you get nothing but endless conflict as people try to work out how they're going to cooperate. So
I don't think that's necessarily true, because I think you're taking it as a given that cooperation is desirable, or that this unity of some kind is desirable. I think what's coming up in certain circles, which I was the first one to posit this in 2015, is, in America at least, the idea of a national divorce. Recognizing that we've had at least two cultures since the very beginning. They're being held together through, you know, often nefarious means. And if one group regards Donald Trump as literally Hitler and an authoritarian strongman, which you can very easily make the case for that, and the other group regards, you know, Joe Biden as basically someone sitting in his own urine behind the Resolute desk, there's no reason other than some kind of sense of inertia for these two or more groups to be under the same polity, or both. There's no reason for you to have the president you don't want. And increasingly, as conversation becomes and discourse collapses, because I think social media does tend to drive our ideologies to their logical conclusions, which leads to extremism, which could be both a good thing or a bad thing. It is going to be harder and harder, to the point where it's impossible to, you know, have these sort of conversation. And we're seeing it also in Europe.
But there are reasons for the necessity of the unity. I mean, so you talk about Jonathan Haidt in your book, in The New Right, and there's a lot of psychological investigators, myself included, when I was doing research, who were looking into the temperamental basis of political affiliation.
Right.
And so, you know, roughly speaking, on the left end of things, you get the high open people who are creative in their thinking and who are temperamentally in favor of the free flow of information, and tend to be lower in conscientiousness, particularly orderliness, and then you have people who lie on the other side of that, who are higher in orderliness and lower in openness. And I tried to figure out why that was the fundamental political axis, because there's 5 temperaments.
Oh, it's a pretty good run, dude.
So why only those 2 as the major determinants of political affiliation? And what it boiled down to for me is that, and I think this isn't my discovery precisely, but I think it's the most significant discovery in political psychology in the last 50 years, is that it's probably that because borders are the fundamental political issue. And I don't just mean borders between countries, I mean borders between concepts, I mean borders between categories, countries, states, towns, people. The conservative types think you have to hold things together.
Yep.
Because if they dissolve, they die. And the liberal types think, well, wait a second, you bloody well need to maximize information flow. And the truth of the matter is, sometimes one of those perspectives is right for that situation, and sometimes the other. And it's I mean, even with, look at the advantages of free trade, and then the disadvantage of, you know, a worldwide epidemic. That's a great example. It's like, well, are open borders good? Well, they do facilitate the transmission of disease. And it turns out that the probability that infectious disease will be transmitted in a given political locale is actually a very good determinant of political belief within that locale. So wherever there's more infectious disease, people are much more conservative, and it's a huge effect. So something very fundamental is going on at the bottom of our political thinking. But having said all that, that also means that both of those types are necessary, because sometimes one has the right solution and sometimes the other. But even more importantly is that there's no way of getting rid of that dichotomy if you have groups of human beings. And so if we can't have a unity emerge that allows both those types of people to coexist, then what we're going to have as a consequence is conflict. And who knows how severe that can become. So we have a choice. It's like unity, however fragile that might be, or the degeneration into something like conflict. And that's not preferable to cooperation, all things considered.
Oh, I disagree. I think it is comparable, and I don't think the alternatives, I don't think that the unity means cooperation. I think unity means oppression.
Sometimes look, I don't disagree with that in some sense.
I'm saying all the time, unity through politics always means oppression, because the political system can only be used to silence people and force them to do what they otherwise would not want to do. Otherwise, they would do it on a voluntary basis. So any of these calls of unity, in my view, are always sleight of hand to marginalize or oppress a certain population. Now, sometimes that's necessary.
Like classic postmodernism, postmodernism, that's the fundamental claim of the power theorists, the French power theorists. And there's some, that's not an insult, by the way.
Sure.
But look, if you take 10 kids and you have them play the same game, all the kids get to play the game, but not all of them get to play the game they wanted to at that moment. But at least they all get to play a game. And so there's cooperation there and there's utility in it. Now you can say, well, the tyranny of the game has been imposed, and that's true, but both of those things are true at the same time. And it doesn't seem reasonable to equate cooperation with tyranny. It's reasonable to point out that cooperation could degenerate into tyranny.
I think you just kind of dropped the mask a little bit, because you, in your example, posited these are children. So by its very nature, all these things that you were talking about in a positive sense have to force some group to be a second-class citizen, or at least obedient to some kind of elite. And this is something that I think is the benefits of this, at the very least, are enormously overblown.
What are you doing there?
I think freedom means every kid can play the game that they want. There might
but not
be
with other people. That's the problem.
I disagree.
And I use children as an example because I was concentrating on games, and because it's out of games that the polity emerges over the course of its natural development. So it's not a rational top-down imposition, all things considered. It's the emergence of a game-like structure that incorporates more and more people. And see, if you take two-year-olds play their own game, and each of them plays their own game. But by the time they hit 3 or 4, they have to be able to integrate the game they're playing with what other children want to play, so that they can play games with other children, which they're unbelievably motivated to do. And it means that each of them have to subordinate their instincts, so to speak, for the moment, but hypothetically they gain as a consequence of their mutual subordination to this higher order game.
I don't see it as subordinate. So if my choices are play this game by myself or play this game I like second with a lot of other people, I would value this. I'm playing a game in order to have fun. So in that case, the first game, which is my most favorite game, if no one wants to play with me, it's not going to be that fun. So it is rational and not at any sense of subordination to choose my second preferred game, because now I'm having fun being able to play it.
Well, look. I would say that what we're doing here is a game, and I don't mean that in any negative sense. You're allowing, by participating in this conversation, you're allowing for the possibility and the belief, I would say, that whatever we're doing collaboratively is of more utility at the moment than whatever you could be doing individually at the moment.
Correct.
Because otherwise you wouldn't be doing it. Okay,
Correct.
and I would say that we are cooperating, we're also competing, and we also might be tyrannizing each other to some degree. But there's something in this mutual interaction that we're about, that we're engaging in voluntarily, that is cooperative, and that isn't being enforced by some external agent.
Right, it's entirely cooperative. And this is my whole point. This is why I'm an anarchist, because this is when people are doing things voluntarily, they are going to choose the things that are preferable to them. The problem, and when you have conflict, is when you have a third actor coming into our conversation and being the state, and forcing both of us to do something we would not want to do for their sake. And that, when you play that out, that game on a national, international scale, that is the definition of oppression. Instead of you and I having a podcast, why aren't we in the factory making socks for poor people? That's of more utility, says the third party who's not involved here, and that's the danger in my view, and the legitimacy of that kind of third party.
It is so. The development. I picked up a reasonable number of my ideas about the relationship between games and morality and higher order social structures from the developmental psychologist Jean Piaget, and he was interested in the science of ethics essentially, and his goal was the reunification of science and religion actually, and although very few people know that about Piaget, and he pointed out quite clearly that a cooperative game would outcompete a tyrannical game over time because the tyrannical game had to waste resources in enforcement, whereas a cooperative game didn't, because people were voluntarily going to go along with it. Then you say, well, I think you can make a perfectly credible case that if you could choose between two games and one of them involved force and the other didn't, and they had the same end, let's say, that the cooperative game is to be preferred, and it's also more sophisticated. But I would say as well, we actually don't know how to pull that off. Some of it's just lack of ability. Well, when you integrate so many people, like you have 330 million people in the United States, it's really hard to organize a cooperative game.
Well, that's the role of the corporate press. The corporate press puts forth the agenda of the power class and gets everyone persuaded to do that which they had wanted to do. Mario Cuomo, whose book I got paid, Andrew Cuomo, the governor of New York, whose book I got paid to read, he said explicitly in his book that if this wasn't done through voluntary compliance, I wouldn't be able to pull off half of this. And what is allowed to happen is you have decentralized enforcement of these rules. And we saw this during the lockdowns, where every low status person had an opportunity to assert dominance over somebody else by going up to them and yelling at them that they're not wearing a mask, even though going up to them ostensibly is going to put your life in danger. And you made a very cogent point about how persuasion is a lot cheaper than force. A lot of people use all these Orwellian 1984 comparisons, and I think the comparison to contemporary terms is much closer to Brave New World. And it's through the use of pleasure and the carrot, because it's a lot cheaper to persuade people it's in their best interest. Go along, you're going to give up your freedom, but I'm going to give you safety, and they'll be champing at the bit to do that. H.L. Mencken, the great cynic of the early 20th century, said that the average man does not want to be free, he simply wants to be safe. And for those of us who are fans of freedom, who regard liberty as a high value, the issue is, how do you engage in a polity with people who don't really find liberty of use and would rather have every minute of their life, whether through their corporate job or what they watch on TV or what they wear, pretty much decided for them. I mean, the speech in The Devil Wears Prada that Miranda Priestley makes about how you're wearing that blue sweater because the people in this room, chose the cerulean jacket 5 years ago, then it went to the fringe designers, then it became in the mall, then you found it on clearance, and you think it has nothing to do with you, but it was because we had made these decisions and it percolated down to you. And I think that top-down approach, I mean, Ed Bernays talked about this, Walter Lippmann talked about this in the books Propaganda and Public Opinion. This was something that they figured out 100 years ago, specifically during the Woodrow Wilson administration. How do you get over the complete, fascist takeover of the United States, of course, under wartime premises, and get everyone involved in something that would have been completely alien to American thought just 5 years prior, that we're going to send all our kids over to Europe to fight a European war. This was a major revolutionary shift in how America regarded its relationship between the state and the population, and between America and the rest of the world. Woodrow Wilson was the first president to leave America as president. FDR just went to Panama, but that was like American territory at the time. Teddy Roosevelt. So they've been at this for 100 years. So they're playing the long game, and now it's starting to fall apart, thankfully.
Okay, so I got three things I want to ask you now.
Sure.
I want to know who they is. Okay, so then I want to know, in The Devil Wore Prada, were you on Miranda Priestley's side or on the side of the naive ingenue who, was hypothetically tyrannized by her? And now I can't remember the third one. We'll stick with those two for the time being. So who's the they exactly?
Sure. So
Because it's a shorthand, right? And it's a conspiratorial shorthand. So it's worth unpacking.
Sure. A conspiracy is just an organization that you don't approve of. The Constitutional Convention was a conspiracy. The Founding Fathers got together in Philadelphia to reorganize the Articles of Confederation. That was what they had been their assigned task that they had sworn to. They get in there, lock the doors. They go, yeah, we're starting over, right, guys? They're like, yeah. And they swore themselves to secrecy. Now, we don't say conspiracy because we don't like that term, but this was very much a conspiracy.
Okay. Conspiracies usually involve deception and secretiveness, too. So
They swore themselves to secrecy.
Fair enough,
Philadelphia.
and there's a conspiratorial element there for sure. But there's lots of things that people do behind the scenes, so to speak, that aren't necessarily conspiratorial because they do them. They're not hiding them. So,
Sure.
but back to the they.
So basically, the model is you get the kids at a very young age, and you put them in government schools. They are taught many things that are nefarious, such as that your self-esteem should be a function of this mediocre person in the front of the room, that everyone should have the same work hours, that you are forced to be in a relationship with violent peers, that in no other situation are you forced to be locked into a relationship with them, with like bullies or just people who are disruptive. But it starts with the universities. And this was by design. The American Economics Association, which was started, I think, in the late 1890s by Richard Ely, who was Woodrow Wilson's mentor. They always use Orwellian language. I'm contradicting myself, but the idea is we're training the next generation of elites. So basically, you have an entire population who go to these best universities, who are taught the same faith, and they had something at the time which has degenerated now called the social gospel. The quote, "What would Jesus do?" which contemporary Christians say all the time. This was posited by a socialist Christian, because the idea was instead of an individual soul being able to be saved, which was kind of the central idea of Christianity and a big innovation in terms of historical individualism, the premise was a nation has a soul and a nation can be saved. Now, once a nation has a soul and can be saved, there is nothing outside your purview. Just like when we're talking about individual soul, the bedroom, the boardroom, how you are in public, these all tie into your salvation. And Eli and other in the UK, it was the Fabian Society.
No, that was
logo
PB.
was literally
That was
a
PB.
wolf in sheep's clothing. The premise
That's fine.
was it's kind of Gramsci's March of the Institutions.
That sucks.
We're going to train the next generation of leaders. They're going to
Dinner time. Good luck,
self-identify
thanks,
as
man.
leaders because they have the diplomas and degrees, and they're going to go out there and basically infect and take over the country, and it's going to be this top-down idea. And you see that it's percolated through this day. So it starts with universities, then you have all the journalists and people who work in media who are trained at these universities in the same ideas, and then the final consequence is the politicians. Now, for decades, what had happened was you had the Nancy Pelosi of the world go on TV and say, truthfully and honestly, give me money, re-elect me, I'm fighting Mitch McConnell and the wicked Republicans. And the Mitches McConnell went on TV and say, give me money, I'm fighting Nancy Pelosi and the Democrats. Meanwhile, while these two are engaging in this pantomime, the New York Times, Harvard are lobbing grenades over their shoulders, and they're not taking any fire at all. What has happened now is people are realizing people like Biden, McConnell, these are puppets of larger actors, and that's where the focus needs to be in terms of effecting change and liberating the West.
Okay. So let me act as defender of the patriarchy momentarily.
Sure.
And so and I remember the third question, and this relates back to 4chan, is what and to anarchism for that matter, is that there's this critique of the social contract that's obviously in order and needs to continue, and the satirists and so forth are right to do what they do. But then there's the separate issue of what responsibility you owe your polity, and so and maybe none. You could make that case, but I want to address that. But in any case, let's look at the elite institutions in the United States and what's happened to them over the last 40 years, for better or for worse. So I know how this worked. So 100 years ago, Harvard, Yale, the Ivy Leagues, they were essentially aristocratic institutions, and you were in them as a consequence of birth. Okay, by the 1960s, that changed, and it changed to IQ-based meritocracy. Okay, the SAT is an IQ test. Now, people swear up and down it's not, but that's because they don't know anything about IQ tests.
Right.
So to make an IQ test, all you have to do is draw 20 random questions from a set of abstract questions, sum up the right answers, and rank order them across the population. That's basically all an IQ test is. It's that powerful. An SAT is an IQ test. Now, increasingly at the elite levels in the universities, IQ is the determining entrance requirement. And the average IQ of people in the Ivy League schools has gone up precipitously since the early 1960s, when it wasn't much higher than average. And now it's way higher than average. And now you can debate about whether or not that's a good thing. That's a separate issue, but that is what's happened. And the reason, there was a bunch of reasons for that. I mean, one was the realization that IQ is actually the best predictor of success in colleges. It's not that good, but it's 5 times as good as the next best predictor. And it's also relatively fair in that your SAT scores are, they're a better determinant of your success in university than which school you graduated from. So a very, very bright kid from a very bad school has a reasonable shot at Ivy League admission compared to, say, a very bad student at a very elite school.
Yeah.
So there were socialists who were pushing the use of IQ as well as people who are more conservative. But in any case, there's no conspiracy at work there precisely. There's a decision on the part of the institutions as a whole that it would be better for the elite institutions to be based on merit as assessed by IQ, and that overall,
Eric,
that would
what's
be
up,
better
Shiva?
for the general population, because hypothetically, having
thank
smarter
you.
people make decisions, because they can make decisions using more information, is better for all concerned. And so there's a lot more going on at the upper ends of the elite institutions, let's say, than the
It's so
mere
hard, man. It's so
conservation
hard.
of multi-generational power. There's a positive element that I think is overlooked in a way that looks to me like the shirking of responsibility in revolutionary movements like those even that are spawned off of 4chan or that characterize anarchism. It's like, well, what responsibility do you have to what it is that's brought you to the point where, for example, you can have this technology-mediated conversation with me? Criticize away, but like, where's the emphasis on, where's the positive contribution and perhaps even the gratitude?
It's in the toilet where it belongs. I mean, I reject totally the idea that somehow we're on Zoom right now. I've got a mic from, I don't even know what brand. What I owe them is the cost that it paid me to buy their product. And what I owe you is to treat you with, which isn't much of a cost at all, with courtesy, dignity, and respect. Anytime people start talking about duties and responsibilities and gratitude, that's them invoking the unearned.
Well, wait.
And
No. I don't think it's that cut and dry, even in your formulation, because you said, well, you pay for it, and fine. I'll leave that be and say that's a perfectly acceptable answer. But you did say that, you know, that that you believe that you have a moral obligation to what we're engaged in right now. Right?
I don't
You
think
said
we have a moral.
you're going to treat me with, you said 3 words: dignity, respect, something else.
Courtesy, yeah.
Courtesy. So you do recognize that there's an ethos that should govern
No.
our interactions.
No, I think you've earned all those things. I don't act
Okay,
that way
that's
toward
fine.
everyone.
That's fine.
Brutal, man.
I have no problem with that. But and I'm not trying to undermine your argument either. I'm really curious about this issue of responsibility because I pushed it a lot. You know, and I've tried to figure out what response. So look, from my perspective, I would say, well, your thought centers on the tyrannical element of the Great Father, and like, yes, fair enough. Like that's a major existential concern. So in terms of problems to focus on, it's a major problem. It's not the only problem, but it's a major problem. You know, you could focus on the evil in your own soul. You could focus on the catastrophes of the natural world. Well, those are valid,
thanks, man.
large-scale domains of concern as well. But for me, it's like, okay, well, there is the tyrannical aspect, but there's the aspect of culture that, well, that you have enough food to eat, and that you have heat, and that you're the beneficiary of the structure that you're criticizing. And you could say, well, my criticism is making the structure stronger, but there's this element in your book and in the 4chan culture and so forth that seems to have this, like, it's this random destructiveness that looks to me, it's not driven by something that's going to be clearly spoken of, and it's not driven by something that's aiming at a good end.
I think it's aiming toward a more honest end, because very often we're told things like this person's a hero, that person's a hero, they should be valorized. And even if that conclusion is accurate, who are you to tell me that I need to valorize that person? The one thing, it's like showing versus telling, like good writing, right? If you tell me this person has this accomplishment, that accomplishment, the natural, rational response is, this is a quality person, and we need more. I would love it if there was a world that had more people like this. But if there's so many outlets, more than you can count. Greta Thunberg's a great example. You have some random high school dropout who won't go back to school until literally everyone on earth changes the weather for her, and Time Magazine's calling her Person of the Year. I think to have that undermining of Time Magazine, and I got to tell you, there's lots of things you could say positive about her. That's very easy. She's made something of herself, but it's Time Magazine that's far more of the target than her. It's these agencies that presume to tell me who I should respect and value, and it's not on my terms. It's on their self-serving terms. You don't need to tell me that Black Lives Matter. I know this. I'm from Brooklyn. And you don't need to tell me literally every 5 seconds. And only we decide all together that they matter this month, and then next week it's going to be gay history, so trans lives are going to matter. Then we go back to Black Lives Mattering. It's
okay,
like...
So what... Fine. Fair enough. That's a compelling sequence of statements. It's like, what is it exactly? I'm not being smart. I mean that.
I that's something I would say when I am being smart. So that's why.
Okay. No, well, but I'm.
That's a compelling series of statements. That is such
I'm observing it. I'm observing it. Because you put the argument forward with force.
Yeah.
And it's interesting to me to listen. Okay, so I know there's something to it. So I'm trying to figure out exactly what it is. So then I think to myself, well, what exactly is it that you're objecting to? Like, is it, now you said, well, it's moral flavor of the month. It's something like that. And it's the imposition of the moral flavor of the month that's objectionable. And that's somehow tied to the contempt, this elitist contempt. And I think that's fair. But it's like, the question you say they, and the they contains the enemy in some sense. And so my question is, well, exactly what is the enemy, and who is the enemy, and where is it exactly? And
Harvard Yard, the New York Times offices, and Congress and the White House.
And corporations?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, where isn't it?
It isn't right here, you and I.
Okay,
it isn't when...
Why?
Because,
why right here and now? Why isn't it here right here and now?
I'll tell you why. Because neither of us are doing anything other than presenting our own perspective. We are letting people agree with us or disagree with us from their own choice. It's not going to matter to me or to you whether someone agrees or disagrees. You're speaking your truth. I'm speaking mine, to use a cliched expression. And at the very least, I hope that people are watching this and being entertained and having their thoughts provoked. I am not in any way regarding, and I certainly don't have the power to impose the idea that if you think I'm a jerk and full of crap, that somehow that makes you a bad person, or that you should have some kind of positive social consequence as a result. These different organizations absolutely do, and let me give you one example, and this kind of speaks to cancel culture, which is obviously a very hot topic at the moment. The head of CrossFit, which is this big gay fitness organization, he came out when we were all caring about specifically Black Lives Matter, and he said, look, we're about deadlifts and burpees. I don't know, we don't regard race as anything. We're about fitness, and we're very diverse. What does that have to do with us? And he got fired as a result of this. So again, it's fighting against this. That's the big difference. Neither of us are in a position to, nor would we, I can't speak for you, but I bet you would agree with me, ever dream of telling someone, this is my example, North Korea, right? I did my book on North Korea, Dear Reader. It's an issue that means a lot to me. There's a lot of Americans who just simply don't care. I don't think they're bad people, because I think there's very little they can do about it. There's very little I can do. All I tried to do with my book was move the needle and have people perceive the nation and its population differently, but I haven't liberated North Korea, so it's perfectly legitimate if they have different concerns or if they're not interested. But this is not how the cathedral works.
Okay, so I've been spending the last, when I give a lecture, I I know what I'm doing enough to keep the audience interested. But I also know what
007?
I'm doing. Like, I
Oh
can say
shit,
what
good
I'm
thing I
doing.
checked that one.
I have the practice, but also a theory, and they match. And so
Wow.
before I give a lecture, I figure out what problem I'm addressing. I have to have that question in my mind. And then I have like, okay, I'm going to investigate this problem, and I'm going to push my thinking more than I've already pushed it on my feet. And I'm going to use these 8 tools or places or stories as investigative tools. And then I'm going to see what comes out of that. And so that's,
Okay.
and if I sit down and I really think about it, think it through, then the lecture will go well. And what I am doing, as far as I can tell, is thinking on my feet.
Sure.
And people seem to like watching that. Okay, now I've been thinking, all right, what are we doing in a standard TV interview? And what are we doing in a podcast? Because now I have this podcast and I'm enjoying it. And it's such a thrill for me because I can reach out to virtually anyone in the world and say, look, I'd really like to find out what you think. And they'll say yes, and I can talk to them. And so it's an unbelievably great thing to do. And then I've been thinking, well, I can feel when it's going well and when it isn't, when it goes flat, and when it's going well, we're doing what we're doing. It's kind of engaging, and there's a pugilistic element to it, but there's no rancor, there's no outright anger, or it's not directed at the process. We're engaged in this mutual exploration. That's what it looks like to me, and I've been trying to formalize that. So, when I have a guest, I have a series of problems that I'd like to investigate with them, and then I invite them to participate. And so then I think, well, to me, that's the logos in operation. And that's why people like it. The logos is it's exploratory verbal activity, something like that. And people really like that. And I talked to a Wall Street journal journalist the other week about podcasts, and he said that the reason he likes them is because he doesn't know where they're going to go.
Yes,
right?
exactly.
So they're agendaless in that sense, right?
Yes, and sincere in that sense, because you have to have some element of honesty if it's improv.
Yes, exactly. Well, and I also think these new forms really punish people who don't engage in that. So like now and then I'll talk to a podcast host who's a legacy journalist, and they'll slip into, well, here's a question. It's like, yeah, is that your question or is that a question? And it's sort of like a lecturer who reads the PowerPoint slides instead of talking spontaneously about the topic.
I completely agree, and I think this also speaks to why this kind of mechanism for conversation is so popular. People very rarely, and even you and I have the opportunity to see 2 intelligent, informed people who might disagree about things have that long conversation with virtually no possibility of it being hostile. If it's not at a party, so you can hear each other, you can listen to it at your own leisure, and you're going to be learning something, or you're at the very least going to have, it's just fascinating conversational dynamics. Even if you and I were arguing over cake versus pie and which is better, and obviously the answer is cake because pies are messy, but at the same time it's fun because they're watching minds at work. It's just like when you're watching a gymnast, for example, or a great dancer. It's just exciting to see an aspect of the human mind, the human anatomy at its finest, or maybe we're getting a B, I don't know. But the point is to watch that.
Action.
But when you see corporate anything, it's always unnatural. Is there anything more ironic than the expression reality TV? By its own nature, they admit this is not real. It's a lot of it's improv. It's all staged. It's all edited. Whereas what we're doing, we're not editing, and we're going to say and and we're going to have l'esprit d'escalier. We're going to cut off the mics, and I'm like, oh gosh, I wish I would have said that, and you're going to say something else. But that, I think, is what earnestness, in a positive sense, people are missing out, and that's the opposite of corporate America. Corporate America is synthetic, phony earnestness. I had this quote. I say, if you look at the Times Square during Gay Pride, only corporate America can make sodomy and perversion seem downright boring. If you looked at the corporate presentation of people who are gay, you think what that means is hugging each other after brunch and shaking hands. It's this complete divorce from any kind of reality of any kind of culture.
I would say that the attribution of this, the identification of this with corporate America, with the universities, with the legacy media, all of that, it's like the Marxists criticizing capitalism for inequality of distribution. It's like inequality of distribution is a way deeper problem than any critique of capitalism will ever formulate properly or solve. And I would say, like, we're getting at something here that transcends the anarchist critique of structure. No, at least as it, like, or you could say, or you could say forces it deeper. Look, the ancient Egyptians had two gods, Osiris and Horus. And Osiris...
They didn't have two, they had a ton of them.
Yes, they had two main gods that made up their conception of sovereignty. Sorry, yes. The pharaoh modeled himself on the interaction of these two gods. There was Osiris, who was the state, for all intents and purposes, structure per se. And his sin was willful blindness and stultification. And Horus was the attentive eye, and in other formulations, the ability to speak. And so there's a dynamic there that was recognized a very long time ago that centers on this issue that you brought up about sincerity and truth. You know, you're complaining, and rightly so, when you hear stale, repackaged ideas that are being presented
Angel,
for reasons other than the actual reason. It's something like that, isn't it? It's like, I can't trust what you're saying because you're actually using that language to manipulate me to do something that you're not stating.
Correct.
And that would be Mountain Dew and the naming. It's like, isn't this fun? It's like, well, maybe it's fun, but really you want to sell, Mountain Dew. And if you came out and said that, we wouldn't make fun of you. But if you're going to pretend, we're going to go after you.
And when it gets very pernicious, it's you're claiming you're fighting racism, but what you're really wanting is to promote war and killing of many, many people. So that is when the critique is more than Mountain Dew is what it is. It's selling. Mountain Dew is fun. I enjoy Mountain Dew. I don't drink it much because I'm in my late 80s, but basically kids like it. They're different colors, different flavors. It certainly serves a purpose. You want to get buzzed out of your mind on the caffeine. More power to you. There's nothing other than some cavities. There's nothing really nefarious. There is something very nefarious when Amy Rohrbach is caught on a hot mic saying that they had everything on Prince Philip or Prince Albert, I always get them confused, who was friends with Jeffrey Epstein, that they had everything on the Clintons. And they got a call from Buckingham Palace, and because there was a Meghan Markle interview, on the table, that they killed this entire story. This is her talking on a hot mic. Meanwhile, if that camera turned off and you said, is it true that you had this international pedophile ring and one of the people in Buckingham Palace was involved, and that their lawyers called and you killed the story, she would say, "Are you crazy? That's a conspiracy theory." Harvey Weinstein is another example of this. There was a conspiracy we all knew. Bill Cosby was another one. He got outed by Hannibal Buress, who was a comedian, who just said, "Look it up." All this stuff was bubbling under all these women. They weren't all completely silent. So I think that's the big difference between Mountain Dew and the corporate press. We're not talking about people who are promoting cavities. We're talking about people who are promoting war and depravity.
Okay,
so
if I said, well, maybe when I was reading your book and thinking about it a lot, and thinking about 4chan and all of the things we've talked about, I thought, well,
have you been on 4chan since? Have you actually looked at it?
No,
okay.
I'm ignorant about how 4chan works. So
it's just a message board.
Right. Well, I guess I knew that much, but I would also say I'm not familiar enough with message boards to really, to have a built-in sense of what that means. That's not an area of social communication that I've engaged in, and I'm not saying that with pride. It's a form of ignorance. I've learned not to despise social media platforms. You're a fool if you allow your willingness to despise them because you don't know anything about them to stop you from learning how to use them, or from taking them seriously. They're serious, those things. So they're revolutionary, those technologies. Okay, so I read and I think, well, wait a second. You seem to be not segregating the critique of corruption from the critique of structure. And this is also what I think is happening with the postmodernists. They look at hierarchies and they think, well, they're all based on power, and here's the evidence of corruption. It's like, yeah, no kidding. But that doesn't mean they're only based on power. And it's the same with corporations. Like, I know lots of people who work in corporate environments, and some of them are really admirable. And the things they do in the corporate environments are also admirable. And I would also say that my experience has taught me that when corporations start to act the way you conceptualize them, their doom is sealed far more rapidly than people generally realize.
I agree.
They collapse. So you're not objective. So it's useful to disaggregate the critique of structure from the critique of deceit. You know,
I think the deceit's baked in. I don't like using the word corruption because that implies these people can be saved and these organizations can be saved. I do not believe that they are, and even if they are, I'm not interested in saving them. I'm interested in burning them down.
I don't see them as, this is the they problem. You see, look, part of the reason I think
do you want to talk about Walter Duranty? I mean,
sorry?
You want to talk about Walter Duranty? These are the same exact actors that have had so much blood on their hands for decades and have never had any accountability. Let me give you one example.
But I always think that that's me, not them.
I don't. Why is that you? You don't work for the. Let me give you one example. You can answer if you say this sounds like you. We're all taught in school about William Randolph Hearst, the Spanish-American War, remember the Maine, yellow journalism, right? And how the media would gin up these problems, which had literally thousands of deaths, needless deaths as a consequence. Then there's a record scratch, and all of a sudden, all these outlets have no agenda and are objective and are decent actors. My point is there was never a record scratch. This has always been a problem for a very long time, and especially, this is something I would think would be very much up your alley, the amount that these organizations and the equivalents of contemporary actors have their role in putting over and maintaining the Soviet Union, and specifically Stalinism, which they have never apologized for, which they've had no accountability for, and now they're presuming to sit here and lecture the layman about being a decent person and being responsible. That to me is a complete abomination.
I agree with all of that except the attribution of blame. So let me ask you, I'm going to go sideways just for a second, but it's in service of this particular discussion. You said a little while ago that you were, that one of the rules of engagement for us, as far as you're concerned right now, is that you were going to treat me with dignity, respect, and with something else.
Courtesy.
Courtesy. Okay. And then I said, well, those are the cooperative rules, and you said to me, no, you earned it. And so I want to ask you, and then we'll go back to this other discussion if that's okay. What makes you think I've earned it?
Because I know a lot of people whose lives you have personally made better, because you're my friend's dad. So that automatically, there's no situation where I'm going to be mean to my friend or disrespectful to my friend's dad, certainly not in public. I think you are in many ways self-made. The fact that you are a successful author and you're encouraging a lot of people to, get their crap together, and you're not telling them. One of the things I tell, and this is something you and I have in common, is the goal isn't to be a perfect person, but you could certainly be a better person tomorrow than you are yesterday. And if you have that in your mind and you could say that objectively with a straight face, that goes a long way towards fighting feelings of anxiety or depression or hopelessness. Because when that voice in your brain, which we all have, is telling you, you're never going to find another job, you're never going to find another girlfriend. Look at you, you're sitting around playing video games. You go, wait a minute, I went to the gym today, and I've got the numbers here that shows I lifted more than last week. I'm objectively improved in one capacity. That is enormous. People don't appreciate.
You're absolutely right about that. I was stopped by 3 separate people this week who said they thanked me, and so whenever that happens,
no one likes a show off, Jordan.
when that happens, I always ask people what their name is to begin with, because they're usually
they want to be seen.
Well, they don't know if they should interact with me. They don't know if they're being rude. They don't want to look stupid. It's complicated. But if I ask them their name and then engage, then they calm down right away, and then they'll talk to me. But what I want to find out always, if someone says, well, you were helpful, I want to find out, okay, well, exactly why,
yes.
Right?
What did I say?
What did I do that helped you? Because then I can do it better, hypothetically. So 3 people told me the same thing this week, which is exactly the point that you just made, which is quite cool, was that they restructured their internal reward system. They stopped comparing themselves with other people, stopped.
Yeah.
Started to stop, and they started to learn how to reward themselves for making incremental improvements. So that was really cool, and I do think that you picked up something there that's absolutely crucial. So, but then I could also say to you, well, look, I'm also the face of the professoriate, because
I know.
Right. So what does that signify to you?
Sure.
Does it signify that I'm an outlier, or that?
No, it just means you'll be the last one up against the wall. No, it's in all seriousness, one of the points I have made recently is that as awful as corporate journalists are, and as humorless and self-righteous and pompous, they are still better by all these metrics than university professors. And I'm not speaking about you personally. But you can, if you look at the thing that Twitter did so amazingly, is that back in the, and I'm thinking of someone specifically who I'll mention in a second. Back in the day, you would think, I'm a Harvard law professor. That if I don't even know who this person is, that's going to tell me certain information. This is one of the highest quality minds in America. This person knows his industry inside and out. If he tells me something, I can take it to the bank. And that's actually true, because the Harvard law faculty is making the law in America far more than Congress, because it's their interpretation and those people they're trained. Then you look at Lawrence Tribe on Twitter, and you look that he is tweeting exactly verbatim the same kind of miserable anti-Trump things that your spinster aunt is tweeting, and you realize, wait a minute, this emperor has no clothes. This person might be very bright, which there's no question he's brilliant. There's no question he knows the law inside and out. But in terms that this person should be an object of venerance, and this is like one of the great minds of all time, it's a ridiculous absurdity when you see them given an opportunity to express themselves in public.
Okay, so I would say the emperor has some clothes. Because I worked at Harvard for quite a long time, and many of the people I met there were genuinely estimable. And I've worked in lots of Okay.
No
Well,
question.
it's the differentiation here that's of such critical importance, and
Pinker's The Blank Slate is a book everyone should read. I say that without any asterisks. It's an amazing accomplishment.
And you don't go beyond that and say, well, look at the structure that gave rise to that. And I guess
But Pinker's not that book is not a function of Harvard. That book is a function of him and his ideas and his work. And there's it's also a function of Harvard. One of the things that I really noticed about Harvard, the psych department in particular, when I was there, was that it was like, this is odd, but one of the things I've noticed among many academics is contempt for books, interestingly. Is that right?
Yes, it's far more common than you would ever think. But that wasn't true at Harvard. If you were a professor there in psychology and you wrote books, that was valued, genuinely valued. The people that I associated with there, and that was the bulk of the department, like they were, by and large, as genuine an article as I had come across. And so, the institution actually did. Now, look, I'm not happy with what's happened to the universities at all.
What?
I think it's appalling. It's appalling. But when I was there in the 90s, the institution was set up so that people like Pinker could exist and be rewarded. And even more importantly, the institution was set up at that point to actually benefit the undergraduates. So the hierarchy of concern was the undergraduates. Now you could be cynical and say, well, Harvard treated its 18-year-olds like potentially generous baby 40-year-old millionaires.
I don't think it was just that.
It wasn't just that. It wasn't. And after them was the senior professors, the full tenured. So it was an institution that had its ducks in order as far as I was concerned, and it was really quite a privilege to work there as a consequence, and tremendous amount of academic and intellectual freedom within that structure, and that was built into the whole structure. So it was a genuinely respectable and remarkable institution, and it did a great job of finding students who were of incredibly high caliber. Like in the typical undergraduate Harvard class, a third of the class would be made of individuals who were as smart as anybody you'd ever meet.
this whole conservative idea that people who they don't like are also dumb is really one of the stupidest concepts in contemporary discourse. It's a lot easier to train a smart dog than it is to train a dumb one. And many of the people who are putting over some of these extremely malevolent, nefarious ideas, they're very, very bright. There's no question about it. But my respect for
they
Pinker,
weren't just bright. They were also ethically admirable, in a deep sense. And you see that with Pinker, say, and you see that with Jonathan Haidt, who's a centrist, a moderate centrist. But he's a tough character. He stands up for what he believes in. He makes coherent and cogent arguments, and he's no pushover.
I praise Haidt very heavily.
I know you do. I know. Well, that's partly why I'm taking this apart, because I mean, there's this element of the anarchy philosophy that is, I suppose, evident in 4chan as well. But in your writing, that it seems to me to have the danger of producing a premature cynicism, and.
Oh, I wouldn't call it cynicism.
Okay, well,
I mean, I'm a big fan of Camus. And Camus, Albert Camus, the French novelist and philosopher, he regarded cynicism as the enemy. I completely agree. I think it's important to, just because an enemy exists, just because malevolent actors exist, even if you don't want to say it's the Harvard graduating class, which I'm not saying, that in no way means that human beings are inherently evil or inherently corrupt. It just means that there's a population and you have to, just like an infection, work your way around. So I think cynicism is a very, very, very it's the cost of cynicism on an individual level cannot be overstated.
It's corrosive.
It's the worst. Yes, and one of the things I fought for in this book, and I fight for it in when I do podcasts and social media, is there are so many people who think it's hopeless, and then they give up, and then they're just kind of it becomes their mindset. Whereas the point is, if there's any chance that you're going to come out ahead, you better stand on your feet and go out swinging. And even if you lose, you're going to go down at least knowing I did everything in my power, and you're going to have happiness, pride, and self-esteem as a consequence. So I reject all forms of cynicism, and if that is what I am implying, then I'm doing something wrong.
Well, look, I'm not saying that my reading of what you wrote or what you're doing is canonical. I mean, you're not the only anarchist in the world, after all, and so I'm not going to dump all of this on you. But, the reason that I have been concentrating on people's individual development, I think, well, apart from the fact that I'm a psychologist, and I think there's also less danger in that in some sense, because the revolution just occurs within, and
sure,
innocent people who don't want your goddamn revolution aren't forced into it.
Right.
I guess by concentrating, see, you said that you implied that I'm not the corporation and that you're not the corporation, but you see, I actually don't believe that's true. I believe that I am in fact the corporation, and that I'm even the evil corporation, and I'm so tangled up in that world, like we all are, that we bear responsibility for that fact. And so I think, well, what do you do about that? And it seems to me that you try to get your act together on a personal level to identify the enemy within, which is the right place to start, and then work outward from that. But your critique is basically a social critique, as far as I can tell, that you're starting with the institutions themselves, even though it's not the institutions exactly, it's the corruption of the institutions.
But corruption, it makes it seem like this is something that can be salvaged, whereas in my view, these institutions are inherently malevolent.
I know that's your view, but they're no more inherently malevolent than individuals are.
There are plenty of individuals who are inherently malevolent. They go into politics.
Well, not everyone who goes into politics is inherently malevolent. I've met with many, many politicians, and I'll give you an example.
That just means they're good at passing.
No, it doesn't just mean that. I had a dinner in Washington with a group of Democrats and Republicans. It was part of an attempt to, they never talk to each other. They don't have time. Like, I would not want time. The job of an American no, they don't. Okay. Their time is so...
Stop. No. They're not running an ambulance. They're not an ER doctor. It's just not a priority for them. They have time. Give me a break.
Well,
they just have to take stuff. Don't call back your lobbyist and call back. They have. Are you kidding me? You're telling what people. If there's one thing people in Washington have,
What's
it's
up,
time.
Joel?
Things go at a glacial pace.
Look, you're making an attribution of corruption to complex structures, and so I'll accept that. But then
I don't
would
use
say,
the word corruption, but go ahead.
well, pick a word that's more suitable, because I'd be happy to use it if it's more suitable. Malevolence.
Depravity, malevolence,
Depravity.
sure, malevolence, yeah.
Fine. Power and malevolence. Okay. Well, when you're a congressman and you're tossed into the Congress,
Yeah.
the structure produces such an intense surround for you that it's extremely difficult not to just go along with it, especially when you're new and you don't know what the hell you're doing. So
Sure.
you end up spending a tremendous amount of your time, for example, a disproportionate amount of your time, even though you hate it, in an office that isn't yours, in some warehouse, phoning people for money. And that's like half your time. And you think, well,
Yeah.
you don't have to do that. It's like, well, you
Yeah, you
kind
do.
of have to, because
Yeah.
all the
You
others...
absolutely have to.
Right. Okay, so in any case, they don't end up talking across the aisle and their time is very tightly scheduled. And we brought them together to have them talk. And I wanted to do a bunch of that, but my health collapsed and couldn't do any more of it. But in any case, each of them went around the room and said why they went into politics. These were mostly younger congresspeople. And if you would have been there, there's two things that would have impressed you and surprised you, I think. One
Okay.
would be how common the stories for motivation were across the participants, regardless of their party affiliation. And the second would be how believably and genuinely sincere they were in that narrative. You wouldn't have walked away with the assumption that those people were any more corrupt than people you admire and respect.
That's what makes them good at being corrupt, because they can pass.
Well, but I would say the same about all of us. All of
I'm
us.
not voting to have people sent overseas to slaughter innocent human beings.
Well,
so
you
I
are
agree
if you
with
vote.
I don't believe in voting.
Well,
I
then
agree
you
with
are if you don't vote.
I agree with you completely that we should be skeptical of people and their motivations. I do not agree that if someone is nice to their family, I have no doubt that all these politicians adore their family, that they have genuine concerns, that I'm sure they said they want to make the world a better place. If you are comfortable using force to send armed men to harm innocent people, I don't care if you're nice or have good motivations. You are a bad human being.
So I just finished a podcast with Jocko Willink.
Okay.
It released today. And he did all that. Like, really. And it isn't obvious to me that he's a bad person. In fact,
Jocko was in politics? How was he?
no, but he was a soldier. And he was a
right,
commander.
okay.
Well, I mean, he
Sure.
made decisions that, he was a politician in some sense, because he had to make strategic decisions about how policies were going to play out on the actual battlefield. So because he was a commander, there's a political element to his job, because
Sure.
it's nested inside the democracy and he is making decisions. And so, I find it very, and it is perplexing to some degree. It's very difficult to walk away from a conversation with Jocko and not think anything other than that's a really admirable person. And it does tangle us up in this problem that you just described, which is, well, what about force? And what about the army? And what about the police, for that matter? But it isn't them, it's us. Again, it's the same
I'm not a
problem.
cop. I'm not a cop. It is them. I'm not a cop. I would never put my hands on a peaceful person and try to force them to come with me in my car. I would never club an old man in the head simply because he's in a park. I would never force people to be defenseless in their own home by enforcing unlawful gun right laws.
But
So,
would you stand up for someone who is being beat in public?
it depends on the context.
Well,
If it's,
fair enough. Look, are there circumstances under which you could imagine doing that?
Oh, I was just going to say, yeah, like, listen, if it's one guy versus 50 cops, me jumping in is not going to help him, right? But there's absolutely circumstances I would do that. Not even a question. I've done it too.
Circumstances that you would use force.
I don't know.
Well,
I don't, because I'm a small guy. I mean, I'm not trying to be glib, but in all seriousness, like, I'm short and I'm small. So here's something that has happened. This is not particularly courageous on my part. If you have two guys who are getting into it and they get in each other's face, and they're that posturing thing where they're about to fight, I have been in between and been like, come on, step away. So in that case, yes. But in terms of having to use a gun or club someone to death, thankfully, I've never been in a position where I've had to make that decision. And I do not begrudge people having to make that decision either. It's not an easy choice. There's no good answers in that situation. But if you take tax money and as a result of your job, you're going to be harming innocent people in traumatic ways, I do not agree you should sleep easy at night.
So, people have criticized me, I suppose, for concentrating on individual development, moral development, say, well, there's all these global social problems that are best addressed at a sociological level, and, who the hell cares if you clean up your room when there's systemic racism? And I think, well, if you're going to address systemic racism, then you better have a clear head while you do it. And if you can't get the simplest parts of your life, let's say, in order, well, maybe that's what you should be concentrating on. It's not like I don't think that people should go off and solve even more complex problems. I mean, there seems to be an element of externalization in the criticism of power structures that I find psychologically counterproductive. Because
Okay.
when I studied the horrors of the 20th century, the Holocaust and the Stalinist horrors, and I always imagined myself as the perpetrator instead of the victim. Because the question for me was how it was that we could do this to each other, that we are doing it to each other. And I mean we. And I do also think the reason I've got away with my finger-shaking moralizing, let's say, to the degree that I have got away with it, is because I do include myself in the target of moral reprobates who could use some improvement. And I see the emphasis, I don't see that there's much of a distinction between the emphasis that you place on a broad-scale social critique, assuming corrupt power is what fundamental organizing principle that large organizations adopt to organize, and the same thing that leads to identity politics on the left.
I don't think every organization is inherently built in corruption. I don't think Tropicana is built in corruption.
So how do you make the distinction?
Tropicana doesn't use force and doesn't try to. Tropicana says, look, our orange juice is the best, freshly squeezed. They get it to your store at a cheap price. I'm assuming it's cheap. I haven't bought it in a long time. You're free to choose it or not as you want. Tropicana doesn't try to make you out to be a bad person if you prefer apple juice or soda or water, right? These other organizations are playing mind games with people.
Okay, so it's the deceit. It's at least in part. It's the use of deceit that you're objecting to.
And let me speak to something you said earlier. It's different for you. I was born in Lvov in Western Ukraine. We came here when I was 1.5, but I was raised in a household where we spoke Russian. I'm Jewish. That was one of the reasons I fought so hard when I wrote my North Korean book, and why I've been talking about North Korea as an issue, because my family was the victim. Being Jewish under Stalin, during that period, these are really two big bullets that we dodged. And one of the reasons I went there to write about it, and why I talk about it so constantly, is because there, but for the grace of God, I could be in North Korean concentration camp right now. So I think there is, I don't know if there's a duty, but certainly if I'm in a position to, advocate for people who are not in a position to really speak for themselves, and these are the people who no one disagrees has it the worst. No one disagrees that whether you're conservative, Trudeau, Trump, Biden, whatever, that we need more liberalism in North Korea, we need more human rights, we need these people treated with a certain modicum of decency. It's just unconscionable. I'm going to do something about it in my very, very little way. So I think it's different given your and my background, how you're approaching these horrors of the past, because that was my grandma and my grandparents.
Well, is there a difference? I guess it isn't clear to me exactly what the difference is. I mean, you're objecting to the use of deceit and power. And,
sure. and violence, though. I would not have been in a position to have been that Nazi, quite literally. I wouldn't have been in a position to be that GPU agent. And one of the reasons I am an anarchist is I do not feel comfortable forcing another person to live as I see fit. I just think, who am I?
Yes, well, I think that's an admirable moral principle. It isn't obvious to me that the logical conclusion of that is anarchism, I suppose. That would be my objection. Okay. I mean, and I do believe that degenerate power structures exist and they use deceit, and that's reprehensible and should be fought in every possible way. I mean, my sense has been that there isn't anything more powerful to fight that than spoken truth.
I agree. And humor. Because if they're using,
it's very rare. Go ahead, talk about humor.
If they're using manipulative tactics in order to further their goal, as opposed to rational discourse, as you and I having, we're putting our cards on the table. If you're using things like deceptive editing and characterizing things out of context, you're not owed a rational, fair response. You're not acting as a decent, fair actor. So humor is very useful in this mechanism because it explodes not only the particular thing you're saying, but your role as someone who's worthy of courtesy, respect, and decorum.
When I was interviewed by Kathy Newman, there was a point where I asked her, I guess, why she felt she had the moral right to offend me she was questioning me, and it stopped her. The question stopped her, and that was when the person emerged from the corporate shell, let's say, or the corporate shell / ambitious persona, because that's what I was talking to. What wasn't a person, and she emerged, and she was set back, and I had a second or two to think then about how I would respond to the fact that her mask dropped momentarily, and I said, "Gotcha." And it was a calculated risk. It was supposed to be funny, and I do believe that people responded to it as if it was funny. And I thought, well, is this a time? Is this a place where I can drop a joke? Is this a place where I can say something? And I wasn't thinking about it strategically precisely. I was thinking about it more in terms of its ethical appropriateness. And I do believe that humor is an immense, what would you say, an immensely important element of the search for truth. Just as play is, and humor is there's something about it that's an act of self-transcendence too, if you can laugh at yourself, right? Because you're simultaneously the thing that needs to be laughed at, which is already behind you if you're laughing at it. You're moving ahead to the better you in the mere fact of allowing yourself to satirize yourself. And
so what you're saying is you're going to be a stand-up comedian.
Well, I think I have more affinity with stand-up comedians in some sense than with any other sort of person.
That's true, yeah, because you are getting on a stage, you're putting on a performance. There's going to be moments of unexpected twists and turns in what you're saying, and as a function of that, it's going to cause hopefully things to put together in their brain. So yeah, the
it's
psychology
also
is
better
actually
when I
quite
can
similar.
be funny, and when I'm not very healthy, it's hard to be funny. But it's a loss. Like the best lectures that I ever gave have humor in them, and I mean, hooray for that. And that's partly why I toured with Dave Rubin too, was to add some levity to what I mean. I learned early on that even if you're discussing things of incredible seriousness, like genocidal seriousness, that if
let me give you an example, because that's the whole premise of my book. Dear Reader, the North Korea book. It's farcical because it's Kim Jong-il's autobiography. I went there, I read all their literature, and I took the things that these people are taught, and since it's in his voice, they're presented at face value. And let me give you one example of this. Kim Jong-il is having, and how the truth comes in between the lines of, an anecdote. So Kim Jong-il's at this meeting, the dear leader of North Korea, and someone's giving a talk, and he's working on papers, and every so often his assistant is asking him for input. And the speaker stops, and Kim Jong-il goes, "Why are you stopping?" He goes, "Well, dear leader, you're working on those papers, you got your assistant." He goes, no, I could do all these three things at once. And they said from that point on, people regarded Kim Jong-il as looking at time as not a plane, but a cube, and that he had the ability to shrink time. And my friend said to me, do they mean multitasking? And they did. And according to North Korean propaganda, Kim Jong-il is the only person in North Korea who knows how to multitask. And when you have these anecdotes put forth in this manner, you realize how removed from reality. It's not that he's some magical figure. It's just like something that's just absolutely banal is being presented as some kind of major historical accomplishment. So humor is, and another example, there was an amusement park, and one of the things how North Korea claims that they're different from other totalitarian states is they have something called field guidance. Whenever you read the newspapers,
they have
field guidance.
Guidance.
Yeah, so whenever you read their newspapers, it's whoever the current leader is, he's at the bottle factory, he's at the munitions plant, he's at the farm, he's giving them guidance on how to make these things better. And as a consequence of this, the implication is everyone in North Korea is incompetent, other than the leader, so we better have him in place. But there was one story that I include in the book where there's an amusement park, and it starts lightly raining, and Kim Jong-il insists on riding all the rides twice to make sure they're safe for the children and the elderly. And everyone on the platform, the dignitaries, are all crying at his courage. And it's like the guy's taking a roller coaster ride. Like, you're regarding him as the kind of like the planting the flag in Iwo Jima, but he's on this roller coaster. So this kind of contrast between something that is, fun and for kids and silly, but being presented as this great courageous moment and this guy's a hero, that absurd distance is what drives a lot of the narrative.
Did you see The Strange Death of Stalin?
Oh, that book is as close to Dear Reader. The Last Days of Stalin, you mean?
The movie.
Yeah,
did I get the title wrong?
You said Strange Death. I think it's Last Days. I thought it's Last Days of Stalin. It's by Anthony Iannucci, who made Veep as well.
No, it's the death of Stalin. We're both
the
wrong.
death of Stalin. We're both wrong.
We're both wrong. And that's probably characterizes our whole conversation.
I was so glad that book came out after Dear Reader, because it's exactly the same tone as I used, to the point where I would be accused of stealing that movie. And this is just one moment, just how they use humor to present Stalin's air of terror. Stalin has a stroke, he's dying, he's in his own urine in his room, and the two guards are out there, and they hear this noise inside the bedroom, and one of them goes, should we go in there and look? And the other guy goes, should we shut the fuck up? So, but that's the thing, it's like, be quiet, head down. Stalin at this point obviously would genuinely want your assistance and would want your help, but because
but it's a little too late for that.
But maybe it wasn't. They didn't know that, right? But because these rules are in place, these rules are in place. The focus is always on fear and not speaking out of turn, even if ostensibly it could have saved the greatest man in the world.
So when I read your book and when I looked at the memes that these young guys were generating years ago, and at Me Too, and then considered the role of satire and all of that. Now I'm just remembering what I told my kids when I was raising them, because I encouraged my kids to be funny. That was very highly valued in our household, to be witty. And witty and funny is really hard, because you have to push right to the edge.
Yep.
And not go over. And the closer you get to the edge and not without going over, the funnier you are, the more daring you are, because in part you show your sophisticated mastery. You're such a sophisticated master of the social dynamic that you can go right to the edge of breaking a rule and not break it. Or maybe you can break it just enough to show that it should be broken in exactly that manner. Right, and then that's really witty, that's really funny. And so there's no doubt that ability to be funny, to be satirical, to be witty is a potent manifestation of the truth. But then, with my kids, I was also watching them constantly. You can get sibling rivalries that go completely out of control in a household. And so I'd watch them teasing each other and playing with each other, and would intervene and say, look, that's not funny anymore. That's not a game. That's where it starts to deteriorates into a power game. It's like, stay on the right side of funny. You're pretending that you're being funny, but really you're being mean. Okay.
And we also see this with racist humor. A lot of times a joke could have a racial element and it's humorous, but a lot of times someone who's being a racist is just putting out feelers by saying, okay, you've accepted this joke. Can I drop the mask where you can just engage in pure hate? So humor is also
and then it's
using that
even worse,
mechanism.
right? Because you're using something that really is a tool for the good, let's say, humor, and you're perverting it so that you're masking something awful. So that's analogous in some sense to this corporate malfeasance that you were discussing. And so I guess the sense I get when looking at the irreverence of these young guys, essentially on 4chan, I think just bloody well make sure you stay on the right side of funny. And there's always doubt in that, and maybe there has to be, but it's still the right moral imperative. It's like, go ahead with your humor, man, but like, watch your tongue. Like, watch your tongue.
It's also the idea of clapter, where you had all these comedians going after Trump or whoever, and the audience, instead of laughing, which is a visceral reaction, would applaud. And it's like, they don't think you're funny, they're agreeing with you. It's kind of like people whose favorite kind of music is like religious music. It's like, you don't necessarily, which is very good. A lot of Christian rock is very good, don't get me wrong, they're very talented people. But do you like this song because you like the beat? Do you like how it makes you feel? Or do you like this song because you happen to agree with the person? These are entirely different phenomena.
Yes, well, there has to be an element of surprise in humor, right?
Yes, yes.
And that also accounts for that spontaneous laughter, which is an indication that the arrow hit its mark, right? That the target is being specified properly and precisely. And it really is a form of art to do that. And so, well, then I think I always had mixed feelings about the satirists on 4chan for exactly that reason. It's like, well, are you really watching what you're saying carefully enough? Like, hooray for your humor, hooray for your courage, all of that.
But this is like the Steven Pinkers. In any population, you're going to have a small percentage who rise above, who are quality and that, whatever it is, at its best. And the vast majority of people bring nothing to the table. And then there's plenty of people who actually use that mechanism to make things much worse.
Right, well, and that's interesting as well, because it also, like, I always think, well, wouldn't it be great if there were only good restaurants? And then I think, well, wait a second, how many bad restaurants do there have to be in order for there to be one good restaurant? And the answer isn't zero. The answer is definitely some, because people have to practice and they have to make mistakes and they have to learn, and well, and so when you look at 4chan too, and you can think, well, how much wretched, humorless, racist noise do you have to tolerate in order to generate something of true value? And the answer to that is, I think two. One is we don't know. That's the first answer. And so beware of clamping down on it too precipitously. But the second is, maybe that's also something that each of the people who are involved in that kind of activity should be attending to, within the confines of their own soul, so to speak. I mean, they're anonymous and it's evanescent, but that doesn't mean that you bear no moral responsibility for what you're saying.
Yes, and I think cruelty for the sake of cruelty is really a sign of weakness. It's the kid pulling the wings off of a bug, or putting tin cans on a cat's tail. It's a way for people to just feel some modicum of power over another human being. But that's a very parasitic way of looking at things, and using this other person as a means to an end. And this person might not be a great person, but really, what are you accomplishing? You're just both miserable now. There needs to be, in my view, a joyousness to what you're trying to do, and I certainly hope that permeates my work and my output.
That's a good place to stop.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
I hope you enjoyed this.
So far, so good.
Such an honor. Thank you. Can I ask you do you have to bounce right now, or do you have time for one question?
I have time for a question.
In your absence, I've been kind of taking a lot of young men under my wing and kind of mentoring them. I saved one kid's life. When he reached out to me, he was suicidal, and now he's just kind of has bad days, which that's all you need.
That's a lot better.
That bad days, if you're not a threat to your life, whatever. What advice would you have to me or to your past self when this started happening for you? Because I'm very scared of saying the wrong thing and making things worse.
There's no way you can pay too much attention.
Okay.
Like ignorant attention. Watch the person. And you do that when you're in conversation, paying attention. More attention, and you can't offer advice in some sense. You have to listen.
Okay, yeah. Let them feel heard.
But if you pay attention, your good habits will take over, and you'll walk down the right course.
Okay.
So, humility and attention. That's good. Humility and attention.
as I'm sure you've seen, it's amazing how many young people just want someone to listen to them, and it's just have someone that they respect, and once that happens, they feel so validated.
Yeah, well, they really want to say something that they're doing that's good to someone, and have it be recognized as good.
Yeah. That's superb advice. Thank you so much. It was such an honor, Jordan. Okay, take care.
Thanks, Michael. I'd like to announce my new book, Beyond Order, 12 More Rules to have with me today Mr. Stephen Fry, who's been described by more than one of his compatriots as a national treasure. If you want to develop a quick inferiority complex, I would recommend going and reading Stephen's Wikipedia page. He's a prolific actor, screenwriter, playwright, journalist, poet, intellectual, comedian, television presenter, advertisement presenter, magazine author, autobiographist. It's a remarkable body of achievement, and an intellectual figure in his own right, who's known at least in part for his discussions with Richard Dawkins and Christopher Hitchens and the humanist atheists, and it's partly for that reason that I wanted to talk to him. I met Stephen, much to my pleasure, during the Monk debates in Toronto about 3 years ago, when we discussed political correctness, which is one of the things I want to talk about and touch upon today. But mostly I'm interested in talking to him about the relationship between narrative and empiricism and rationalism. And so thank you very much for agreeing to talk to me.
My pleasure. Lovely to be here.
So let me ask you, and then we'll go forward formally. What do you think would have the greatest impact with regards to our conversation, as far as you're concerned? I mean, there must have been a reason that some reason, apart from just being agreeable to do this. What do you think we might be able to accomplish? Well, uniquely,
it's a little like the Monk debate we shared a platform with. It's really because I'm so tired and distressed and worried by the great fissure that has opened up, the culture wars, whatever we like to call it. The assumption that that there is your friends and your enemy, and no ground in between, no commonality no cohesion of viewpoint, no shared things that can happen between people who apparently represent different ways of looking at the world, or different ways of trying to organise the world, or whatever it might be. And the very fact that I knew some friends of mine who disapproved of you would think I was doing something wrong by associating with you, and I hope our debate showed that wasn't the case, and I felt that this would take that further forward too. I do think the last best hope for our society, in whichever way you want to look at it, whether you want to look at it as some version of the West being able to stand up to the pressures put upon it by China and Russia and other countries that are less interested in liberality in economics and in the traditional political sense of liberality, or kind of open society, or whatever you want to call it. That if we continue to fracture and we continue to find enemies amongst our own kind so much, then really it's a very, very sad lookout. I mean, I'm hardly the first person to say this, but and I think you are, a very interesting thinker and writer and talker. But it's clear that there are many who would really admire you and like you and follow you, with whom I would have less in common than perhaps with you. I think on both sides, if you want to call them sides, it's very easy to be a bit lax about disavowing people who like one, but whom one doesn't like if you see what I mean. It's so flattering to the ego to have followers, to have people say, "You're great, I love the things you say," that it's quite hard to say, "No, but you've misunderstood me. That's not what I meant. That's not what I meant at all," quote Eliot.
So, obviously, I've spent some time pointing out what I regard as the excesses of the radical left. I've certainly spent no shortage of time pointing out the excesses of the radical right in my classes, particularly, but I'm not publicly known for that specifically. It's my resistance my resistance to certain maneuvers on the side of the radical left that propelled me into the public eye. I've thought for a long while that the only people who can probably control the excesses of the radical left are people who are in the moderate left, not people on the right or on the extreme right. They're out of the argument to begin with, and this is associated in some sense. The difficulty of this is in some sense the difficulty that you just described. If people have an affiliation with you, then it's much more difficult to differentiate perhaps where you should. And so perhaps you see on the left the moderate leftists and then the more extreme leftists, but the extreme leftists are also on the left, and they're friends of a type, and drawing that line is extraordinarily difficult. And that's actually why, at least part of the reason why, I'm leery of any attempts to restrict free speech, because in those cases of difficult differentiation, the only possible solution we have is dialogue about the problem, about exactly where to draw the line, because otherwise we can't. No one knows how. And I guess it's because extremism also exists in degrees. And so you say, where do you stop? And well, that's very, very difficult to say, especially among those who think like you, except for certain exceptions.
Yes, this is very true, and it's a sort of basic philosophical point, isn't it? That you can draw lines between what is reasonable, and they can be very narrow lines. But if you keep drawing them out, they become extreme. So, for example, you can have what some people might regard as a reasonable age for the termination of a pregnancy due to some issue. But if you keep adding days to it, it then becomes a serious problem. And anything in that nature of differentiating and drawing lines is bound to cause that to be a problem. And I, however, am less confident than you are that the left would be persuaded by someone like me, the hard left, the one wants to call it extreme left or the radical left, wherever it is. And this may sound a bit of boo-hooing, which is very easy to do. But if you're a soft liberal, as I think of myself, I can't find any other designation, but that sort of thing, a centrist. These are insults to the left. I mean, in English politics recently, for example, centrist was the boo word of the Corbynistas, the more socialist end of the Labour Party, a party I've been a member of since I could vote. And I felt very, very, very much buffeted about and despised for my, oh dear, but really, and oh must we, it's very, I do think of myself as a sort of cardiganed, beslippered old fool who is loathed on both sides. And it is, of course, historically true that in the 1930s, which is the decade we always go back to, and we're very worried about the direction we're travelling in now, the communists and the Nazis both were absolutely of one mind when it came to people like me, Jewish, semi-intellectual, soft liberals who went, oh no, but shush, because we didn't have any positivity, any certainty. It's, and as I say, I know it sounds like I'm sort of taking on a victim status here, that, oh, poor liberals, because after all, we've ruled the world for 200 years, and part of the political and cultural argument in the world at the moment is that the liberal project, the Enlightenment project, if you want to call it that, has failed,
Well, I would say we've cooperatively guided the world, because I think ruled is the wrong term.
Well, exactly.
Monarchs and tyrants rule, and it's a really important distinction, because that power is grounded in the sovereignty of the people, and imperfect as that may be, it's more grounded in the sovereignty of the people than any other system we've ever managed to whip up. So, I mean, it's difficult also because it's difficult to make centrism dramatic and romantic, and it's much easier to make extremism dramatic and romantic, and that's one of its primary attractions, and that attraction should not be underestimated. And it's partly why I'm so interested in talking to you, because you are this incredible dramatist. You have this unbelievable talent that manifests itself in a manner that I thought, I was reading your Wikipedia biography in some detail, and it requires that. I thought, if you want to give yourself an inferiority complex quickly, going through your Wikipedia entry is a very good way of doing that. I mean, you have 50 films and like 40 TV shows and 5 novels and 7 autobiographies and a career in comedy that was absolutely outstanding, that would have been a lifetime achievement in and of itself, and a whole variety of honorary doctorates, and you have an intellectual end that's not trivial as well, because you were involved with Hitchens and Dawkins and the horsemen of the of the atheist movement. And I really want to talk to you about that too, because I especially am interested in your opinions, because of all those people, you're the one that has the most connection with drama and literature and fiction, and you just published a couple of books, Mythos, Heroism, Heroes, and there's a third one in that trilogy. It just escapes my mind. Troy. And so you're obviously extraordinarily sensitive to the power and necessity of literary accounts, but then you're also a humanistic atheist, and I'm very curious about that. I mean, someone like Dawkins, he's so rational that I think for him, and I don't know if this is fair, and it might be a bit of a stereotype, but it'll do for rhetorical purposes. He's not gripped by drama in the same way you are. And there's a truth in drama that's not trivial, and that truth is allied with religious truth. So I want to go there too.
I can't speak for Richard. It's just been his 80th birthday, so we wish him happy birthday. And he's not the shrill beast of atheism that some people regard him as. But I won't speak for him, obviously. But what I would say is that, yes, you're right, he's a rationalist, and I don't think I am. I think I'm an empiricist, and I think that's part of my love of drama and myth and story and literature and history even, is these are all to do with experience, with human experience, the register of human experience, of testing an idea against what actually happens and how people actually behave, rather than devising a system of reason. And it's not the reason when empiricism are always absolutely opposed, but they sometimes are. And in the history of science, they have been. You could argue that Pascal was a rationalist and Newton was an empiricist for all his great mathematics and so on. He actually took a piece of cardboard and punched a hole in it, which is something that a rationalist probably wouldn't do. So it's experimenting in the crucible of human activity and observing what people say and hear. These are the things comedians do all the time. It's the comic mode, is to hear somebody say something grand and then say yes, but G.K. Chesterton is a perfect example of that. Now he was certainly no atheist. He was a very religious man indeed, and a great hero of the Catholic Church, and some people even believe he should be, if not beatified, even sanctified. But he was a huge influence on me as a teenager growing up, because I read his essays. And here's an example. He opens an essay by saying, I read in the newspaper the other day this following sentence: at the trumpet call of Ibsen and Shaw, modern woman rises to take her place in society. And I thought to myself, this is very good news, very encouraging. I wonder if it's true. Let's see. Now, who's a modern woman? Oh, Mrs. Buttons. She comes into Clean every Tuesday and every Thursday. She lives in Clapham. She comes on the omnibus. and she scrubs the floors, and she has 3 children. And if I say to myself, at the trumpet call of Ibsen and Shaw, Mrs. Buttons rises to take her place in society, I realize the sentence is not only nonsense, it's pernicious nonsense. And that's a sort of almost comical example, really, of saying you don't trust an abstract statement. You do not trust someone saying A plus A equals 2A, because there is no such thing in the universe as A. And although we're all capable of doing substitutional metaphorizing or algebra, as it were, with ideas, the fact is it's much better to say one thing of something that is real that we know plus another thing of something that is real that we know and have experienced is 2 of those things. Once you start abstracting, and that's what rationalism often is. It's going off on an algebraic journey, which can produce beautiful thoughts and ideas and beautiful schemes. But for me, it is beating that out on the anvil of human experience is the absolute key. And it's a long intellectual tradition, empiricism, and I think we're in danger of losing it in a way, because...
Okay, I want to unpack 3 things that you just said that are very, very complicated. So the first thing you did was draw a distinction between rationalism and empiricism, and you associated Dawkins more with rationalism and yourself more with empiricism.
Yes, not entirely, but yeah.
No, fair enough, just as example. And you did that in an attempt to also describe the effect or influence or consequence or reason for your interest in drama, or for the fact that drama grips you. So I want to start with the distinction between between empiricism and rationalism, so everyone listening understands. So walk us through that first.
Well, empiricism is an intellectual tradition of using experience or trial and error or experiment to prove or disprove or to investigate an idea. So if you have an idea, I mean, a perfect example is in the 18th and 19th century, a lot of women were dying of childbirth, appalling deaths, what we would now call septicemia. The babies and the mothers were dying, and nobody knew why, because there was no germ theory. Nobody had an idea that there were these tiny things that could infect our systems. So people tried to reason, and they said, well, maybe it's the smell, because it's a bad smell around. There was a miasma theory. And other people just said it was God, or other people said that it was some moral quality on the part of the women. But a man called Semmelweis in Hungary, Ignaz Semmelweis, tried lots of different experiments. He chose a certain number of people to do different things on what we now call cohort testing, or not quite random double-blind testing, such as used in medicine to prove the efficacy of something. But eventually, he got a group of medical students who were attending on these births to wash their hands before doing it. It was an almost random thing to do, and suddenly the death rate dropped. I mean, absolutely plummeted.
And the reward for Semmelweis?
He was sent to a madhouse because nobody believed
where he died, I believe.
Because the rationalists said there's no reason that could be right. But a true empiricist would say it almost doesn't matter what the reason is. The fact is it's repeatable and verifiable. And even not understanding, because it took later till Koch and Pasteur and microscopes could show what the process was. He actually did end up in a and he's a hero man. I actually went to Budapest to go to the Ignaz Semmelweis Museum in Buda, just to sort of pay homage to this remarkable man. And I mean, it's a bit unfair on the doctors. They had no reason to know, if you like, but that's the point. They had no reason to know. An example we all deal with of empiricism, which can be very annoying, is in insurance. What's called actuarial tables, or actuaries, are people in insurance companies who look at the statistics. And if they discovered that when your name is Jordan, you are 10% more likely to have a car crash, you would pay 10% more of premium on your insurance. And it's no good you saying, but why? They would just say, those are the odds. That's the empirical truth. That's the epidemiology of accidents, if you like, is that people call Jordan, or more famously, of course, actors pay more. And you can then try and look for a reason, and that's a very valuable thing to do, of course. We all want to know the reason. But sometimes I think there is a beauty in testing and looking and seeing and trying things out and experimenting. It's not to discard reason. The two go together in terms of finding out the truth.
So how do you associate that with your interest in literature and your clear recognition that the dramatic end of existence is valuable?
Well, I suppose in an obvious way, all literature people, literature snobs, I might say, will look at politics. I mean, all through my life, I've looked at people like, I don't know, Margaret Thatcher, or indeed, on the other side, Gordon Brown, and thought, if only they read Shakespeare. Why do people read books of political philosophy and books on this being a good idea, on, how parliamentary history, without actually reading about how humans behave and seeing how evil and good are played out in drama? Because I think not just literature, but ceremony and ritual are extremely important in understanding everything. And you don't have to be religious to believe in ritual. I love liturgy. I love church liturgy. I am absolutely passionate about hymns and psalms and the Eucharist and the language of it. The outward and visible sign of an inward and visible grace is one of the most beautiful phrases I think ever written in the book of the Eucharist of the Episcopalian Church, as Americans call it, the Anglican Church as we call it. And there are magnificent shortcuts available if you look at ceremony and the dramatization of human issues, rather than attempting to abstract some essence from them, some truth that you can say that is applicable to all. It's, in a sense, we're all children who have to be shown puppets before we understand. Do you know what I mean? Does that make sense? Yeah. I've stopped. Sorry.
No. Well, it's just stopped and made me think. I mean, the reason I got interested in religious thinking, I went down the pathway that you're describing. I mean, that's why I got interested in religious thinking, because from a psychological perspective, I mean, the first thing that I realized, and I believe this is what you just pointed out, is that there are truths embedded in fiction, for example, or in spectacle, ritual, drama. And well, then you ask, well, what is it? Those are attractive and they're entertaining and they automatically engage our interest. But way more than that, they're also that which culture centers itself around. Yeah. Greek tragedy, for example, which seemed to be integrally associated with the Eleusinian Greek mysteries, yes. Something that we know very little about, unfortunately. But for me, and I was influenced by Carl Jung in this mode of thinking, culture is nested inside a narrative structure. By necessity. I even believe that science is nested inside a narrative structure, because the narrative structure is what makes the science practically applicable and useful.
Yes, what else is the standard model but another way of saying a narrative structure? The standard model is just that. And that is the basis of physics today, isn't it? It's a story.
And the idea that we have that science is a useful endeavor, the fact that we're looking to the material world for redemption, that's all part of a narrative. And I was absolutely staggered by Jung's analysis of the emergence of science out of alchemy. And his notion was that the alchemical tradition was a 2,000-year-old dream, a narrative dream. A counterposition to Christianity with its emphasis on abstracted spirituality, suggesting that what we lacked could be found in the depths of the material world. And that was, and yes. So there was this motivational dream that if we paid enough attention to the transformations of matter, we could find that which would confer upon us eternal life, infinite health, and wealth. And Jung's point was, well, until that dream was in place, there would be no motivation to undertake the process of the painstaking analysis of the material world that didn't produce any immediate gratification. And it took thousands of years for that idea to assemble itself with enough force so that we could start to have scientists. So the narrative was operative thousands of years before the technical process was instituted, and it laid the groundwork for it. And I also found that highly credible.
And maybe also took that time for the brain of humans, if you believe Julian Jaynes, and I kind of do in a metaphorical way. I don't know if you know his book.
Yes, I do.
I'm sure you do, yeah. That maybe, our brains weren't even capable of processing in that way around the time of between language and writing, that sort of time. We were finding ways of describing the world. To the Egyptian, I believe I'm right in saying this is the derivation, el-chemet, the magic, became alchemy, which then became chemistry, and it became drilled down into an investigation. But first you had to believe that there was a chemet, there was a magic inside everything, inside substance, to which we could be tuned.
Yes, right, a redemptive magic.
Yes, if you like. And this is not to repudiate science and numbers, and a very good friend of mine who was a priest said, physics is a theology that makes machines work, and there's some sort of truth in that. And I love, for example, the story. I tell it in a footnote in Mythos, but it's very, very early on in Greek mythology, when the primal entities, the primal deities are Uranos, the sky, or Uranus, as children we love to call him, and Gaia, the earth, who mate. The sky and the earth mate is a common theme in what they call a mytheme in lots of different myths, as you can imagine. The sky and the earth mate, and they produce whatever is in between, the zone which we inhabit between sky and earth. And that next generation are called the Titans, of course. But and there's the famous story of the birth of Zeus. His father, the Titan, eats all his children, and the mother, Rhea, is determined that the last child, Zeus, shouldn't be eaten. So she goes and gets a rock from close by where she lives on Mount Orthrus, and she covers it in swaddling and hides it under her legs, and then makes the noise of childbirth. And Kronos, the Titan, comes, thinks it's a new baby, swallows it whole, and the actual baby is then born on Crete and becomes Zeus, the leader of the next generation of gods. But the stone she takes is from Magnesium in Greece, which is near Thessaly. And it's a stone that the Greeks had noticed had a very extraordinary property, which is the most interesting property that any object can have on Earth, and is very rare, and that it can attract things remotely from a distance, that without there being a physical force connecting them, apparently, a piece of fluff or paper could fly towards this stone from Magnesium. And so stones that have this property are named after that part of the world. They're called magnetites, and from magnetites we get magnets. And the story of magnets, and how magnets were then joined by Thomson and Faraday and others to make and Maxwell to make the electromotive force that allows you and me to talk the way we do, and to use that action at a distance, which science is brilliant at turning into extraordinary magical machines. The Greek for at a distance is tele, so it's telecommunication, telephone, television, and teleporting. Anything that goes from one distant, telegrams and and so on, telegraphs, and that is and gravity is the same thing. Something moves and there's nothing between it, and it makes us thrill, and science can do that. And what we've never found a way to do is, or at least what we try to find, is to do the same with our fellow people. But our fellow people are, the world is surprisingly stable. There's magnets around the place, and there's gold and there's stuff, and you dig it up, and you can do terrible damage to it, as we have. But we have moved from small groups to clans to tribes to nations, to this strange myth of a nation and so on. And the individuals within it are much less controllable than the objects around us, and yet we can control those objects so superbly that it gives us an idea that we have a special place and a special power. And it's, I suppose, really what we want to do is to reconnect ourselves to the same motive forces that are thrilling, like magnetism and electricity, that exist in also all throughout nature, that we look at. You know, which of us can't honestly almost sob with joy when spring happens and you see that once again these leaves are being pushed out of dead branches and blossoms there, and insects are flying towards them. There's this fantastic process going on, and somehow we've allowed ourselves to feel outside it, as if we are special. We've given ourselves a godlike status, which is very dangerous, I think, and very foolish. And the more I look back, the more confidence I have in looking forward. I suppose that's one of the other reasons I love myths so much.
So, okay, so all right, so you described yourself as an empiricist, and then you started to talk about the attraction that the mythological and narrative world has for you, and some of the reasons for that, but you also differentiated between you and Dawkins to some degree, and so, well, I'm curious about why.
I'm as I said, I can't speak for him, but you used the word rationalist,
and I understand
originally, that. and I don't have any particularly points of disagreement with him. I'm really fond of him. He's a friend, and I only feel sorry sometimes that, and this is a cheap point. It's, you know, well, most of us are a bit fed up with this attitude that it's all about presentation. And I could argue that Richard's presentation, his passion is real. His love of science is real. His love of the joy and the wonder of discovery is real. He's written books on wonder, which is a huge and marvelous and much underexplored human quality.
And a primary religious instinct.
Yes, and yet science has shown us, and it really just can't be contested, that we are part of a continuum of life. DNA demonstrates this. The DNA we share, not just with our close ape-like and other mammals, but also with plants and flowers that also have DNA, and as we know, so do viruses, and yet, or RNA, and yet, I think it's fair to say that blackbirds don't look at the sunset and go, my God, that's so beautiful. Did you see that? I want to paint it. I want to remember it. How is it? You know, this sense of literally of marveling. It's the only world we know. When we're born, we don't think, of course, there are 70,000 other globes with much better sunsets. This is the only thing we've ever seen, and yet it staggers us. It surprises us. We're surprised by what is the case, to use the phrase that Wittgenstein loved. You know, the case is everything around us. And we don't know another one. And yet we go, wow. Why should we go wow at what is absolutely ordinary? There must be a reason, I suspect, that we are astonished by the everyday, by the fact of what we see when we look out of the window or when we go for a walk. We're astonished by buds and grass and rabbits and sky and clouds, and these things are
But we're astonished. We're astonished by what we want to imitate.
Yeah.
And I've thought about that idea for a long time. It's not a casual response to your question.
Yeah.
Well, the sun is a hero. The sun is the hero that fights the darkness at night and rises anew in the morning. The sun is associated with consciousness.
Yeah.
And we have to imitate the hero. Yeah. And we see what we have to imitate everywhere. And it reduces us to a state of awe. And awe is an invitation to imitate. And imagine, so you see what you are not yet, but what you could be. Mm. And you need to see that because you need to turn into what you could be, because what you are is not sufficient to redeem you.
Well, I see that from a Jungian point of view, but and a Joseph Campbell sort of way too. But in terms of the way myths and then religions developed, the idea of imitating these symbols of complete power and creation, like the sun, whether it's Ra or whether it's Apollo or any other deity or sense of solar greatness, you are supposed to supplicate or sacrifice to or acknowledge your weakness to, but not
we could look
imitate.
at sacrifice. Look at sacrifice. That's a great inward point. So
Yeah.
I ask my students, especially the children of first-generation immigrants, what did your parents sacrifice to put you here? And they can answer that instantly. And sacrifice, like we look at ancient sacrifice and we think about it as something primordial or even detestable, especially in its more extreme forms, and no wonder. But we had to act out sacrifice before we could psychologize it and understand it. And what we learned, and this is absolutely crucial, this issue of sacrifice, what we learned was that if we gave up something that we valued in the present, and so that could be a false idol, that's one way of thinking about it. If we gave up something in the present that we valued, the future would improve. We learned that we could bargain with reality itself by sacrificing counterproductive values to move ahead. And so we acted that out long before we could make it into a psychological truism. And so there is that supplication element, but it's also the case that you should be prostrate in some sense in front of what's ultimately ideal, because otherwise you don't have the proper humility.
Yes, I mean, I see what you're saying. Again, it makes rational sense, but then the empiricist in me says, well, okay, I'm the mother of some of those children in Mexico who are being slaughtered to the gods in order to make the harvest better. And lo and behold, it doesn't work. Because there is no causal relation between sacrificing children on a pyramid in Texaquatl and the harvest improving. In fact, there may well be an earthquake the next day and more people die. That very often did happen in whole civilizations. Mayan and Mexican and others disappeared. And the more they were threatened, the more they sacrificed, and the less use it was. So there was no... It may have had a psychological purpose that I don't know. I mean, it seems to me the psychology of sacrificing your children, or even your very rare cattle, upon which you may depend for a year to eat, to gods who will apparently placate you by making a better harvest, or not send a tidal wave this year that will destroy the port, and all the other things that our ancestors found in the contingent world in which they, an unstable world in which they lived. So I can understand why a 19th century figure like Fraser or in the Golden Bough or like Mary McCarthy or Jung or Joseph Campbell can make wonderful myths out of myths. They're telling a story about stories and telling us what they mean. Well, I don't refute it. I repudiate. I allow myself to believe, no, actually, yes, it's all very well, and you can build a very nice theory about what these myths mean and who these heroes are and what these quests are and how there are only 7 stories and yes, but again, the stand-up comedian type empiricist in me says, okay, so I'm a small Roman person under those circumstances, and what is this really meaning to me? I'm sorry, no. I've got, as Wordsworth put it, it's getting and spending and doing and having children and looking and hoping life gets better and enjoying life with my friends, but to erect it into a spiritual language and a theatre of human meaning is delightful, but I think we have to recognize that it's a game to some extent. It may indeed be true. I mean, I'm not saying this to demolish your argument, but I'm saying it's yes, but in terms of sacrifice.
The buts are important.
Yeah.
The buts are important, and the skepticism is necessary, because you don't want to leave anything standing except that which can't survive the onslaught.
Yes.
And there's no doubt that the sacrificial idea can go dreadfully wrong. And but I would say that that's in the nature of the attempt, because it's obviously the case that sometimes you make sacrifices towards a certain end, which is clearly an attempt to bargain with the future as if it's something that can be bargained with.
Yes, but
sometimes that works and sometimes it doesn't.
And later, after that, the cultures of sacrifice around the world, came a new system where it was the gods who sacrificed themselves, which is like the Christian myth, or many of the dying and reborn kings in various myths that James Fraser in particular wrote about. And there Christ ransomed himself, as it was. So suddenly it's as if humans said, this sacrifice is getting us nowhere. If God really loves us, he would sacrifice himself or herself for us. And that is one of the meanings of the incarnation and the Christian story, is it not? And it's not unique in any way. There are many other stories of divine figures being sacrificed to save the society in which they make themselves flesh.
You sacrifice your short-term impulses for the long-term good. I suppose that's one way of thinking about the discovery of the future.
That speaks very well to your books. That speaks very well to your books, because underlying both your excellent books of rules of behaviour is that I don't mean this in a bad way. The simple truth of deferred pleasure being something that seems to be, or deferred advantage being something that seems to have gone out of human culture lately. That we're all a bit Veruca Salt. I want it now, and as you said about sacrifices, you suffer, or you find, in some way you defer what pleasure might positively be yours now in order to have a future advantage.
Right, and then we have an immense discussion that lasts forever about what that optimal future advantage is. And that's part of this religious investigation, because you might say, and this is something that's manifesting itself in Christianity, which is, well, we're trying to produce something better in the future. And so then you ask yourself, what does better mean? That's the first question. And what does the future mean? Those need to be answered. And then the final question is, well, what's the most appropriate sacrifice? And so you get an extreme version of that in Christianity, hence its narrative power, which is, well, you sacrifice the most valuable possible thing for what's of ultimate eternal value. That's the underlying structure. And in some sense, it hits a limit, because it's God himself who's sacrificed. And the purpose of the sacrifice is the establishment, the redemption of humanity, and the establishment of the kingdom of heaven eternally. So that there isn't anything better than that by definition.
No. Although I know if I was to raise Althusser or a Marxist view of this and say that it's about the power over the people, which basically denies them any kind of pleasure now on a promise which is unprovable of a future glorification in some kind or another, either for their children or for themselves in a heaven whose direction they can't point to. And not just Althusser and Marxists, of course, many secularists and atheists like myself have said, there is a story to be told about religion basically stopping ordinary citizens from having any
performing. A lot of reading, a lot of going over notes, a lot of examining material, a lot of reviewing sets and trying to find out what I like and what I don't like. It's a long and brutal process.
It's from having any say in their life and their world. They are told what the truth is. They are told where power comes from and where it resides.
I've become notorious, I suppose, for my particular take on free speech, and so it was a book that interested me. Tell me why you wrote it and what you learned and all of those things.
Well, it's not the sort of book I ever envisaged that I would have to write. I think if you go back 10, 15 years, the idea that free speech, which is obviously the seedbed of all our liberties, would be something that we would have to defend, would have probably seemed a little bit ridiculous to me, because I basically took it for granted. I thought that everyone was on that side. But I fear that something has happened, particularly over the past 10 years or so, and it is connected, I feel, with the rise of this social justice movement, what we might call critical social justice, or however we want to call it. A lot of people call it the woke movement. However you want to label that ideology, which at its heart has a real mistrust of free speech. And you hear it all the time in the kind of phrases that the activists use, phrases like words are violence, or this kind of language normalizes hate or legitimizes hate, or all this kind of thing. And there's a real genuine mistrust of the power of language to effectively corrupt the masses. And what I wanted to do, I suppose, was try and marshal a defense for this principle that I had always taken for granted, but at the same time attempt to grapple with the concerns that people might have. Because my worry with the culture war, as we call it, is that you have two sort of extreme poles arguing against each other, and most people are caught in the middle. I think most people are broadly for the idea of free speech, but they have a few reservations. For instance, when it comes to demagogues espousing hate or hate against a particular minority group or something like that, or people are concerned about the ways in which language can cause harm, and I don't think anyone would deny that words can be hurtful. So most people, I think, are somewhere in between and are open to persuasion. And I think my principal argument in the book is that absolute freedom of speech is always going to be better, and in fact, by promoting free speech, you're doing something to help those very people that you are concerned about.
So recently, the Scottish Parliament passed a hate crime law that has its supporters and also its detractors, and I'd be interested in your feeling about that. Now, you said, I believe in this book, if I remember the statistics correctly, that there have been 120,000 incidents of police investigated speech hate crime in Britain in how long? Since that's been over the last 5 years or so?
It's worse than that. The statistic I quote is between 2014 and 2019, there are 120,000 recorded incidents of non-crime. They call them non-crime hate incidents, and this is something which is now routine in the UK. I mean, obviously, I'm going to be talking about the UK, and the US and Canada is a very different kettle of fish, I'm sure. And I'm sure a lot of the people who are watching won't be familiar with the problems we have in the UK. Of course, we don't have constitutional protection for free speech. We don't have a First Amendment. We don't have anything like that, so we are particularly vulnerable. And at the moment, unfortunately, in the UK, the police who are trained by the College of Policing, who do issue very specific guidelines about this, and anyone can check this, because if you go to the government's website on hate crime and hate speech, they make very clear what they're talking about. What they say is that there are 5 protected characteristics, and these fall into race, gender, sexuality, gender identity, and disability. I think I may have misquoted that, but there's one missing. But anyway, there are 5 protected characteristics, and if a victim, and they do use the word victim rather than complainant, if a victim perceives that any speech or crime was motivated by hatred towards any of those 5 protected characteristics, then it qualifies as a hate crime if it's criminal. If it's not criminal, if it's just speech or something like that, it qualifies as a non-crime hate incident. Police will investigate that. They will record that, and although non-crime incidents don't lead to prosecution, they do go on a criminal reference check that many people take. We call it a disclosure and barring service here, so it can affect your employment prospects.
And is that without a trial? That's recorded without a trial. So
of course, there's no
so you
trial.
Get a quasi-criminal record.
You get something flagged up when you, particularly if you're applying for a teaching job, say something like that where you're working with children. It's very important, and you get this thing flagged up. So it does have serious ramifications. But even beyond that, we have hate speech laws which are encoded into the Public Order Act, which is one example, but the main example is the Electronic Communications Act 2003, in this country, and I do quote the statistic in the book as well, we have roughly 3,000 people arrested a year for offensive things that they have said online. That's so in other words, 9 people a day roughly the police in the UK are arresting. And people in the UK will be familiar with this, because if you see the Twitter accounts of various police forces, various police departments across the country, they often put things out like, you know, make sure you don't say anything offensive or thoughtless online, or we will be knocking on your door. They say these very kind of frightening things. There was a recent police display outside a supermarket in the UK. It went viral, this image. It was them next to a big digital billboard, and the slogan on the billboard was, "Being offensive is an offence." And this was flanked by police officers who were socially distanced, but they were there in their masks, which made it seem slightly even more sinister. They got in a lot of trouble for that, because people were saying, well, being offensive surely isn't a crime. But actually the problem with that is that the police clearly thought it was a crime, and they were acting on that basis. They'd obviously hadn't just concocted this billboard out of nothing. They'd really considered what it should say. And more to the point, actually they were right. In this country, you can go to prison for jokes, for offensive remarks, and people have gone to prison, have been arrested routinely for causing offence. And of course, the notion of offence is incredibly subjective. In fact, the legal stipulation in the Communications Act is that you will have broken the law if the judge and jury deem that you have communicated material that is quote unquote grossly offensive. Well, I don't know how you define that. I wouldn't know.
And also, who defines it is the real question as far as I'm concerned. I mean, I've looked into this legislation to some degree, and one of the things that struck me about it was that it seems to be purposefully left up to the hypothetical victim to define offense, which has become a subjective reality. And you can understand why that might be to some degree, because how would you define hate? And how would you define offense without, especially the latter, without making recourse to someone's subjective experience? But then, of course, well, we'll delve into that in a moment. I should start with the hard question, I suppose, which is, well, clearly people can say hateful things, and those things can be damaging psychologically and physiologically, I suppose, if people are stressed enough, and the borderline is very difficult to identify. Why is it that people shouldn't just assume that you're a mean loudmouth and that they shouldn't pay any attention to you at all because you're concerned about this? I mean, that's the general criticism of critics of hate speech, let's say. And so why in the world aren't the people who are putting this forward just trying to make the world a nicer place? What's the big problem here?
Well, I think a lot of people do assume that I'm a mean loudmouth. I think they assume that about most people who defend freedom of speech. But I'm sure the latter part of your question is absolutely right, insofar as I imagine a lot of the people who are sceptical about free speech are in fact trying to make the world a better place. I don't think that's mutually exclusive. I mean, the problem here is that the legislation as it currently stands here means that, for instance, if you say something critical about me and I perceive that it was motivated by hatred towards me on the basis of my sexuality, for instance, I could phone the police and that would be recorded and would appear on hate crime statistics in this country, because it's all about perception. That word is used about 5 or 6 times within the one passage in the hate crime legislation, the word perception of the victim. And again, I say victim, not complainant, which suggests a complete disregard for due process, but I suppose we can leave that aside. But the most common and the most frightening misconception I have found when it comes to people defending free speech is that they are doing so because they want to have the right to say appalling things about people with no comeback whatsoever, and they want to go back to some imaginary good old days, where you could just be casually homophobic and racist and sexist and all the rest of it, and no one would call you out for that. Now, I don't know anyone who falls into that category, and most people who are advocating for free speech are doing so precisely because they are aware that in countries where free speech protections are meagre, minorities tend to suffer the most. And in fact, there is it seems to be a corollary to me that those who are genuinely for free speech are also for equal rights and protecting the vulnerable in society. And this perception, which I really find unpleasant, this perception that if you are standing up for this most foundational of principles for freedom of speech, if you're standing up for that, you can only be doing so if you have a nefarious motive. I mean, what a horribly pessimistic view of humanity, and it seems to have been
Well, it seems to be a direct derivation of the hypothesis, for example, that all Western social organizations, particularly Western, are based on power and are best conceived of as tyrannical. And so if that's your view, why would you not assume that most use of speech is essentially an exercise of power in the service of tyranny?
But then why would you assume that the government in control of any particular country isn't part of that tyranny that you're describing? It seems odd to me to be mindful of the potential for tyranny, but then to outsource all your individual liberties to the state. It seems contradictory to me.
Well, I guess the way that is elided over is by allowing the hypothetical individual victim to define the offense.
This is the problem, though.
The problem I've run into, and this is partly why I appreciated your book, is that increasingly people are called upon to defend fundamental assumptions that were so taken for granted that virtually no one has an argument that's fully articulated at hand. Yeah. When no one questions free speech, no one has to defend it thoroughly. As soon as it's questioned, well, it becomes an extraordinarily complicated problem. The same with gender identity. When no one's paying attention to it, it's obvious, but as soon as you have to think it through, it becomes a rat's nest, to say the least. When I was in the UK a few years ago, I saw a number of things that I felt were disturbing. People seem to have accepted the omnipresence of CCTV cameras to a degree that I found horrifying, frankly. I don't like CCTV cameras. I don't like the message they portray, which is that everyone is criminal enough so they should be surveyed all the time and someone needs to be watching. I noticed too in London in particular that many buildings had instituted airport level security so that you had to pass through a metal detector and have your bags checked, etc., while you were moving in and out of buildings. And it struck me as quite horrifying, given that, as far as I'm concerned, Great Britain and its legal and parliamentary traditions are at the epicenter of Western freedoms. I mean, you could make a case for France, I suppose, but not a strong one as far as I'm concerned. Yet your citizens seem to have accepted this with virtually no problem. And now, on the heels of that, we have this multiplication of hate crime.
That's as much a surprise to me as it is to you. I mean, you won't have seen all of the CCTV cameras. Apparently they're absolutely everywhere. You can't walk anywhere in the UK without being potentially monitored. I'm not saying someone's watching you all the time, but things are being recorded and digitized. And it's interesting to me because I remember back in the early 2000s when the government was trying to push through its ID card scheme, and broadly speaking, the left were unanimously against it, and they didn't like this idea of living in a society where there's someone on the corner saying papers please. No one really wanted that, but we've become very docile and very accepting of the idea that we need to be coddled and monitored by the state. I mean, I know there's a recent debate about vaccine passports, and people seem very blasé about this idea that we might have to have our ID embedded and encoded onto a card to get anywhere or to do anything. So I think there's something going on there, and it is connected with what you've brought up in terms of hate crime legislation. We've just become accustomed. I mean, you mentioned specifically the problem in Scotland. And seriously, it relates very closely to what you're saying, because the SNP, who are the only really party with any clout in Scotland, that's the Scottish National Party, and it's never a good idea, is it, when you have one political party which doesn't really have an opposition. They have a reputation for quite nanny state-ish policies. They introduced what was it called, the named person scheme. It didn't go through in the end, but they wanted to assign every child born in Scotland with a state guardian. They effectively didn't trust the parents to raise their own kids. They have other examples, minimum pricing on alcohol, or a ban on 2-for-1 pizzas because they don't trust poor people not to gain weight. So all sorts of these sorts of policies. But in this current hate crime bill, which has just sailed through because there's no opposition, Humza Yousaf, the Justice Secretary, has pushed through. He's specifically included an element to this bill which says that they can criminalise you for things you say in the privacy of your own home. I mean, that to me that's just a given. I would have never thought that anyone in this country would not consider that to be an incredible invasion on individual liberty.
You can make a strong case for Scotland as the ground zero for developing many of the concepts that undergird the entire Western notion of freedom. And to see that emerging in Scotland is absolutely stunningly terrifying as far as I'm concerned.
You think of Mel Gibson with a face covered in woad shouting freedom as he's executed, in Braveheart. You do think of Scotland as being associated with it, but honestly, Scotland, for some reason, and I don't know what it is, and it might be to do that it's effectively this one-party state, it seems to have this incredible sense, and they've really bought into this idea that unless they can police the thought and speech of their citizens, then they will just run amok. There's another element to that bill. I don't know if you know about this. There's a specific element on the bill which talks about the public performance of a play. So they've effectively said that they will criminalise public performances. So say if it can be deemed that those performances were designed to stir up hatred, that's the formulation, stir up hatred. I'm not quite sure what that means necessarily, but when Humza Yousaf was questioned about this in Parliament, he actually said, well, theoretically, a neo-Nazi or someone from the far right could get together with a group of actors and put on a play to recruit people to his cause. And as I said at the time, I don't know any neo-Nazis, but they're not into amateur dramatics. That's not their thing. They don't do that. They wouldn't get involved. And yet he's got this idea in his head that is a feasible... I mean, it seems ridiculous, but it's not really, because the ramifications are quite serious. And the way it's just gone through without any opposition really, really troubles me. I mean, there have been modifications, I should say, in fairness. In the initial bill, in the initial draft of the bill, they had said that you could be criminalised irrespective of intention. In other words,
yes,
if you
that was terrifying.
Awful. I mean, if you wrote a play that then stimulated someone to join the far right, then you were still responsible whether you intended it or not. Now, the problem was, with theatrical representation or any kind of artistic representation, is sometimes you want to represent the worst aspects of humanity because that's part of drama and literature and all the rest of it. I mean, there would be no artistic freedom if that went through. So fortunately, that element of the bill was modified.
Well, and also the attempt to reverse the idea that intent is important that's even more catastrophic. It's always been a miracle to me that our legal system ever became psychologically sophisticated enough so that intent rather than outcome was what mattered. Because you have to be a sophisticated thinker to see that someone has done damage to someone else, and so the damage is real and marked and troublesome and costly, all of that, painful. But because the intent wasn't there, the severity of the action is dramatically mitigated. That's a sign of maturity and sophistication to note that, and the fact that it's built into the legal system is nothing short of remarkable. And then to remove that and to make the felt consequences the arbiter of the reality of the situation is a dreadful assault on the integrity of the law as such, as far as I can tell.
Well, moreover, it's something that everyone intuitively understands. We all understand the difference between murder and manslaughter. We all understand that intent actually does, like you say, escalate the severity of a crime, and it's bigger than that, isn't it? It's because this idea that intention doesn't matter is actually built into so much of this, what we call social justice discourse. If you think of critical race theory, it's just a given that there are racist structures, and you can be racist without intending to be racist. And I really do dispute that, because I think in order to be racist, intention has to be at the heart of that. Otherwise, it's incoherent to me. But this is really a degraded view of humanity. I feel, where we are effectively like marionettes, and that we're just being played. And that we don't have any agency anymore, and therefore we can't be responsible for our own words, not just our actions. We can't be responsible for our own words and the ramifications. So we have to be controlled, and we have to be stifled by the state, and it makes me very nervous.
So I've been thinking through the importance of free speech, I suppose, from a psychological perspective, and it seems to me that, well, we can walk through some axioms and you can tell me what you think about them if you would. So, I mean, the first thing we might posit is that it's useful to think It's better to think than not to think. And that might seem self-evident, but thought can be troublesome and stir up trouble, and your thoughts can be inaccurate. So it's perhaps not that unreasonable to start the questioning there. But I think it was Alfred North Whitehead who said that thinking allows our thoughts to die instead of us. And so he was thinking about the evolution of thought in some sense from a biological perspective. So imagine a creature that's incapable of thought has to act something out, a representation of the world or an intent. It has to be embodied. And then if that fails, well, it fails in action. And so the consequence of that might be death. It might be very severe. Whereas once you can think, you can represent the world abstractly. You can divorce the abstraction from the world, and then you can produce avatars of yourself, sometimes in image, like in dreams, let's say, or in literature and fiction and movies and so on. Produce avatars of ourselves that are fictional, and then run them as simulations in the abstract world and observe the consequences. And we do that in our stories. We do that when we dream. We do that when we imagine in images and depict a dramatic scenario playing itself out. But then we also do that in words, because we encode those images. It's one more level of abstraction. We encode those images into words, and those words become partial dramatic avatars, and then the words can battle with one another. So thought seems to work, let's say verbal thought. You ask yourself a question, you receive an answer in some mysterious manner. There's an internal revelation of sorts. That's the spontaneous thought. You know, when you sit down to write a book, thoughts come to you, perhaps because you pose yourself a question, and no one knows how that works, but we experience it, that thoughts manifest themselves in the theater of our imagination. So that's the revelatory aspect. And then there's the critical aspect, which is, well, now you've thought this and perhaps you've written it down. Can you generate counter positions? Are there universes that you can imagine where this doesn't apply? Are there situations where it doesn't apply? Are there better ways of formulating that thought? But I would say, with regard to critical thought, and to some degree with regard to productive thought, an indeterminate proportion of that is dependent on speech. I don't think it's unreasonable to point out that thought is internalized speech, and that the dialectical process that constitutes critical thinking is internalized speech. So you and I are engaging in a dialectic enterprise. You'll posit something and I'll respond to it, and you'll respond to that, and we're in a kind of combat. There's some cooperation about it as well, and we're attempting to formulate a truth more clearly, at least in principle, if we're being honest. We do that when we're speaking. So our thought, the quality of our thought, is actually dependent on our ability to speak our minds.
Absolutely.
And then, so go ahead.
Well, I couldn't agree more, because I think speech is the way in which we collaborate on our thoughts. You know, that's how it works. You refine those thought processes that you've described. I mean, I'm no psychologist, but I understand this basic premise that we have these various thoughts that are continually in conflict within ourselves. Unless we're able to articulate them and to engage in others through that process, through that transactional process of speech, then those thoughts are never refined, and they remain in this kind of infancy. And this is why
they're as refined as we can make them as individuals. Sure. But that's also assuming that you even have the words, which you also learned in a dialectical process.
Right, exactly. It's not as though the truth is ever fully graspable, but we can get nearer to it through that collaborative process of speaking and articulating the thoughts. And in fact, even in the act of, like you say, writing or articulating yourself, as with your self-authoring program, for instance, the act of writing things out is what clarifies the point of view for you. I've actually found that the way that I think about these issues now is largely a product of the fact that I've written so much about it and changed my mind through the act of learning how to express myself on these points. And the consequence of not having that opportunity, I think, is something I would barely want to contemplate. And I think that, to give an example of the moment, which is that because any kind of attempt do have a discussion or debate about the perceived conflict between trans rights and gender critical feminism. Because to even attempt that discussion at the moment will have such grave social consequences, and certainly in terms of career prospects, major consequences. People will not have that discussion. I have people I know in politics, in the media, and they say to me quite honestly, I will not talk about this. I have concerns, I have qualms, I want answers to questions, but I absolutely will not open my mouth about this. And if you don't do that, this is why no one understands the issue. This is why no one has reached any kind of consensus on this issue. All we have is a sense in which to have the quote-unquote wrong opinion makes you a pariah, and therefore I'd better not have that opinion. Well, then that's not a sincerely held conviction.
If the definition of wrong is continually transforming and in an unpredictable manner, then it's best just to sidestep the issue entirely. And then that leaves it murky and ill-defined, and assuming that you believe that thought has any utility. And so when you're sitting down to write, when I'm sitting down to write, and I produce a sentence, it might have come from some theoretical perspective. Maybe I'm approaching something from a Freudian perspective, or a Marxist perspective, or an Enlightenment perspective, etc. I mean, it's a psychological trope, I suppose, that we all think the thoughts of dead philosophers, right? We think we have our own opinions, but that's really rarely, very, very, very rarely the case. It's not that easy to come up with something truly original, and generally you make incremental progress at best. And so your ability to abstractly represent the world and then to generate avatars that can be defeated without you dying is dependent on your incorporation of a multitude of opinions. And that in itself is a consequence of, that works to the degree that communication is actually free and that you can get access to as much thought as you can possibly manage. So I can't see how you can deny the centrality of free speech as a fundamental right, or the fundamental right perhaps, unless you simultaneously deny the utility of thought. But maybe if you are also inclined to remove the individual from the central position of the political discourse, then maybe you can also make the case, at least implicitly, that individual thought doesn't matter and that mostly it's just causing trouble.
But I think individual thought is key, and actually, even in the outline you've described there is individual agency in reaching a conclusion that has been articulated before, insofar as if you are engaged with a multitude of writers and philosophers and artists and ideas, and you've come out with a perspective, well, that perspective may not be original to you, but the process that you've gone through to reach that viewpoint is individual to you. There is a power in that. So there's something important about that.
There's something crucial. If you're a practicing psychotherapist, one of the things you have to learn is to not provide people with your words too much. What you want is for them to formulate the conclusion. And you can guide them through the process of investigation. You talked about the self-authoring process, which is online at selfauthoring.com, that it steps people, say, through the process of writing an autobiography, of analyzing their current virtues and faults, and of making a future plan. The utility of all of that is dependent on the person who's undertaking the exercise generating their own verbal representations, right? Yes. And that seems to cement it somehow as yours if you've come up with the words. And so it's the uppermost expression of personhood, the ability to have the words that you should speak reveal themselves to you, and to have the right to express them as you see fit.
Yes, in which case, if you are merely repeating an accepted script, then to what extent can you even say to be an individual at all? This to me.
Well, I think that's part of the philosophical conundrum, is that if you believe that all people do is repeat predigested scripts, especially if your view is that the fundamental human motivation is power, and the entire social landscape is nothing but a competition between equally,
come on, man.
What would you say, selfish and single-minded power strivers, then there is no individual. There's no individual in that conceptual world. And it seems to me that that's the world that we're being pushed to inhabit and are criticized for, on moral grounds, for criticizing. And I'm still trying to get my hands around this. I mean, when I went to Britain, I saw the CCTV cameras and the increased security, and it isn't clear to me how that's related to the social justice issues, that so-called social justice issues that we're discussing, but they seem to me in some very difficult to comprehend way part and parcel of the same thing, the same dangerous thing.
Well, I think it's probably connected just in terms of this distrust of humanity, or this belief that people need to be shepherded. Otherwise, left to their own devices, chaos will reign. I think that's the connection. It's not directly connected as far as the issues relating to liberty and CCTV obviously predate what we now call, whatever the current social justice movement is called. But I think there is something there. I mean, the censorship, the impulse to censor what people read, and this is something that particularly hits home to me in the arts, is based on this view that ultimately it's the people or the populace is liable to corruption if they're exposed to the wrong materials. And what's very interesting to me about that, I mean, you've written a lot about the way in which literature, for instance, informs our experiences, because it is, in a sense, like when you read philosophers, you're feeling your way through other lives and other experiences that are trans-historical and cross-cultural, and they inform the way that you react in your own individual experience. But if you start to say, as an artist, no, you can only represent, for a start, what you personally are or have experienced, and you cannot represent anything which is morally problematic, to use the phrase that they absolutely adore, then art fails to, and literature in particular, fails to function in the way that it should, because you can't explore those things. This is why I often, when it comes to censorship of the arts, I often go back to what Oscar Wilde said about this. He said there's no such thing as a moral or an immoral book. Books are well written or badly written, that is all. And that actually art and morality sometimes are not one. In other words, art shouldn't just be about promoting whatever the ethical trend is of any given time. It's much bigger.
Well, it's not art at that point at all.
Well, it's
as far as I'm concerned, if you can state the purpose of the art in explicit terms, especially if it's in accordance with let's say an ideology that's shared by a multitude of people, it's not art at all. It's propaganda.
It's totally banal. I mean, this is why so many people are getting sick of Hollywood. I mean, to bring it down to a different level, that people are sick of the entertainment on their TV, on their streaming services, and on Hollywood, because they have this constant feeling that they're being hectored by some moralistic person in a studio saying, you know, our focus here is on diversity, our focus here is on the right moral message, that the message of the story is one that would be approved by a group of intersectional activists. And you get this all the time seeping into mainstream entertainment, and people get really, really sick of it. It's not that when you see a lesbian kiss in Star Wars that offends you because you're a homophobe. Most sci-fi fans they've never had a problem with diversity or anything like that. What bothers them about it is this sense of someone saying to them, we think you're all evil bigots and you need to be educated, and that's why we're going to shoehorn in a lesbian kiss into the end of this film. That's why people have a problem. I mean, you had it yourself recently with that ludicrous Marvel Comics thing where you became the Red Skull, and that to me was a perfect example of the banality of an artistic endeavor that becomes an exercise in political pedagogy, because that was quite clearly, I mean, you couldn't even say it was satirical, because it cannot be satirically effective if the thing that they are comparing you to is the precise opposite of the thing you believe. I mean, of all the sort of public figures I can think of, you have the most clear track record of opposing tyranny in all its forms, which anyone who knows anything about your work will know. You've spent years lecturing about the evils of authoritarianism, including Nazism. So the idea that you would then become this super magic Nazi is propagandistic. It's totally banal artistically. Firstly, it's not satirically right, but also it's just. Do you know what it reminds me of? Actually, I don't know if you remember after the fatwa against Salman Rushdie, there was a film made in Pakistan called International Guerrillas, where they turned Salman Rushdie into this evil villain playboy who was colluding with the Israeli military services. And at the end of the film, these flying copies of the Quran float down and shoot laser beams into his head and kill him off. And that is such a ridiculous, laughable film, you put your enemy as the main villain and you just misrepresent him in that way. Well, that's just what they did to you. It's as banal as that. And I think people are sick of that.
Well, the response, thankfully, seems to indicate that, it didn't do me any harm, as far as I can tell. I mean, it was very shocking to me that it happened. It took me about 12 hours to sort of regain my composure, because I actually couldn't believe it to begin with. I was sure that it was a fabrication.
Yeah.
But then it was even more shocking when I found out who had authored it. It was someone who had an intellectual reputation. And so...
But he's an activist, isn't he? He's an intersectional activist.
His opinions definitely place him on the side of the radical left. So it's very difficult to... So there's an attack on the essence of free speech. I mean, I remember reading Derrida. Derrida criticized our culture, Western culture, as phallogocentric.
Yeah. And
it's really actually quite a precise word. So the phallic part of it is masculine, obviously, related to the phallus, and logos is, well, that's the central concept of Greek rationalism, but it's also the central concept of Christianity. And the logos is something like the magical power of genuine and true speech. It's something like that. And there are representations of the magical power of speech that predate Greece and Christianity. You see it in Mesopotamia. The equivalent to the savior in ancient Mesopotamian religious thinking was Marduk, and he could speak magic words. He had eyes all the way around his head, which meant that he paid attention to everything, but he could speak magic words. And so that idea of the centrality of speech and its association with the very fabric of reality, that's been an idea that has strived to make itself manifest for thousands and thousands of years. I mean, in the Judeo-Christian tradition, in the biblical tradition, the word is given cosmological status as the thing that brings habitable order out of chaos, and it's identified with divinity itself. And so the assault on free speech is an assault on a principle that's fundamental beyond, say, its central importance to the Enlightenment. It's an assault on the idea of the logos itself.
I agree. This is why I always mistrusted the post-structuralists. So when I was studying for English, it was the Derrida and Foucault and Lyotard, and these were taken as a given, and this idea that there is no truth beyond language. Language is all. Language is the way in which we construct our perception of reality and our perception of truth, and that actually there is no truth at the heart of it. I just found it so depressingly pessimistic, because it also means that you can construct any kind of reality you like, and maybe
that's part of the motivation for it, is the hypothetical lack of constraint by anything that seems to imply, right? I mean, if there's no canonical reality, well, there's no responsibility, that's for sure. You could argue that there's no meaning and it's deeply pessimistic, but maybe the payoff for that is no responsibility, but there's also no constraint of any sort. There's certainly no ethical constraint. And I mean, I keep trying to dig to see what's at the bottom of this anti-logos sentiment, and it's a very difficult thing to get right.
Maybe it's not even as deliberate as the way that it sounds. Maybe it is just the fact that these theories, for whatever reason, became fashionable in universities about 20 years ago, and now, for whatever reason, they have escaped into the mainstream. And most of the people that push this stuff don't read Foucault, and they don't know about the people whose ideas they've imbibed and actually very much misunderstood. The whole point of the postmodernists was to trash the notion of grand narratives, and what we have now in the social justice movement is an incredible grand narrative. We are on the right side of history. We are the righteous ones, and everyone else needs to be decimated. And it seems to me that this stuff, I don't think it's as conspiratorial as that. I think it's just sort of circumstances of history, one thing after another, and this is where we're at now. But the end result that we have to deal with, which I think you've alluded to, is this idea that if there is no such thing as reality beyond language, then you are at liberty to construct whatever a pseudo-reality that you desire or is easiest for you. And we see elements of this reverberating, I think, in a lot of the discourse at the moment of things like lived experience. You can present as much data as you want, but it will be disregarded if it doesn't tally with what lived experience really means, which is what I want to be true.
Well, there's also this insistence that seems part of it that, I objected to some legislation that was passed in Canada, and that's sort of what propelled me into public visibility, let's say. And to begin with, I was mostly concentrating on the violation of the principle of free speech that the legislation seemed to me to represent, because it compelled certain utterances. And I was never a fan of hate speech laws to begin with, and this was something beyond hate speech laws, because hate speech laws stop you from saying things, whereas compelled speech laws force you to say something, which is much worse, even though the first one is also ill-advised as far as I'm concerned. But I've realized more recently that I was also disturbed, although in a less explicit manner, with the theory of identity that was an implicit part of the legislation. So with gender identity, for example, and we're engaged in a discussion across our culture about gender identity. I know as a personality psychologist that there are females, biological females, who have masculine personalities, and there are biological males who have feminine personalities. The link between personality as such and biological structure is suggestive but not absolute, and there's a lot of variability. But the idea that identity is something that you define yourself and that you can change at will at any point seems to me to be entirely counterproductive and dangerous, because it's inaccurate. So your identity isn't merely your membership in whatever group you happen to identify with at that moment. It's certainly not merely your sexuality or merely your race. In fact, your identity is barely your race, because your identity is something more like how you conduct yourself in the world.
Yes.
And if you define yourself as black, let's say, that doesn't give you much of a map to encountering and approaching the world. It's nowhere near detailed enough. And then the idea that you define it, I've been thinking about that a lot. You never define your identity by yourself. You can't, because you're surrounded by other people and they have to play along with you. And if they don't play along with you voluntarily, which means they appreciate the quality of your game and they understand it, then you're either going to be alienated or you have to impose your identity by force. But that's also not a very good solution. I just spent some time interviewing one of the world's foremost authorities on aggression, and that'll be released in a bit. Perhaps it's been released before this will be released. He's done longitudinal studies of aggression, and if the idea that our social structures are predicated on power was true, then children would start out not being aggressive and they would become more aggressive with time, and the more aggressive children would be more successful. And none of that is true. Children start out more aggressive than they are on average by the time they're adults. Aggression levels decrease with age rather than increasing, and there's no evidence whatsoever that it's a useful long-term strategy in the social world. Identity is something you negotiate the way you negotiate a game.
Yeah.
It's more like, it has to be that way. And so
there's something rather sinister, isn't there, about the way in which present-day identity politics is about imposition onto others. rather than an assertion of who I am or whatever that might be. I mean, I always mistrusted it. So I can see the utility of identity politics, politically speaking, in scenarios where people are marginalised. I understand why gay people collectively came together back in the 60s to fight for their rights, because there was obviously a serious problem, or the civil rights movement in Northern Ireland in the 60s and 70s and that kind of thing, where Catholics weren't able to have the vote or to get housing. So that sort of makes sense to me. The current identity politic, or what we might call identitarians, a lot of it strikes me as about power. In fact, I feel like they would be an incredible subject for Foucault if he were alive today, because I've noticed this correlation, and a lot of people have noticed this correlation, and I never get an answer about this. But why is it whenever I'm viciously attacked or threatened, something particularly pernicious, the person doing it always has their pronouns in their bio or a rainbow gay flag in their bio? Why is there a correlation that I've experienced again and again? I mean, it's almost inevitable at this point, between the need to self-identify in terms of sexuality and gender, and a kind of cruelty or viciousness or a need to attack, an aggression.
Well,
in other words,
one of the things that disturbs me constantly about ideological representations of the world, broadly speaking, is that their fundamental danger is that they always contain a too convenient theory of evil and malevolence.
Mm-hmm.
And for me, any theory that locates the fundamental problem of evil somewhere other than inside you is dangerous. Now, that isn't to say that social structures can't be corrupted and aren't corrupt. That's an existential problem in and of itself. It's always the case that our social institutions aren't what they should be, and they're outdated, and they're predicated to some degree on deceit, and people who use power can manipulate them, sometimes successfully. That problem never goes away, and it never will. But when the evil can be easily located somewhere else, then you have every moral right to allow your unexamined motivations to manifest themselves fully, because you can punish the evildoers and always remain on the moral side of the fence. There's a huge attractiveness in that.
I mean, this is something you've explored a lot, with the idea for Solzhenitsyn's idea about the good and evil cutting through the heart of every human being, because that to me, it really gets to the heart of a lot of what I would call a kind of infantile culture. I think this is a symptom of childishness. Whenever I was learning about literature and what constituted more sophisticated literature and what didn't, Disney films, childish films, let's take Tolkien for instance, bad people look bad, they look like orcs, they're ugly, and they are villains, and then there are heroes and they are good. There isn't complexity, and if you have a more complex novel like a Mervyn Peake novel where people aren't necessarily good or bad, they're both, they struggle within themselves and with other people, that is a mark of a kind of adult novel as opposed to a childish novel, right? And that's quite an important distinction. And I think most of the political and ideological battles that I find myself in the middle of, and I'm sure you do as well, are because people are just reducing everything to this binary of good versus evil and putting themselves on the side of good. It is a very infantile, almost like a caricature of religion. It's and I see it again and again. We had it in this country with the Brexit vote. Effectively, what happened in the vote here, and the reason why it became so toxic and families fell apart, and you wouldn't believe. I know it wasn't reported very much elsewhere, but it was like a kind of ideological civil war here, but not a very sophisticated one, because it came down to this narrative that if you voted to leave the EU, you were evil, racist, stupid, and if you voted to remain, you were good and progressive and all the rest, and noble and virtuous, right? And of course, there are all sorts of good reasons to have voted either way, and this kind of caricature, and it happens again with.
Well, you described it as a caricature of religion, and I think that's what an ideology is. And this is one of the reasons that I've been inclined, let's say, to have my shot at the rational atheists, much as I'm a fan of Enlightenment thinking. I mean, I was convinced as a consequence of reading Jung primarily, but also Dostoevsky and also Nietzsche primarily, and Solzhenitsyn, I would say, as well, that, and then biology as well, as I studied that more deeply, there's no escaping a religious framework. There's no way out of it. And if you eliminate it, say as a consequence of rational criticism, what you inevitably produce is its replacement by forms of religion that are much less sophisticated. I mean,
well, it's not religion. It's a fundamentalist religion. It's, you know, if I look back to my Catholic upbringing, actually acknowledging your own capacity for sin is at the heart of Catholicism. That's why we have the confessional. That's why you sit there and tell this stranger all these things you've done wrong, because it's reckoning with it.
That's far from trivial. It's unbelievably not trivial, and because it was so common, like a common part of Catholicism, it can be passed over without notice. And so the religious structures that we inherited, I'm going to talk about Christianity most specifically because it's the dominant form of it's the form of religious belief that primarily undergirds our social structures. It's our operating system. My producer came up with that term the other day, and I thought it was apt. And it does localize the drama between good and evil inside, and makes you responsible for that, and makes you encourages you, let's say, to attend to the ways that you fall short of the ideal. And when you criticize a structure like that out of existence, you don't criticize the questions that gave rise to it out of existence. And the questions might be, well, what's the nature of the good? What's the nature of evil? Those are religious questions. What's the purpose of our life? How do you orient yourself if you're trying to move up, let's say, rather than down? How should you conduct yourself, et cetera, et cetera? Those questions don't go away, and they can't not be answered. And so the way that a traditional religious structure answers them is in a mysterious way. It uses ritual, it uses music, it uses art, it uses literature, it uses stories, all these things that are outside the realm of easy criticism. And then some of that's translated into, comprehensible, explicit dogma, and that's the part that's most susceptible to rational criticism. But when that disappears, I've been thinking about this a lot this week because of what happened to Richard Dawkins recently. And I have my differences with Dawkins and the rest of the rational atheists because I think that they underestimated the danger of dispensing with what they were attempting to dispense with. And I see the influx of religious fervor associated with political ideas as a direct consequence of the lack of separation, let's say, between church and state psychologically.
But Dawkins has fallen foul of this new religion, but his case actually really is testimony to what we're talking about, that this is not a religion in a traditional sense. It is an infantile religion that only sees things in binaries of good and evil, because he was posing a question about identity. He was saying, if it is possible for Rachel Dolezal to identify as black, why is she universally condemned and derided, but somebody can identify as the opposite sex and they are celebrated? And all he was doing was posing the question. He wasn't even actually making a claim.
Yeah, well, he was doing what a scientist actually does. I mean, I've been shocked frequently in my interactions with journalists because I've worked as a scientist for 3 decades, and I'm accustomed to the way that scientists think and speak. And when I'm sitting around with my graduate students and there's a problem or an issue, what they do, and my colleagues as well, is generate a bunch of hypotheses about why that might be. They don't necessarily believe them, but the first trick is to generate as many, hypotheses, I said that already, that might account for it, ranging from biological through social, etc. And that is exactly what Dawkins did. He even said that's what he was doing.
That puts you on the side of the devil. I mean, there was a viral tweet this week from a teacher saying, I will never allow my pupils to play devil's advocate. I will never allow that in the class because some views are oppressive and are not to be entertained. I mean, but that's the point. That's why the Vatican will call in a devil's advocate when someone is potentially being canonized.
Well, if you can't play devil's advocate, you can't think.
That's it.
You have to have a devil's advocate in your head. If you don't have a devil's advocate in your head torturing every thought you generate, you're not engaged in critical thinking.
Right. Well,
that's for sure.
That's the scientific process to disprove yourself. I mean, that's what surprises me about Richard Dawkins' response, because I think what he didn't realise is that he was caught in this good versus evil binary, and he was the heretic now. He had been branded. He posed the question you're not meant to pose, and therefore he's now outed himself as one of the demons. He's there in pandemonium with the other demons. Now, then he of course backtracked and apologised and said, "Well, I didn't want to offend anyone." And of course, in an adult rational world, that would be taken in good faith but he didn't. I don't think he fully appreciates what's going on here. Is that he's already marked himself as the sinner.
Well, here's his apology. Let's say. Now, what he should have said, as far as I'm concerned, here's what he said.
Okay.
I do not intend to disparage trans people. I see that my academic discuss question has been misconstrued as such, and I deplore this. It was also not my intent to ally in any way with Republican bigots in the US now exploiting this issue. And so It's so interesting that that's what he did, because
well, it's buying into the tribalism thing. You know,
it's also not the best response to defend him. What he should have said was something like, "Look, people, here's something to think about that I was posing. That's what scientists do. And you didn't understand that, but that's not my problem. It's your lack of sophistication." But he, instead of saying that, he immediately removed himself from the bad people, and that was the Republican bigots, which just seems to me to pour fuel on the fire. And then he also said that he didn't intend to disparage trans people, which isn't the issue at all.
Well, also there was no implication in what he asked that he had ever intended to disparage trans people. But to be fair to him, I understand when you're caught in the middle of a Twitter storm, you just want it to stop. And I've heard you talk about this as well. Is actually your response probably isn't going to be the best one. You just want it to go away.
No, well, look, I mean, one of the things that's really worth pointing out here, and it's not like I don't have sympathy for Dawkins. I have sympathy for Dawkins. I sent out a tweet defending him yesterday. I mean, Dawkins is an admirable scientist in my estimation. I learned lots from reading his books. That doesn't mean I don't have my criticisms of Dawkins, but just because you have criticisms of someone doesn't mean that they've never done anything worthwhile or that you haven't learned something from them. And that's especially true in the scientific realm.
What?
I just don't understand why. Okay, so back to the Twitter issue. So what I've seen repeatedly, and this is worth some discussion, is when I'm watching Twitter, when I'm watching these attacks on people, what I've seen, the most general pattern of response to be is that it doesn't take very many people attacking you on Twitter before it's seriously psychologically disturbing.
Yeah.
You know, and that is interestingly related to this whole issue of hate speech that we've been discussing, because it is the case that vicious attacks have quite a pronounced psychological effect, especially if they're personal. And people generally fold and apologize instantly if my sense has been if the Twitter mob is 20 people. It's sort of like they're reacting to 20 of their neighbors showing up on their doorsteps with pitchforks and torches. And I think it's actually an admirable response in some sense, because a well-socialized person actually does care what their neighbors think. And if you offend 20 of your neighbors, it's possible, 20 of your tribe, it's possible that you've done something wrong. You might ask yourself that. Now, on Twitter, you're connected to hundreds of thousands of people, and if you would offend 20, it's not clear what that means. It might just mean that you said something.
It feels a lot worse than it actually is as well. It feels amplified because there's all these people who are strangers who know absolutely nothing about you. And it's particularly frustrating because more often than not, when it's happened to me, it's always been an imagined grievance. It's not actually something I've said. It's something that they've assumed that I've said, or a way that they have interpreted this. And the more you try and fight back against it or try and explain your actual position, the more they double down on their, and you've had this as well. People are going after a figment of their own imagination. That's impossible to fend off, and it does do psychological harm, and I've never denied that. And this is something I addressed in the book because I quoted, I can't remember her name now, but the writer talking about how hate speech could be said to be violence, insofar as the psychological impact can have a physiological impact. It can make you sick. It can make you unwell. The impact of words. But of course, the example I use is taxation. I could fall physically sick because I'm under stress from being overly taxed by the government. Does that mean that the government has committed an act of violence against me? It could be applied to absolutely anything, I think.
Well, an anarchist would argue yes.
Right, sure, exactly, but that wouldn't be me. But you could apply that to absolutely any conceivable scenario where anything that has happened to you has led to stress and physical degeneration. And so I don't think it's right to single speech out and say speech is that, but we can say that is violence.
Also, it's a one-sided argument, because dangerous as free speech is, we don't ever have to deny that there's such a thing as hateful speech or damaging speech.
Yeah.
Or corrosive speech, or untruth speech, or pathological speech in every possible direction. That isn't the issue. The issue is, what's more dangerous? To regulate it or to leave it be, despite its dangers?
Right.
That's
Exactly.
the only rational argument, or the only complete argument, let's say.
Even if you have the most repugnant character who's advocating the most vile ideas about society and attempting to proselytize, even someone who's attempting to recruit people to his or her cause, even something as vicious as neo-Nazism or something like that, the question isn't, do I support what that person is saying? Because obviously we don't. The question is, do you take a few instances of people behaving in this way and use that as a reason, a justification to empower the state to make a decision about what people can say and think? That's the bigger principle that's at stake here. I worry that with social media and Twitter as well, is that we end up buying into the illusion that there are more hateful people in the world than there actually are, because even the people who send these hateful things probably wouldn't behave like that in real life. There's something about the online world, and what it does is absolutely, this is the heart of cancel culture. This is why it works. Like you said, it's just a few tweets. That's all it takes. I've seen situations where companies and corporations will backtrack on a policy just because of one or two tweets, because they fear this deluge of people. It has such disproportionate power, and often with this kind of cancel culture, it is often about something that someone hasn't even said. The example of Dawkins is perfect, because a lot of the people, and some prominent people I saw, were saying, look, Dawkins has now outed himself as a transphobe. If you said to them, where is the transphobic
him today,
thing?
you tomorrow, bucko.
Well, quite, because if someone is transphobic simply because you've decided that, it was the same with J.K. Rowling. It became suddenly quite normal for commentators on the mainstream media to say that she has said transphobic things. Well, where? Because I've read her comments and her essay on the trans issue that she posted on her blog, and it was a long essay which was very compassionate and nuanced, and at no point, it's the opposite. She says that she supports trans rights and she would stand there against any discrimination. And I've been in these fights all the time, if ever you ask someone to say, can you just quote the transphobic thing that she said, they never can. And an adult would say, okay, I can't find the evidence of my preconception, so therefore I should revise my view. But they don't. They double down on it, and they find these they use casuistry and whatever linguistic semantic tricks they can to come back round to the conclusion they'd already decided. Same with Dawkins. Not just the American Humanist Association. I saw a major blogger saying that anyone who was defending him is transphobic. And if that's all it takes to be smeared in this way, if it doesn't matter what you say, if all that matters is what people decide that you believe, then I suppose this goes back to this pseudo-reality we were discussing.
Well, I guess what Dawkins got in trouble for, let's take it apart a bit, okay? Because it's worth doing. He said, this is his original tweet, in 2015, Rachel Dolezal, a white chapter president of NAACP, was vilified for identifying as black. Some men choose to identify as women, and some women choose to identify as men. You will be vilified if you deny that they literally are what they identify as. Discuss. Okay, so he put forth a set of propositions, but the proposition has a point, and the point is, what is it that you can and can't identify with, and what power do people have to enforce their decision on others? And that's really the question he's asking, if you strip it down. And that is actually a question that's very threatening to well, let's see, who would it be threatening to? Well, it would be threatening to anyone who insists that you can choose an identity, say in the realm of gender, and that you should have the right to enforce your choice despite other people's opinions, let's say.
So he's asking, why is there an inherent contradiction in the intersectional discourse? Why is it that racial identity is not malleable and in fact has to be strictly policed, hence why we have all these debates about cultural appropriation? Why is that so rigid? And yet, even if the lived experience, let's go back to that, the lived experience of the person tells them otherwise. I mean, Rachel Dolezal wrote a whole book in which she outlines how she feels that she has always been black. It isn't just, I choose to be black one day. It is something, her lived experience is that in essence she is. So why is that to be vilified universally without question, and there's no discussion to be had here? And yet, someone who chooses, in other words, that gender identity is something that is malleable and open to options, and actually infinite options. Why? And I think
well,
there is a
maybe he's vilified
there.
because he asked a question that's at the heart of the problem with identity politics.
Quite.
Period.
I mean, particularly because when it comes to race, I mean, virtually all intersectionists would accept that race is socially constructed. This is something they're always talking about. And so therefore, in a sense, there is more of a case for transracialism. If you want to say that that it is an identity that can be mixed.
Well, in some sense, we already accept transracialism as a given. And so here's something, I might as well get in trouble for this. Well, if your ancestry is 95% Caucasian and 5% non-Caucasian, Asian, black, let's say, you're not Caucasian.
Right.
Generally speaking, you can identify with the minority group. And so at some point, the question becomes, well, it's a ridiculous question, which is why the whole notion of group identity construed in this way is so pathological. But we obviously accept some degree of transracial identification if your racial group is disproportionately in one category, but you identify with the other, and that's instantly not only accepted, it's standard practice.
Right. And I'm with the intersectionists on this insofar as race is, we're all the same. Ever since we've broken down the human genome, we know there are no differences between us. So this idea that it must be so rigidly policed, this social construct, these arbitrary ideas, and yet gender. I mean, I think it's something.
Okay, so now we know exactly why Dawkins got himself in so much trouble.
Okay, and
he put his finger. Well, it will for sure. It's for sure. But the magical super Nazis are always in trouble. So
you are exactly exactly. But then what? But with the question of the gender identity debate, but this is the debate we need to be having. Is actually the other thing he put his finger on there is that actually people are arguing with different definitions in their heads. For the identitarians, the idea of a woman is an identity. It isn't a biological reality. But for most people, the classification of woman is biological reality, not identity. So in other words, and why is it that we cannot have that discussion? So okay, so you believe this thing, we believe the other, and that's why we're at loggerheads. But let's have the discussion. Why can that not happen? Why does it have to be? If you've decided,
that's actually what we're trying to unpack, is what's the motivation at the root of this. And it seems to me, I do believe it's something like a pronounced infantilism. I mean, one of the things I've been toying with is the idea that the demand for gender fluidity in late adolescence, let's say, is something like the consequence of insufficient fantasy play in childhood. That I remember, for example, when my son was little, his sister and her friends used to dress him up as a fairy princess. Mm-hmm. They did this with some regularity, and I kind of cast a dim eye on that, but I thought it through, and it sort of disturbed me. And then I thought it through, and I thought, wait a second here, leave the kid alone, leave the girls alone. He is playing out what it means to be female in dramatic play, and he needs to do that because otherwise he can't understand what it means to be female. That's how children understand. That's how adults understand things. For God's sake, we go to a movie and we watch someone play out a female, and we identify with that because otherwise we wouldn't be enjoying the movie, and we get we get a bit of a clue about what it's like to inhabit someone else's skin. So there's this necessity for play in gender roles, and that has to manifest itself. And if the play has been interrupted, let's say, by electronic equipment, for example, or any of the other things that might be interrupting it, well, maybe that desire comes back with a vengeance later. I have to be whoever I say I am. I have to be able to play with this. And well, if it's a developmental requirement, there's going to be a lot of insistence behind it. And it looks immature, and it is, because it should have happened earlier. Most people stabilize their gender identity by the time they're 3 or 4. But it doesn't always happen. So there is an infantilism in this demand for fluidity of identity, this insistence that other people play the game that I insist they're going to play.
And then what about the idea that the gender critical feminists would come in and say, well, the idea of a boy dressing up in a dress, there's nothing inherently female about that or feminine about that in any case, that all of this is a construct anyway, and why can't we let the kids just... Some kids are not gender conforming and they can just do what they want. I mean, the concern I have with the current identity obsessed ideology is that they see a boy in a dress and they will say, well, he could potentially be a woman, and by doing so are reinforcing the most conservative views of gender to begin with, and that to me I'm intuitively against that, because I wasn't a gender conforming. I didn't play football with the other boys, you know. I didn't dress up in dresses, but I may have done if they were lying around, you know. I find it very odd that this supposedly progressive radical movement is so dependent on the idea of very, very traditional, unyielding notions of what it is to be male and what it is to be female.
Yeah, but and only in the case where the identity is across the sex. So you can be, if you're a man who believes he's a woman, that's inviolable and has a biological reference point. But if you're a woman who thinks she's a woman, it doesn't. It's completely malleable. And so,
well, then, you know, that's an inherent contradiction again, and it's worthy of discussion, surely. And the contradiction doesn't just go away because you won't allow the conversation to happen.
The contradiction gets played out in actuality if you don't allow it to be dealt with in abstraction.
So then the question is, how do we break through? And this is something I've been really, really thinking about. Is that it's no longer just a matter of trying to persuade people. It's almost trying to de-radicalize people at this point. How do I explain to someone the world isn't this fantasy world that you've created in your head where it's full of transphobes and neo-Nazis and all these and good versus evil? The world is actually much more complex and nuanced and requires discussion and thought. How do you break through someone's fantasy so that we can have that discussion?
Well, it used to be that you sent them to the university so they could study the humanities.
That's the last thing you should do now.
Well, that was the answer. I mean, that was the whole point, right? To make people more sophisticated in their conceptions. And
in which case, is it the case that it's over now? If people were to be educated out of those problems, and now that actually the higher education itself has become so ideologically driven that to go to university means you end up more indoctrinated than when you went there, what hope is there? I feel like I sound a bit frustrated here, but I feel like I'm bashing my head against a brick wall, because most of the time when I'm caught in an argument with these ideologues, they are arguing, like I say, with a monster they've created in their own heads. I'm not the person they think I am. I don't have the values they think I have. And therefore, the discussion is stymied from the outset. And it does make me very frustrated. And that's probably the real reason I wrote the book, actually, because I want the idea of free speech to be elevated again as a sacrosanct principle, so that we can have these conversations and so that people don't get demonized and attacked for things they don't believe. And so that we can reach some kind of consensus on these issues that we've been describing, these contentious issues. Because when you have an issue that's particularly tendentious, it requires more conversation, it requires more discussion and more understanding, and I don't think we're getting that at the moment.
Yeah, well, I guess I'm somewhat optimistic about that, because I can see all the possibility that long-form conversations of this sort bring.
Well, there's an appetite for them,
yes.
Isn't there? But is there an appetite for them from the activists and the ideologues who see so much control in our major educational cultural institutions?
I think so. I mean, I've been struck by how deep the hunger is for for genuine conversation and very much heartened by it. And so that's a counter movement.
I hope you're right. I just don't see any evidence of that from the people I'm talking about. I don't see it from the people who will say to you, educate
it's another
yourself.
problem too, though, isn't it? With Twitter, for example, is that it's never the same people. And that plays with us psychologically because, of course, we are built to more or less assume that we're interacting with a continuous community.
Yeah.
And we aren't. We're interacting with a discontinuous community on Twitter. And so we're led astray in our presuppositions constantly.
But it's worse than that. It's like because it isn't. I know it's different people all the time, but they all have the same views on absolutely everything. It feels like you're arguing with the Borg. It feels like just one mind speaking through many, many voices.
Yes, well, it is. That's the hallmark of an ideology. It is precisely that. Then I guess it's a matter of it's a matter of trying to understand the ideology ever more deeply to see what it's actually focused on.
But I do read their books and I do read their articles and I do try to understand. I don't believe the people I'm talking about return the favour. They always use the phrase educate yourself, and what they mean by that is read these select books and digest them uncritically. That's what they mean by educate yourself. They don't mean read widely and tackle the various views and come to a conclusion yourself. The last thing they want is critical thought. Critical thought is the enemy. Ironically, it's the enemy of critical theory.
It's a hallmark of white supremacy culture, as far as I can see. Right.
That's what they say.
But
that's what they claim.
It's amazing too to see that set of ideas propagate itself across the culture so quickly. The Canadian federal government, in its diversity, inclusivity, and equity training program, now uses those concepts, like associating white supremacy with punctuality, for example. They use those in the training of their civil servants. It's been accepted wholeheartedly to that degree.
I've seen them. I've seen the screenshots that often get leaked of these training sessions, and bullet-pointed hallmarks of white supremacy: punctuality, politeness, hard work,
perfectionism.
Yeah, all these noble things. And I'm thinking, well, if I was a person of colour, I would be outraged by this idea that this is a culture that's alien to me. It's so offensive, and this is.
Well, it's so absurd. Even it's so absurd that you can hardly mount an argument against it. I mean, conscientiousness is a personality trait, and there's no racial differences in conscientiousness.
Right, it wouldn't matter to me if it was just a few idiots on Twitter or these extreme. It wouldn't matter to me, but these people have disproportionate power, institutional power, political power. I mean, the Biden administration is on side with an awful lot of this kind of stuff, and the end point.
No, so is the Trudeau government. I mean, have this in the training documentation that's produced by the federal government is just absolutely stunning. It's also the document that I was referring to. I tweeted about it yesterday. It's so badly written that it's stunning.
It's maddening with him. And how is it he's got away with his history of blackface, for instance? How is it that there is no consistency there? Lack
of effective opposition is a big part of it.
It's insane. I mean, if you look at those old videos, it looks like he's spent more time in blackface than out of it. And yet he isn't the one who's being attacked and vilified for that. It's okay. He's got a free pass. It's weird to me.
Yeah, well, the opposition in Canada, and this is a problem in general, is a real problem for our entire culture, is the woke narrative is very romantically attractive. It's got this rebelliousness about it and this impetus to go out and march in the streets and, to work on a global cause. And like traditional conservatives and even traditional liberals can't mount a counter narrative. They don't have the imagination. And it's a huge problem.
The trouble is, though, the cause that they're fighting for is largely illusory, and that to me is very frightening. We've had people in this country claim that our major universities, such as Oxford and Cambridge, are structurally, institutionally racist. All of the data tells us this is just simply not the case.
Oh, yes. Well, that's just happening constantly in Canadian universities. The McGill Physics Department has now put out a diversity, inclusivity, and equity statement, and that's predicated on exactly those views.
Well, I think we need to push back against this particular hyper-racialization of society, because it is reinscribing old racial tropes, even to the extent of fear of miscegenation, this old racist idea of this fear of mixed couples. There was an article in The Guardian here recently talking about how finding mixed race people attractive is problematic. This idea, it's almost just taking old racist ideas and just giving them a kind of hint of respectability. And of course the end point of that is segregation. You saw presumably the story in California, the Brentwood school, the elite school that segregated its parents on their what was it, a dialogue session with the teachers, and you would have white parents in one room and black
You're seeing that in
parents in the other room.
convocation ceremonies at universities too.
How can this be anything other than racist? It's interesting that the group FAIR, the group Foundation Against Intolerance and Racism, a lot of those people who are doing great work, I think, are starting to call this neo-racism. There needs to be a label for it, and I think maybe that's the right way to go about it, because the word racism has almost become meaningless, because the people who use it the most, they throw it around so liberally, that I never believe it when I hear someone branded that way. I assume it's someone not being honest and not being truthful. So what do we call this? What do you call it when people are advancing the cause of racial segregation in the name of anti-racism? What do you call that? I don't know what. I think that's going to be the real struggle. Is not just breaking through the fantasy world. I don't like this idea of having to negotiate someone else's dreamland. There's that thing, firstly, but also there's the linguistic minefields. How do you convince people? The other reason, you mentioned the rebellious aspect of it. I think the other reason why it's so appealing is because the language sounds like you're doing good. Social justice, anti-racism. Who wouldn't be anti-racist? Black Lives Matter. Of course they do. Who would disagree with that? But these phrasing can be used to push through some very pernicious ideas. And when it comes to anti-racism, for instance, Ibram X. Kendi makes it absolutely clear in his book that he feels to be not racist is simply another form of racism. That this dichotomy doesn't exist. Well, what? And that's why I find it very hard when I'm having these arguments, because if I say I have a real problem with anti-racism, people will say, oh, I see, so you're for racism. And then you have to explain what anti-racism means when used by these academics in these very niche fields such as whiteness studies. You have to explain first what that means, why that's dangerous for society, and how in order to genuinely oppose racism, you have to oppose the discourse of anti-racism. When you say it like that, it's maddening, isn't it? It's like it's the stuff of nightmares because there is no coherent sense, and because so much of it is rooted in language and misdirection through language and shielding what is actually meant. It becomes impossible to win the argument, and maybe that's the point. Maybe this, they gave the word to us, gaslighting. When they gaslight all the time and say the culture war is a right-wing myth, or cancel the people who are the chief practitioners of cancel culture saying that cancel culture doesn't exist. When they say the opposite of what is the observable reality, I don't know how to break through that. How to break through those arguments, because not only have they constructed a pseudo-reality in their own minds, they've constructed the language with which to sustain that pseudo-reality so no one else can be drawn out of it. And that to me is going to be the challenge.
Let me ask you, let's go sideways for a minute now. Mm-hmm. And I suppose this is an exploration of potential solutions as well. This has been a very serious conversation, but you're a satirist and a comedian as well. And so
Isn't it terrible how unfunny I am in real life? Isn't that awful? When I'm doing stand-up, if I've got a script, I can be funny, but I can't be funny spontaneously. People are very disappointed about that. I'm sorry.
Well, I'm curious about your motivations. Okay. Let's talk about Titania McGrath. Why don't you describe her first for everyone?
So Titania McGrath originated as a Twitter character in around April 2018, and the idea of the character is that she is a very privileged, po-faced, young, white, intersectional activist who is determined to be offended by absolutely anything. She can problematize absolutely anything. You could give her, a pair of shoes or a hat or a holiday in Margate, and she would find a way to say that it is irredeemably transphobic and white supremacist or something like that. She can do those things that the activists always do. So nothing is ever good enough for her. She's also immensely privileged. She comes from an independently wealthy background. She lives in, one of those sort of gated communities, which is 99% white, but she has a deep mistrust of the working class, and she but she thinks that she is virtuous and noble and good, and she goes on Twitter and goes on the attack all the time, trying to isolate things, trying to save the world in her through intersectional theory. And it's a very recognizable type of act. Even if you know nothing about intersectionality or anything of the stuff that came out of the school of thought of Kimberly Crenshaw or any of those academics, even if you know nothing about that, you will recognize this type of figure, because this figure is ubiquitous on Twitter, on social media. They always have their pronouns in their bio. They always use the same terminology, such as hegemony or discourse or problematic or phallogocentric, if you want to go back to Derrida, and she knows the right jargon to use: lived experience, cultural appropriation, mansplaining, toxic masculinity, all of those kind of things. And we know, and all of these things tend to be slogans in substitutive thought. They're just things that get thrown out there. And so what I wanted to do with the character
Do you know what slogan means?
What you mean is etymologically? No, I don't.
Sluag Garum. It means battle cry of the dead.
I love that.
Oh, God. That's for sure, man. I mean, if that doesn't send a chill up your back, you didn't understand it.
Well, this is it. I'm going to use that. That's great, because it is a kind of it's almost like a battleground of zombies who don't have any capacity for independent thought anymore. I mean, you try and get into a conversation with someone like this, and
I have many times.
Well, sure, you
many,
of all
very
people.
Publicly.
And the slogans that come back at you all the time. And the lack of interrogation of those slogans,
But what I find so frustrating and so horrifying in some sense, I mean, I think a great canonical example of that is the interview that Helen Lewis did with me for GQ, which is it's now more popular online than the Channel 4 interview, which I think the GQ interview has like 32 million views or something preposterous. But I never did talk to Helen Lewis. I just talked to the ideology, and it's not. I don't like that. I like to talk to the person and find out what they think. But
I heard you saying as well that before the interview, she was very frosty and
yes,
almost as though she had decided what you were in advance. Funnily enough.
There was no almost. She definitely decided what I was before the discussion.
Yeah,
yes,
exactly.
And she's been beating the same drum more recently as well, which has driven many people to the interview. Because she published an article in the Atlantic Monthly and in another locale as well.
So when you're faced with those, I mean, I just see it all the time so often. And to give another recent example, that we had the obviously since the Harry and Meghan interview with Oprah Winfrey, and there was a controversy over here because Piers Morgan, who hosts a show called Good Morning Britain, got into an argument with another colleague on the show, a man called Alex Beresford, I think. And it was really interesting watching. Once they'd had the argument, they sat down, they tried to talk through the issues. And Piers Morgan pointed out that some of the things that Meghan had said in the interview were factually wrong and had been proven to be factually wrong. His response was, Alex Beresford's response was, but that's her lived experience. And then he said, yes, but we have the evidence here that it is factually incorrect. And again he said, but it's her lived experience. So in other words...
See, that's that insistence that the fantasy world, the subjective world, trumps everything.
Right. So and that once you've, it's almost like these phrases. If you use the phrase lived experience or toxic masculinity, or whatever, you're in the club. What you've signaled that you're right. And I know that academics have always done this. The jargon. You're in the group. You're in the in-group if you've got the right. If you know how to deploy the right words. But there's something more sinister about this, because
you're morally right in these situations. That's
exactly.
the sinister thing. Is that.
It's morally incontrovertible. You've made the statement, and that's it, and there's no further discussion.
Yes, well, you're not evil. That's what you're saying.
Right.
I'm not evil.
So the reason with Titania, I wanted her to be obsessed with this language, and why I read so much of this stuff, so that I knew the way that they speak, is because I thought the best way to expose the inherent contradictions of that position, and the thoughtlessness, moreover, the thoughtlessness of that position, is to embody it in a character.
Right. So you were playing a dramatic game, essentially, which is a form of thought.
In doing so, I've actually come to understand the people I'm satirizing a whole lot more. And look, let's face it, every now and then they'll hit on a point that is actually right. And even when I read White Fragility by Robin DiAngelo, which I think is a terrible book and is so flawed throughout, every now and then she'll hit on something and you think for a moment, oh, there's something in that. And then she'll undercut it by saying, well, everyone's a racist and all the rest of it, and it just goes back to being absurd. But and that book in of itself is a very good example of this, setting up a reality that cannot be penetrated, because she will say that any kind of critical questioning of her position is evidence of the very pervasiveness of white supremacy that she's identified. So you can't win, because even engaging in a discussion is proof of your malevolence, according to her theory. It's absolutely hopeless. But I thought because the movement is so riven with contradiction, actually the more effective way of tackling it isn't through dialogue. Firstly, because the people I'm talking about are impervious to reason. They mistrust dialogue. They see debate as a form of violence. So you're never going to get through to them that way.
Yeah, and that's actually an explicit part of the theory.
It really is. So then in creating a satirical character...
Right, it's not that they're anti-free speech. There's no such thing as free speech in that theoretical framework.
No,
it's a misapprehension all the way down to the bottom.
Which is why I get so frustrated. I've often been in debates where I've tried to invite these very people to participate in the debate, to hear them out. And they would say that to even appear would be to dignify the position. So it's an absolute nightmare. And it also protects themselves from potential criticism, which is of course the whole point. But I thought by creating a satirical character that embodies those contradictions, that thoughtlessness, it might reflect back onto them I suppose how they look to normal people. Because I don't think they appreciate, I think they're so caught up within their own little bubbles, within their own little groups, they never hear an alternative point of view. I mean, I used to work with academics like this who were so within their little groups, and they're constantly quoting each other and supporting each other and giving the illusion that their views cannot be disputed. But what if you're suddenly confronted with how other people perceive you? And will that give you pause for thought?
Okay, so when you started Titania, you didn't announce that she was a satirical character. You started playing on Twitter. Tell me the story. What happened? Because that Twitter account became extraordinarily well known and very rapidly. So I'm curious about how you did that and how you responded once it started to, amass some cultural significance.
I was very surprised that it took on. It became so popular so quickly, and I'd started it because more to entertain myself more than anything. I was so frustrated with this, and I wanted to try and expose the absurdity of it. I mean, my background is as a stand-up comic, and as a stand-up comic, I'm not necessarily satirical. I will stand there on a stage and ridicule the thing that I perceive to be a problem with society. With satire, what you're doing is you're often embodying it with a kind of ironic detachment, or you are, you're addressing it. You're always going after what you perceive to be the vices and follies of society, and I thought that was a good way of doing it. And
right,
also
so you had to stay on a kind of edge. You had to be believable enough as the character,
right,
so that you could pass, but you had to push it just past the point of what? Of rationality or believability? It's a funny edge.
I was continually getting into arguments with people and staying in character. I've always stayed in character, and even to today. And I've actually, if you go to the Titania account now, my pinned thread is a thread of conversations that I've had with people in character who are angry about the things I've tweeted. And these can go on for pages and pages, and it's fascinating to me because it's close enough to the truth. She says really ridiculous things, really absurd things, like speaking or writing in English is an act of colonial violence. She'll say that, the only way to guard against fascism is if the state are allowed to arrest people for what they say and think. Stuff like this, which is so obviously absurd, and yet it's close enough to what people actually say that people believe it and get annoyed about it. And what I've always liked to do is to stay in character and have those conversations with these people, and then I posted the screenshots of the conversation. But part of the point of that is not to humiliate the people who had fallen for it, because actually the point I'm making is I understand why they would fall for it, because it's so close to what people actually say, and by doing that, my hope is, I suppose, that it exposes the folly of this stuff. Sometimes even when I'm in those arguments, I will say something that is so out of just completely out of the realm of possibility, so stupid, and yet they still don't. Things have become so absurd that they don't twig. I mean, even today, there was a story today in the UK, a museum, a Jane Austen museum, is now going to interrogate Jane Austen's use of sugar in her tea because it has connections to plantations and white supremacy and slavery. something like that, which is just so absurd. Or the recent controversy over Bluey, the Australian cartoon dog, because it doesn't have enough dogs of colour and gender diverse dogs in the cartoon. Now that sounds like something I would make up as a joke, but it's real. It's actually happening, and people are taking it seriously. And so therefore, in a sense, it's become harder with Titania, because anything that I come up with is going to be topped by real life very, very quickly.
So what have you learned about the people that Titania annoys? So she's a hyper politically correct avatar, but she tangles up people who are opposed to that sort of thing, and so that must have also shed substantial light for you on people on the other side of the.
It does.
And so what have you learned?
Well, one of the things is that the people on the other side, who might even be might even be of my opinion about these things, a lot of people are very quick to anger and verbal abuse as an instant response. So a lot of the people who get angry with her really go after her looks, and I mean, she's not real. A friend of mine, Lisa, created the image of the woman. She's a composite of 4 different women, so it's not a parody. You see, this is the thing. It's not a parody of any particular person. It's a type of person. And yeah, the people who get angry with her, and the people who are genuinely angry about the social justice movement, are absolutely furious about the way it is impinging on every aspect of their lives. They are sick of it. So when they see someone as extreme as Titania, they really let rip. And I don't think that's healthy. It's not in my nature to go and abuse someone online or to get angry online. But I've seen the extent that what it shows, I suppose, is that kind of instinct to immediately go for the abusive or the vicious or the attack or the ad hominem is present across the political spectrum. It's everywhere. Or maybe that's just a sign of Twitter. Maybe that's just a symptom of social media. And I've learned a lot about how social media works. I think that's another thing about it, is that I've really, for one thing, the fact that she's been banned a number of times, and I've learned how to avoid the bans and about the way that big tech censors and how they censor and why.
So what has she been banned for?
So the tweets that she was banned for, a couple of times she's had a number of 1-day suspensions, a number of 7-day suspensions. Once or twice it's been inexplicable to me why she would be banned. It seems a bit like someone at Silicon Valley has twigged that their precious ideology is being mocked and they don't like it. That's the only explanation I can think of. However, on a couple of instances, it's when she's I suppose what they would say incited violence, and of course she hasn't done anything of the kind. There was one tweet where she said she was going to go to a UKIP rally. UKIP is a right-wing nationalist political party in the UK, and she said, I'm going to go to this UKIP rally to punch people in the name of compassion or love or something like that, which is the idea that a lot of these activists have, that actually, whereas words are violence and awful, actual physical violence can be defended in their view. It's so perverse. And of course I was making a comment about the perversity of that idea, that you think microaggressions are actual violence, but you're perfectly content to go out and set fire to cars and beat people up if they have the wrong opinion, or pepper spray people in the face if they voted for Trump. There's an obvious contradiction there that I was trying to expose. So she had a ban there. I think that might have even been the one where she was permanently banned. I had an email from Twitter saying, this is a permanent ban, you're not getting back on. And then there was a bit of an outcry from people who follow her, some prominent people who follow her, and Twitter changed their minds and brought her back. And as a result of that, inevitably, her follower count leapt, because of course when you try and censor something, you draw attention to it. But you're always treading a fine line. I mean, my friend Lisa, who I mentioned, Lisa Graves, used to have a Twitter account called Jarvis Dupont, who is one of my favourite accounts on Twitter, and he was banned, completely permanently banned. They actually went on a bit of a purge of satire accounts. There was one afternoon where Twitter purged 12 or 13 satirical accounts and deleted them. Titania came back for some reason. I think it's because she was the bigger account, but a lot of them just got ditched, and that I think shows that the powers that be at Silicon Valley, they don't like to be mocked. No one in authority likes to be mocked. It's the best way to undermine authority, isn't it? And it's why every despot in history has killed the clown.
Well, that's why we have to be so careful when any of our laws start making comedians nervous. They're the ultimate canary in the coal mine.
And I'm
even more so than artists, I think. The artists are next, probably, but
Absolutely. I mean, you'll know in Canada, Mike Ward was fined, I think, $42,000 by the Quebec Human Rights Commission for a joke that he told. And by the way, this is not.
Yes, and Montreal, of course, has one of the world's great comedy festivals, and some of that humor. I've been to the comedy festival a couple of times, and at midnight you can go and hear particularly outrageous comedy, which I actually think it was one of those where he said what he got fined for.
And I don't even know the context because he said it in French for one thing, so I didn't fully understand. But I read the transcript and I spoke to him about it. And what was interesting is that he's not some, open mic act who hasn't been on the. He's an established, famous, successful comedian who was fined for a joke that, if you actually break it down and analyze it, there's nothing remotely offensive about it. I mean, it's perfectly possible. I don't think comedy can exist without the potential to cause offence. And what worries me...
Neither can truth.
Right, quite. And
comedy is almost always truth. Almost always. A comedian says something funny and it's true in a way that people didn't expect, and they know it. It's
also that thing of teasing the boundaries of tolerance, of almost having that kind of cathartic effect, the way that the ancient Greeks would watch a tragedy and hear about the dismemberment and all sorts of vile things to philosophically to purge themselves of that evil that lay within. In a sense, when you hear a comedian say something utterly outrageous, it can have that effect on you, and you laugh in spite of yourself, and then you laugh again because you are saying to yourself, why did I laugh at that? That makes me, I shouldn't have done that. So you're almost laughing at your own response as well. It has a double effect, and we are really losing that. I mean, I don't know how it is in Canada, but in the UK, a lot of this kind of mistrust of comedy and mistrust of jokes, and the idea that certain jokes normalize hatred, is coming from the comedians themselves. And a lot of comedians take it on themselves to police other comedians' material, and they get very angry when people broach certain subjects. I consider it very, very unhealthy. And not all comedians, by the way. I'm not saying that all comedians. I'm just saying certainly the more establishment comedians absolutely would fall into this category. And it's really shocked me. This has been... Since I started Titania in particular, a lot of comedians have been very angry that I mocked the social justice movement, or that I, which to me is absurd because, I spent 3 years co-writing the Jonathan Pye character, and because that predominantly mocked Trump and the right and conservatives, and those were the targets. That was okay. So I never got this kind of venom about that. But as soon as I was mocking social justice ideology, which I perceive to be an extremely powerful ideology, I don't think I'm punching down. I think I'm punching up at these people who have captured these institutions and are ruthless, by the way, absolutely ruthless, and bullying. I think the social justice movement utterly legitimizes bullying, and I don't like bullies, and I like to stand up to bullies, and that Titania is my attempt to stand up against the bullies. But what they will do is misrepresent my intentions and will say, oh no, you just want to have a go at gay people or whatever, or have a go at minority groups. And I've been very shocked by that, because that kind of response has even come from comedians. And my view is that if you've got half a brain, that's not what I'm doing. You absolutely have to know that that's not what I'm doing. And yet, well, maybe they do know. Maybe this is a willful misinterpretation as a means to attack me because I've mocked the ideology I'm not meant to mock. But I tell you what, whenever there are consequences for mocking someone, then I think that's the person you ought to be mocking, right? I think that's a sign.
Do you, would you, what effect has producing Titania had on your life? And if you could go back and decide whether you were going to do it again, would you? I mean, it must be shocking. Yeah. I would think it's shocking to have seen what happened, to be at the center of what happened when you created that character. But I'd like to know.
Well, for one thing, I didn't expect the reaction that I got. Also, you've got to remember that for a long time I was anonymous, because I part of the effect of the character was that people thought she was real. That was so sort of integral to it. And then I was outed by a newspaper over here the week that her first book came out. And that, although that was very good for the book because it generated a lot of publicity, because then the story became that I was the person behind the character. In effect, it had an enervating impact on the character, because now what happens, people know it's me behind the character. However, what I will say is, even to this day, there's always some people who fall for it. Whenever I tweet something, there's always some people who fall for it. So it has that. So there's that. But then there's the impact on my personal life. Well, I would do it again, because I feel very passionately that the movement that I'm mocking, the ideology that I'm mocking, is a dangerous one, and I feel very passionately that it is divisive and damaging to society, as damaging as any ideology can be. I think it has the potential to go to those lengths, and so that I think I would almost be in dereliction if I didn't mock it. It would be. I tell you what it would be. It would be an act of self-censorship if I didn't go after these targets. And that's, by the way, how most comedians. I mean, a lot of comedians think this stuff is ridiculous. They won't go near it because they know that if they do, they won't get on the BBC and they won't get booked by certain clubs. So they just leave it well alone. But I think I couldn't do. I could. I just that's not in my nature. So I don't regret that. The fact that so many friends of mine, former friends on the comedy circuit, no longer talk to me, that's something which I suppose I could say is unfortunate. On the other hand,
how many times has that happened to you? How many friends do you think you've lost?
It's in double figures. It's certainly in double figures. And I think and it's not just Tanya, it's also partly, I suppose, my politics. It's also it's effectively being honest about what I think, and saying opinions that might not be the establishment or fashionable opinions, and it gets people very angry. I mean, one particular incident I can think of was when I met for a drink with two friends, very old friends of mine, a married couple, and he started screaming at me in the pub. I won't swear on your podcast, but calling me an effing Nazi, and then another word which I probably shouldn't say at this point. But I thought he was joking at first, and we had this conversation, and it was true. He'd completely bought into this fantasy of who I was, and there was no going back from that. And I know it was fueled by alcohol, but no apology was forthcoming, or no. It's, and then every now and then there'll be. I mean, it happened to me a couple of months ago where a comedian I've known for many, many years from the circuit suddenly sent me this abusive message online on Twitter, and started attacking me and saying he said I was funded by dark foreign powers or something utterly absurd, and I thought, well, okay, so this is now my reputation.
Of course, that is what you'd say if you were funded by dark foreign powers.
Well, this is the problem. Like I said, I've said it before. Like if I am getting all this dark money, it must be very dark because I haven't seen any of it. It's not. That'd be great, fine, but I'm not. And this idea that I'm this sort of, it's that going right back to what you said at the start, like that I'm defending free speech because because I'm an evil person who wants to say evil things, and so there's all of that. All that I'm mocking minority groups through Titania, which is absolutely not what I'm doing. It's the opposite. I'm mocking those very affluent and powerful people who very patronizingly assume that they know what's best for minorities. It's the opposite of what people say it is. But these kind of experiences, on the one hand, I think it's a bit sad, isn't it? Because there are people now, I've had to go through my phone and delete lots of numbers because I know we'll never talk again. But on the other hand, were they my friends to begin with? I'm not so sure. If they can suddenly become so bigoted, and that is the word.
It's an indication of how profound the divide has started to become in our culture, right? 20 years ago, I never lost any friends because of my hypothetical political opinions, but
what
things have changed.
That you must have lost. Your case must be much more severe than mine. Because you're so much more famous and so much more known. Have lots of friends turned on you?
No, actually, not a lot. There's some outstanding exceptions. Although even in those situations, I would say there was extenuating circumstances. No, I've been really fortunate in that regard that my close circle of intimates, my family and my close friends have been staggeringly loyal to me under
which is wonderful.
Severe distress. Yes,
that's wonderful. So is it maybe the case? Does that tell us that actually what it's really about is the fact that I was working in an industry, which is, the comedy industry is so on board with the woke ideology to such an extent that in fact, so many of so many comedians are now really just avatars for that ideology. Maybe. I mean, my professional colleagues certainly haven't leapt to my defense. Well, that's what I was going to ask, actually.
Yes.
Surely.
That's pretty much done with. I mean, I would say my name. I've decided this recently, because of the slurs that have been associated with me. I can't, in good conscience accept graduate students anymore. Because
Right.
if they go out, you talked at the beginning about this register that's been set up in Britain, where if you are accused of a non-crime hate act,
Yeah.
it's recorded without a trial. I mean, I've been on hiring committees many, many times, and especially in academia, there's an oversupply of highly qualified people, of radical oversupply. And so if there's anything in your record at all that's the least bit contentious, it's like you're done. And
Of
so
course.
being my student, that's not a little bit contentious. That's really, really contentious. And so it's now become impossible for me to serve my proper
Right.
function as a scientist and as a university professor. So it's taking a lot of adjustment on my part to get accustomed to that. And I don't practice clinically anymore as well. And there are a variety of reasons for that. But certainly I've become very, very susceptible to attacks through the College of Psychologists, the governing board. They can make the life of a practitioner brutally miserable with a single letter. And that's very, very punishing. And it's also perhaps not necessarily good for my potential clients to be associated with someone who's controversial. They already have enough trouble. So although I've been fortunate on the family and friends front, on the professional front, things have been, more dismal.
Isn't that just suggestive of the power of this movement and the effectiveness of cancel culture? In fact, the ease with which people can become stigmatized. All it takes is a few accusations of you're far right or alt right or whatever, and it's there. Any prospective employer can Google that and it comes up, and who's going to take the risk? The accusation is sufficient to damn you, and that's what.
Well, that you put the finger on the absolute catastrophe of the non-crime hate index. It's like, well, it's a permanent stain, especially in a technological universe where nothing is ever forgotten, no matter how long the lag.
And it's worse because the government here feels no compunction to address this or to.
It's
no
staggering
politician
to me.
seem to has. Well, I suppose they are. Well, because the strategy is that if you oppose hate speech laws, you're obviously a hateful person. Why else would you oppose hate speech law? It's the old thing. And a politician doesn't want to stand up in Parliament and be the one who is seen to be siding with the evil guys, the bad guys.
Well, you have to make a very, very subtle argument to stand up against hate speech laws, because you're faced with the problem that there is such a thing as hate speech.
Yeah,
obviously.
Well,
it's pernicious and terrible. It's like, okay, so you're arguing uphill. This is again why it's such a bloody miracle that we ever had free speech to begin with. It's almost inconceivable to me that we managed to generate the baseline presumption of innocence. That's a miracle. The fact that you can go bankrupt and start again, that's a miracle. The idea that you ever had free speech and that was genuinely the case, that's a miracle. And none of this is given the appropriate respect and awe that it deserves, because it's so unlikely.
It's hugely unlikely. I mean, I know in the book I give a kind of very, very short history of free speech from the ancient Greeks to today, and the point of that is to accentuate this point that actually the fact that we have it is astonishing and unlikely, so unlikely, and all the more reason why we need to defend it. We need to be really, really vigilant about any cracks that appear in this, because it will go away very, very easily, if we don't defend it. And it's hard, particularly when it comes to the idea of. That's why I wrote a chapter on hate speech, because and took the other side's view seriously, because just trashing the opposing argument isn't going to help. We have to talk about it and explain why it's important nevertheless. Well, for one thing, like you say, hateful speech exists. Let's start from that point. Let's acknowledge that hateful speech exists, and it can be hurtful, and it can do damage. But then the alternative is a state that might in the future be completely unscrupulous, that is going to decide for you what you can say, and those are the things that we have to tackle. And the other key thing is that no one knows how to define hate speech. UNESCO, the European Court of Human Rights, they've all agreed There's no way to define hate speech. Every European country that has hate speech laws has different hate speech laws, different definitions, subjective, abstract concepts such as hate, such as offence, such as perception, and these are on the statute books, and you don't want this stuff on the statute books because it's all very well. I mean, I know we talked about the SNP and their hate crime bill. The defence I'm always running into is people are saying, yes, okay, technically someone could be arrested and imprisoned for saying an offensive joke, technically, yes, but no one in their right mind, no jury, no judge is going to, we've got common sense, it's okay. Well, that's so myopic. I mean, because you don't know who's going to be in charge in 10 years' time. You don't know who that judge is going to be. How can you possibly just...
You can be certain that someone will be in charge that doesn't approve of you and that you don't approve of. That will certainly happen.
You don't want vague wording on the statute books. It's going to be exploited at some point, even if it's not today. There's absolutely no way that you can guarantee it against the future abuses of that. And it is, as you say, it's a certainty. So I think it's actually one of the most important arguments that we should make, and that we need to do. Free speech needs to be defended in every successive generation. It's not something that you know this, you get it and then it's there forever. No, that's not true. But there's something about human nature, there's something about people in power, there's something about the way that we are, that it will collapse. It's an edifice that is not secure at any given time, but it's hard. It's that thing of being smeared. The risk is you're going to be smeared, you're going to be associated with the worst possible kinds of people, because of course it's only really controversial speech that ever requires protection, and people are going to say, well, then you must support what these awful people are saying, and it's hard to make the case, but it's a case that nonetheless has to be made, and particularly by politicians. I've been incredibly disappointed by the way in which politicians in this country have not made any kind of effort to if anything, as from what I can see, there are moves even in the English Parliament to push through further hate speech laws. We should be repealing them, not pushing for them, but no one wants to have the argument. No one wants to be tainted.
Yeah, well, they get identified one by one and taken out. That's what happens.
Well, you get put on a list. This is it. The identitarian left, if that's what we're going to call them. I don't know what to call them. That's the problem. Is they're very clever about evading even a label. But they like making their lists. They like observing and saying, you are problematic. You have sinned, and now they have an electronic trail. These are the people that absolutely love going through all of your old tweets and messages and anything they can find. And of course the point about that is you can do that to anyone. There is no one alive who, if you had complete unfettered access to everything they've ever written online or in their emails or text messages, that you couldn't construct a case to damn someone if you
it's
really
actually
wanted
one of
to.
the things that's more or less saved me.
Is that right?
Well, by the time I made my political statement, which was a philosophical statement or even a spiritual statement, not a political statement, I already had 200 hours of lectures online, and so essentially everything I'd ever said to students was recorded, and it wasn't possible to pull out a smoking pistol. So
this was very smart, and also, but this is why it's also astonishing. I find it unendingly astonishing the way you are mischaracterized, because it's all there. Everything you think is out in the open. You've been very, very, very clear and explicit about your point of view. And so when they try and demonize you and turn you into this thing, people can check and they'll realize that I think what they're doing is they're relying on the reputational damage being a kind of barrier to people even investigating who you really are.
Yeah, well, to some degree that works, but it doesn't really work, because what generally happens is that, for every person who wouldn't open a lecture because of my reputation, there's 3 or 4 who do because they're curious, and then it has an even more perverse effect on, in some cases, on the true believers, because they're primed to find anything I said offensive, but that doesn't happen, or maybe they even find it useful, and then that's not good at all. It's like, well, he's
Isn't
demonized.
that interesting when you meet the people, when you get into conversation with the people, and you can see that you're not what they thought you were, and they don't know quite what to do with that, and that to me is why, another reason why we need more speech, not less. We need to have the conversations so that people can be disabused of the fantasies that they've been wallowing in, but I do very much enjoy that when people expect one thing and then they actually speak to me and they don't see that there's no evidence of it because it doesn't exist.
Yeah, well, it's interesting to watch that unfold in the public domain too. I mentioned those two interviews, the Channel 4 interview that's been viral and the interview by Helen Lewis at GQ, and those interviews basically consist of nothing but the attempt by the interlocutor to have a conversation with the person that exists in their imagination.
Right, but
which
what's the
bears
point of
almost
that?
no relationship to me at all. That was particularly the case with Kathy Newman, and it was less so with Helen Lewis, but that was still essentially the issue.
It's quite reassuring, though, isn't it, that once it's out there, people can see through it. You know,
it's very reassuring. What's saved me, and this has given me an endless supply of hope, I would say, is that all I've ever had to do is just show everything. It's like, here's the situation, no edits, like this is what happened, and every time so far, you know, I haven't been fatally damaged.
I mean, one of the things I've learned most, I think, since Titania kicked off and it became a known thing, is I've learnt simply never to trust the perception of someone as constructed in the media or online, or, you know, it's never the same person. I've ended up meeting, coming from the background I did, most of my friends were always on the left. I didn't really know conservative people, and now I have a lot of friends who are conservatives, you know, and they're just not this villain that they were made out to be. And even some famous conservatives who people have said they're absolute monsters, they're evil, they want to eat babies, basically, or the equivalent, you know, and you get to know them and you realise, oh my goodness, the perception is so far removed from the reality that even I once had bought into it myself, because everyone's telling me this.
You know, the same thing is I've certainly had that experience repeatedly.
I never trust it now. I like, whenever I hear the way people talk about people online, I never trust it unless I know someone personally. I'm never going to trust that again. I think it's an important lesson for me.
So what's next for you? And also, how do you make a living? You can't make a living as Titania McGrath. Well, I mean, you're locked down still, so it's got to be hard being a comedian.
Right. So, I mean, well, comedy came to an end. I mean, I did a stand-up comedy tour in 2019, early 2019, and that was really the last big thing I did, because as soon as I was about to do some more live performances, the lockdown came, and it's the same, you know. I'm not complaining, because absolutely every live performer has the identical experience, and we've all, you know, I'm not in a position to complain. It's a very good question. I like it because it's also very direct. How do I make my money? Well, I write articles for various publications. There's the Titania books have kept me going. I obviously used to work on the Jonathan Pye character. We had a couple of television shows and live tours. Those were particularly lucrative. And for a long time, I did just make my money as a stand-up comic. So literally just the money I would make from the circuit. Now I've just got a job with. Well, it's you know, I gave up being a full-time teacher for this, and I was on a regular wage. It was a good salary, and I left it at great risk, you know, because I don't come from a wealthy family. I don't have the means to support myself without this kind of stuff. So I actually went part-time first and was on the stand-up circuit, and then I started earning enough from stand-up to get by, and so I went full-time stand-up. But I was genuinely struggling financially for a long time, and then Jonathan Pye happened, which was very successful. Particularly because we had a big viral hit around the time of the Donald Trump election, which actually went viral in America as well, and that really helped broaden the character. And then we did live tours and all the rest of it. I mean, we played the London Palladium and the Hammersmith Apollo, and so it was a big thing for me. And then Titania happened, and the book did very well, and the second book did well. And
how many copies? You don't have to tell me, obviously, but
I don't know. Actually, the truth is, I don't know. I that's something I should ask at some point. It's the sort of thing I don't look into. You know, I got a royalty check the other day, and I thought I thought it was done, and actually this was quite a lot of money. I thought, well, okay, that's good. This is something that can keep me going. But I've also just got a new job as a broadcaster on a new channel called GB News in the UK, and that will be a pretty full-time, full-on presenter job. So I will be. But what's good about that job is, I think we have a real problem with the news media in this country is that we don't have enough diversity of thought and the conversations that we ought to be having. This gives me an opportunity to do that. So it's very much related to the work I've been doing. But in addition, I'm going to continue with my comedy work and Titania. We're doing some live shows with Titania, played by an actress. We did that just before the lockdown. We had to postpone the tour. Now we're going to do another one. So I will. Yeah, a lot of people get very scared by making a living as a creative person because you're always on the line.
As they should be. Jesus, well, it's a tough way to make a living, man.
It really. I mean, you're taking a massive risk, and most creatives I know are very, very poor. It's simply not. And most have other jobs.
Yeah, there's a tiny fraction that are hyper rich, and everyone else starves.
Virtually no one. And I consider myself extremely fortunate to be able to do this the stuff I love full time, because for most of my adult career I couldn't, and I was I had to have a full-time job, and as well as go out in the evenings and do all of this stuff, and so it's a real you have to really commit, and you also have to be aware in the back of your mind of the likelihood of failure. That's that's the other thing that you have to be fully aware of, and I'm by no means take it for granted. I think it's the stuff I've done, comedy and Titania, and the book I've just written, is that none of this stuff would make me rich. It would keep me going. The new job I've got is going to be a more regular income, which is something I miss. I haven't had this since I was a teacher. I miss that. I miss routine and all the rest of it.
Well, that's another complicating factor. Is not only if you're trying to exist creatively, not only is it a very high risk proposition financially, but you lack that psychological comfort that comes from routine, which artistic people often are hypercritical of routine, but God alive, man, routine keeps you sane, and trying to invent yourself every day, that's not for the faint-hearted. I've seen very few people manage that successfully across decades.
No, absolutely. And I think particularly in comedy, because you have to work for about 3 or 4 years on the circuit without getting paid anything. In fact, you're losing money because you're paying for your travel expenses, and then you get somewhere and you don't get paid for it. And this is why you'll find a lot of comedians, particularly in the UK, are from quite wealthy backgrounds or privately educated, because they have rich parents who can help them out, put them up in a flat, and they don't have to work during the day, and they escalate much quicker through the ranks. But if you come from my sort of background, you can't do that. You have to have the job. And then and you have to. It's like having 2 jobs, and so you have to really care about it. I mean, my advice is always that I do believe, although it comes with that insecurity, if it is a vocation for you, you have to do it. I mean, for me, I couldn't have done anything. It is a genuine vocation for me. Even if I were making no money whatsoever out of comedy or writing or the rest, I would still be doing it because I would feel unfulfilled if I were not doing it. I think there's something also quite. I mean, I take your point about the practicalities of living and the business of living, but my God, I think depriving yourself of your vocation can be so soul destroying.
No, it is. Well, I've spent a lot of time studying creativity scientifically, and the first thing that's useful to note is that creativity is not common. I mean, everyone isn't creative. That's wrong. Yeah. Some people are very creative. A minority of people are very creative. And I mean, it's a continuum, but you don't get creativity till you get out to the point where what you're doing is original, and that's very difficult. So it's a minority proposition. And then of those original people, there's only a tiny fraction that can make a successful financial go of it, because it's just, you have to be creative, plus you have to have some sense for marketing and sales and business, and you have to be reasonably emotionally stable, and et cetera, et cetera. It's very, very difficult. But if you are creative by temperament, well, that's you. To not do that is to not be you. It's like asking an extroverted person not to be around people, or an agreeable person not to engage in intimate relationships, or a conscientious person not to be driven by duty. It's like, that's what you're like. And so, you're stuck with it. It's a double-edged sword, creativity. It's vital, it's entrancing, it's necessary, it's transformative, it's disruptive, but it's a high risk high return game, and the probability of failure is overwhelmingly high. Even if you're an entrepreneur and more practically oriented in your creativity, the probability that you'll make money from your innovation or your invention rather than other people is very, very low.
But you need to find a way. I mean, it's also very difficult if you're a creative person to a lot of creative people don't think in practical terms. They don't think in terms of money. Actually, they're hopeless. A lot of them I know are hopeless in this.
No, they also tend to be casually contemptuous of that, to regard it as practical concerns as selling out. It's like, you should be bloody happy if you have the opportunity to sell out.
So I think that the ideal is to find a way to pursue your vocation, but have one eye on the reality that you will have to earn money somewhere or another.
Yes,
I mean,
I agree.
And I think it's that's why I think I'm lucky insofar as with Titania I hit on something that had commercial viability, but it was very true to what I desperately wanted to do. And I think that's so rare. I think some of the stuff I've written, some of the plays I've written, for instance, I don't think would have any commercial success whatsoever, but I wrote them because I needed to write them. And some of them didn't even get on, and maybe one day they will, and that would be great. But what if you were
just think what you have to accomplish, though, right? You have to have your creative endeavor aligned with market demand at exactly that time.
Right. It's impossible.
It's very, very unlikely.
Actually, that's why I always say don't attempt to anticipate the zeitgeist, because you won't. Like, the best thing an artist can do is do what they believe and hope, because a lot of it is luck.
There's a technical literature on that too. I mean, what you do is continue to produce ideas. And it's a Darwinian competition, essentially. They're like life forms, these ideas. And now and then one will find a niche that it can thrive in. But the best way to maximize your chances that niche will manifest itself is to overproduce. Because I'll give you an example. I answered a bunch of questions on Quora. So that's a website where anybody can ask any questions and anybody can answer. I answered about 50 when I was playing with Quora. And one of them was a list of everything people should know, of things people should know in their life. And I derived my books out of that list.
Yes.
It was disproportionately successful. Most of the answers I generated got virtually no views, but it must be hundreds of thousands now. But even before I wrote the books, it was tens of thousands. But had I not written 50, I wouldn't have got that one. The other 49 failures, so to speak, were... The answers weren't necessarily worse. They just didn't hit the zeitgeist like that answer did. And
I think that's a great piece of advice. Overproduction, because it's the same with the Beatles. They look like an overnight success. It's because they've been playing endlessly in those dingy clubs in Europe. Before it happened, you produce as much as you can.
They say it takes 10 years to become an overnight success.
That's it. So Of most of the things I've written have done nothing and gone nowhere and had no success whatsoever. It's just, but the one thing, occasionally when it hits, that's what sustains all the rest of it. And
it's also why creativity is continues to be selected. Let's say from a biological perspective, it's like, that's why I said it was a high risk, high return game. Almost everything you do creatively will fail, but now and then you're disproportionately successable, and so that keeps the whole game going.
You didn't have any sense, did you, that when you put the lectures on YouTube that it would explode in this way? That
not in this way. This was completely. I'm still shocked constantly by my life. I'm shocked out of sanity by my life. I just can't. This is why I asked you about Titania. You get at the center of a whirlwind like that, and there's something very surreal about it. And I mean, I keep getting hit by surreal things, and it's very hard to wrap my head around it. Like this Red Skull episode was just one of many equally surreal occurrences. But no, I had no idea. I knew I was working on something important back when I was in my 20s when I wrote my first book, and it was out of that all my lectures came. And I spent 15 years working on that book, and I worked on it about 3 hours a day. And so I thought about it all the time, and so I knew there was something to it, not necessarily because they were my ideas, but because of the people who I had read and delved into while I was writing the book. I knew the ideas were significant, and I could see the effect of the ideas when I was lecturing on my students. So I had some sense that there was something vital that I was involved in something vital. But
Sure, but had you uploaded those videos a couple of years before or a couple of years later, you probably would have missed the zeitgeist and nothing would have happened. You know, I mean, it doesn't matter. I always think with any kind of creative endeavor or intellectual endeavor, it doesn't matter how good you are in a sense. It has to be good, and the timing has to be right. And like you say, if you just keep, I think persistence is it. If you just keep doing it, not only does your craft get better, and you are if it does hit, you're in a position to
There's
be able
no
to handle
doubt.
it.
Look, if you okay, so in scientific literature, the hallmark of impact is citations. And so if your work is cited, it means that someone who's written another scientific article makes reference to something you wrote. And
Yes.
that's all tracked, and it's used for promotions, and it's used to judge scientific merit. It's its own science, citation tracking. A very small number of your published papers accrue most of the citations. So that's the first thing. So what that means is the more papers you publish, the more likely it is that one of them will become highly cited. And my highly cited papers aren't necessarily the ones that I thought would be most impactful. So
Yeah.
but the other piece of information from literature on creativity is that the best predictor of quality, and so you could index quality by impact, let's say, or by citations, is quantity.
Yeah.
It's not a great predictor, but it's the best one. And so, and this is good advice for everyone out there who's a musician or an artist. It's like, produce as much as you can, because you do get better at it, right?
You absolutely do, and so there's that, but there's also, I think the other important thing is to actually be true to yourself in your artistic endeavors, insofar as don't be trying to anticipate the zeitgeist, don't be trying to anticipate what other people are doing. My big concern in the current climate that we live in is that a lot of artists are choosing to self-censor because the penalty for risk-taking has got too high. You can be completely I mean, if I think of an example like...
Think about what kind of catastrophe that is, because we've already discussed the fact that the impediments to creativity are almost insurmountable. And so then you add an additional one, which is self-censorship because of social pressure. It's like you just decimate the creative enterprise by doing that.
We wouldn't have anything. The Western canon would be decimated. It's ridiculous. I mean, an example I often think of is one of my favourite playwrights is Edward Albee. And when he came to write his play The Goat, which was a very controversial play because it was about a man having a sexual affair with a goat behind his wife's back, and obviously that doesn't sound palatable.
Well, at least he went behind his wife's back.
Exactly. At least it wasn't sort of an open, sort of paganistic thing. Absolutely. But it's a shocking play, and it's meant to be. It's about where our lines of tolerance are, where they lie, and why. And all of his friends told him, "Don't do this. You've got a valuable career, an incredible reputation. You're turning 80. You're 80. He was roughly 80 years old when this play came out." And they said, "You're just going to scupper everything." And he said that when he got that response, that's the reason he did it. He went out there and he put the play on, and it turned out to be a huge success. It won, I think, the Tony Award for Best Play. It was critically and commercially successful. It was absolutely massive. So it just goes to show, I think, to an extent, I mean, I'm not saying disregard feedback from other creative people or people who have suggestions. What I am saying is, if you're true to your muse, whatever that is, the rewards will come, actually, or they are more likely to come.
Okay, so that brings us back to free speech too, because the problem with laws that abridge free speech is they abridge creative endeavor, and that's a terrible thing because it's the source of endless renewal, and it's the thing that fixes corrupt structures. And so to take aim at that is to take aim at the very process that would rescue you from the conundrum you are pretending to be obsessed by.
I mean, has there been any innovation, not just in artistic terms, but in scientific terms, without the risk of offence? Without, I mentioned the example of Galileo in the book because, he caused a great deal of offence by.
Oh hell, Darwin offended himself so badly that he was sick. He was sick for like a decade because of the implications of what he'd thought up, which were thoroughly offensive to himself.
As they would be in with his belief system at the time, but that's the we can see in hindsight what we would have lost if people weren't willing to risk offending others. In fact, even what you said to Kathy Newman in that interview about you're risking being offensive by disagreeing with me now in this way, like it's important to risk offending people. It's because otherwise you just end up in this kind of this hive mind, and for the arts, it becomes utterly stultified. It becomes so boring when everything is predictable and everything is in line with a viewpoint, and no one wants to. The art is the best way that we interrogate the complexities of humanity. I love what the filmmaker Lars von Trier, he said in an interview once that sometimes when he's making a film, he will take an indefensible moral position and attempt to defend it through the film, which I think is such a fascinating idea.
Dostoevsky did that all the time in his great novels, and so brilliant. I mean, that's what made Dostoevsky so staggeringly brilliant, was he would take positions that he despised with all his soul and make the people putting those beliefs forward the strongest characters in the book. I mean, he was so brave.
It's the best thing to do. I wrote a play once where it was a one-man play where I completely tried to embody the kind of person I despise. It was someone who relished watching acts of violence, and he would take scour the internet for clips of real life violence. And it's something I could, whenever I've had that, whenever someone's tried to show me a beheading or something, I know I never want to see that kind of thing. I know I never want that in my head. And so I wanted to write a character who relished it, but from a non-judgmental position. I've never put that play on. I've written it, it's done. But the act of doing it was so incredibly liberating and interesting. And the idea that you can, you keep hearing this all the time, whenever a new film or a play comes out or a book, is this sending the right message? David Lynch's last series, the latest Twin Peaks series, was criticised. I read a review saying, well, there's violence against women in this and he needs to be called out for this. Well, representing violence against women isn't an endorsement of violence against women. Maybe that's what the character does, and maybe we're supposed to hate him for it, or whatever. Or if you read an autobiography of a complete reprobate, there can be something really interesting about that. And imagine all of this gone, all of this potential. But that is the end point of that's why I believe that this current social justice ideology is anti-art. I think it's opposed to the artistic spirit, quite fundamentally opposed to it, which is why I feel we must push back against it. So
that's a great place to end. No, that's great. That's great. Well, thanks a lot, eh? Much appreciated. Yeah, it was a pleasure, and the time flew by, which is a good marker of a engaging exchange of free speech, let's say.
Absolutely. Thanks so much for having me, Jordan.
My pleasure. Good luck, eh?
Thank you.
Fuck this level.
Hello. If you have found the ideas I discuss interesting and useful, perhaps you might consider purchasing my recently released book, Beyond Order, 12 More Rules for Life, available from Penguin Random House in print or audio format. You could use the links we provide below or buy through Amazon or at your local bookstore. This new book, Beyond Order, provides what I hope is a productive and interesting walk through ideas that are both philosophically and sometimes spiritually meaningful, as well as being immediately implementable and practical. Beyond Order can be read and understood on its own, but also builds on the concepts that I developed in my previous books, 12 Rules for Life, and before that, Maps of Meaning. Thanks for listening, and enjoy the podcast. Hello, everyone. I'm pleased to have with me today Dr. Marion L. Tupy, who is the editor of humanprogress.org, a senior fellow at the Center for Global Liberty and Prosperity, and co-author of the Simon Project. He specializes in globalization and the study of global well-being, as well as the politics and economics of Europe and Southern Africa. His work has been published or featured in major print and non-print media outlets all throughout the English-speaking world. Dr. Tupy received his BA in International Relations and Classics from the University of the Witwatersrand in Johannesburg, South Africa, and his PhD in International Relations from the University of St. Andrews in Great Britain. He is the co-author of a recent book, 10 Global Trends That Every Smart Person Needs to Know, and many other trends you will find interesting. It's a beautiful book, and so that's an accomplishment in and of itself. It's also an extremely interesting book, wide-ranging, and necessary, in my estimation, partly because most of what we consume in relationship to global occurrences, economic and otherwise, is negative. And that's part of the reason that I wanted to talk to Dr. Tupy today, because his work is in the same vein as Bjorn Lomborg's work and Matt Ridley's work, among other people, putting forward, Steven Pinker, putting forward a narrative of continued and rapid progress that seems at odds in terms of content and psychologically with virtually everything that seems to make up the major media trend, story, zeitgeist. So welcome, Dr. Tupy. Marion, it's really good to see you. Thanks for agreeing to talk to me today.
I'm delighted to be with you, and welcome back. It's great to have you back in the fight, so to speak.
Thank you. I was really struck to begin with by your introduction. You talked about why you and Ronald Bailey wrote this book. And so let's start with that. What were your motivations? What did you want to accomplish with this book, and what do you think it does accomplish?
Well, fundamentally, the reality of the world, the reality of human existence, is much better than people understand, let alone appreciate. Most people assume that the world is in a much worse shape than it really is. But the data points in a different direction. It points in the opposite direction. When you look at long-term trends, and we will talk about some of them, most of them are pointing to gradual, incremental, long-term improvement. Now, on top of that, we live in a world where a lot of people find meaning and excitement in embracing a lot of movements to quote unquote improve the world. But you cannot improve the world if you don't know what the reality of the world is. And so if you think the reality of human existence is different from what it really is, then your improvement can actually detract from human flourishing rather than contribute to it. So the idea behind the book was to inform, and it is not really an attempt to produce a Pollyannish, all optimistic view on the world. Clearly there are problems that remain, and there will be new problems that will arise. But we believe there is some value in people knowing the facts, factfulness that Hans Rosling used to talk about. And the book is largely free of theory. It is only facts that we have gotten from third parties, with one exception of a trend on natural resources that we will discuss. Everything else comes from third sources, which are the World Bank, the IMF, Eurostat, OECD, or well-established, independent, and creditable academics. So, and of course there are footnotes so that people can check that we are not trying to deceive them into anything. And the reason why we structured the book we did, the reason why we introduced a lot of nice illustrations, is because we wanted to be a coffee table book of facts. So in addition to all the architecture books and books about dogs and cooking that people put on their dining room tables or living room tables, we are hoping that they will include this book. And so whilst people are fixing food or drinks, maybe their guests are going to open the book and look at something interesting or counterintuitive, and maybe that will lead to a conversation.
Well, it's a book you can sit and read, which is what I did, but it's also clearly a book that you can leaf through. And it is, as I mentioned earlier, beautiful. So that's an additional advantage. It's a very high quality book, and that's a nice accompaniment to its essentially optimistic message. I found it interesting overall, and also bit by bit. You said 10 it's laid out in sort of